All right. It's another Saturday night. Therefore, another Saturday night shoot the breeze. I got to tell y'all, thanks to those of you who joined the Discord. We have so many topics to choose from, and I can't get to all of them, but it's such a good thing to have so many topics and so many of you joining on the Discord. The next step, as far as the Discord goes, is to get more conversations rolling. So we'll be working on that. But I have so many topics. Forgive me if I didn't get to put yours up tonight. I'll try to get to the rest of them next week. And I try to pick the best ones, the ones with videos, etc. Just so you know how I go about selecting them. I try to string together some ideas in terms of topics, like a string of topics that kind of work together. So hopefully you guys enjoy tonight. We have some good ones though, and some deep ones too. We're going to answer the question: Are black people too nice? We're going to delve into a two-part shoot the breeze topic tonight. Um, a serious conversation about North Africa, and should we do away with "quote unquote" black as a term? So those two things are one shoot the breeze topic tonight. We're going to look at that. We're going to look at Cynthia G. She read her head. I didn't know she was still active. Apparently, she was on Fox Soul on a panel with Umar Johnson and Dewan B, etc. So we'll talk about that. We're going to answer the question: Do we have power? We're going to look at someone named Margaret Court who ripped Serena Williams after her U.S. Open loss. We're going to have a conversation about Obeah. We're going to answer the question: What is African sexuality? There was a story with a pastor who was watering his plants. I didn't pay too much attention to it because, frankly, these stories are old hat at this point. But we're going to talk about that tonight. I guess he said something along the lines of forgiveness, so we'll find out what that is. We're going to talk about the professor who slammed Queen Elizabeth, Queen Elizabeth, hoping for an excruciating death. I second that. And Jeff Bezos had something to say about it. And we're going to, if time allows, we're going to talk about what happens when the Queen dies. What happens when the Queen dies? I see some folks are in the chat already saying Bibi Fahudi. That's a pro-black perspective. Forecast says Amani. The pro-black perspective says he just saw a new LGBT trend. I wonder what that is. Tanzan says Amani. She says Habri to Forecast and Oni. Bobby Wright says peace to Bit of Medicine, Learning Curve, Brother Bakari, Hashali Podcast, Pro-Black Perspective, Forecast for you, Tanzan, Mr. Untouchable. So Bobby Wright came in to hail up everyone tonight. I appreciate that too. That's how you do it. When you enter a room, we as African folks, we greet one another, right? I'm dropping the link now for those who want to join the panel. Dropping the link to those for those who want to join the panel. But what we're going to do now, since I've given you the intro, you have an idea what's coming up. Also, there's a poll that I want you guys to respond to as well, especially you guys who are kind of new around here. Respond to that poll question I have up there. And if you're not on the Discord, join the Discord. All right? Join the Discord. If you want topics that you'd like to hear discussed, you could join the Discord, navigate to Shoot the Breeze, and you could leave your topics there. What we're going to do now, though, as people join the panel, we're going to actually start the show officially. And on the other side, I'll drop Shoot the Breeze topic number one tonight.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now, your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed, we're back. We're back. Welcome everyone who has tuned in now, who's in the chat, and welcome to my panelists. Me welcoming Oni this week. Oni, how are you?
I'm peace, I'm just peace. Just came back from Harlem though, so I might actually be heading to bed a little earlier. But
okay, just came back from by them white folks, huh?
Right? Yeah. Well, this time it happened to be I don't know, Melanin was out today, so that was nice. But yeah, shit, it's a trek. Yeah. But yeah, everything else is good. Yourself?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Good to hear your voice as always, man. Peace to you. Kevin Conray, how are you this week?
I'm great, man. I'm great. No excuses, getting work done. Very happy with this week. Very happy with the networking. Glad
good.
First of all, greetings to the panel. Greetings to all of you.
Greetings. I saw Kevin Conray earlier this week, too. Good to see you as always. Mr. Untouchable, how art thou this week?
I'm good. Cool. Yeah, good night, my great brothers and sisters. It's always good to get a chance to speak to y'all guys every weekend. Yeah, I'll stop right there for right now.
Mr. Untouchable, I hope you weren't too sad with Queen Elizabeth.
Don't start it, man. Don't start it.
Let's welcome in the forecast this week. How are you this week, forecast?
I'm good. What's up, everybody? Amani, everybody.
Amani, the forecast. Yeah, good to hear your voice again, forecast. Forecast was on last night, so you guys make sure to check out his most recent episode, a good one again. The matron was on there too.
Yeah, shout out to the Learning Curve. She's genius. And I'm gonna try to hang in there as long as I can tonight, my brother.
Yeah, because I know you was up early this morning too after being up late last night. So I appreciate you coming through. Stay as long as you can, and if you have to drop off, that's fine. You are appreciated all the same. In the chat, more people came in, more people are greeting each other. That's what I like to see. Make sure you come in, greet one another. You don't have to lurk in the background quietly. You could come in and greet one another. But let's get to Shoot the Breeze topic number one. Shoot the Breeze topic number one tonight is Black people too nice. This came with a link. Let me set that up. And what we'll do, let me share my screen. For some reason, I was doing a share screen the other day, and it didn't share. If you guys didn't catch the 5-minute little piece I did on my reaction to Queen Elizabeth dying, you guys make sure to check that out. Give it a thumbs up if you don't mind. Drop a comment as well. Okay, let's do this. And we'll talk about this on the other side.
Say we must almost admire whites because they know they're very good at looking after their self-interests. I mean, they're guided by that. They've maintained, even with a black government, their self-interests, which is white power over the economy.
And that's something that Black people are yet to learn how to do. We are yet to learn how to look out for our self-interest and our self-interest only. We are yet to learn how to be selfish. I understand that it's naturally not in our nature to be, but from the look of things, that's something that we do need to learn how to do. Every other group, literally, it's not only white people even, every other group literally are selfish. We are the only selfless group. And has it helped us? No. Did it help us in the past? Mm-mm. Is it helping us in the present? Mm-mm. Would it help us in the future? It won't. And the thing is, every other group knows that they are selfish and they know that we are selfless. And they continue to use our selflessness against us time and time again. And the only people who do not see this game of selfishness versus selflessness at play is us.
So, you know, the white power is it's very, very, very positive. So white people will get involved in little side struggles like this anti-Zuma thing, the Save South Africa. In fact, the white voice in South Africa has found expression in an anti-Zuma war cry. But they don't speak about poverty. They don't speak about land. Because what will that mean? It will mean that we're dealing with the real structural issues in this country, the real sins of our past, the original sin in this country, and the greatest act of corruption ever done in this country was land theft by white people. But now we're having years and years and years of debate on how do we give land back? Can black people farm? What are they going to do with the land? I mean, it's absolute nonsense.
The whole issue with land in Southern Africa and white people not wanting to return stolen land is so annoying and highly preposterous. Acres upon acres of stolen land, like return it. Why don't these people like returning stolen stuff? Like you got it illegally, return it. It's not yours. The land you have now, even if you got it through inheritance, that land is not rightfully yours if the person you inherited it from did not get the land rightfully. But let them tell it, and you hear them talking about how their ancestors fought for the land, so it's theirs. I'm like, your ancestors went to fight with these people and took their lands away from them by force. They were fighting to steal, not to protect what was rightfully theirs.
And in fact, the tolerance that black people have for white society, I think must stop, actually. It's just absurd. And in fact, the tolerance is giving license to white people to continue.
We have to get to the point where we unanimously as a people know and understand that we need to stop asking and or requesting for stuff. As a people, we're just too kind and nice and patient, waiting for things to naturally fall into place or order. That's never going to happen. 100% what she said, our tolerance is giving license to white people to continue to oppress us because they know that we'll do nothing about it. We are just too nice and kind, and these are positive traits, right? And traits that we as a people cannot help. We are just naturally this nice and welcoming and oversharing and kind and all of this. But right now, these traits are annoying. If I'm being honest, they are pissing me off. I can't and would never say we should be like them and act like they've been acting, mirror their image, because God forbid, that's not an image anybody would want to mirror. And I definitely do not want that image for us. But what I would say is that I wish we would tone down the niceness a little and, toughen up. In a game of chess where there are so many chess men that we could actually be, why are we letting ourselves be the pawns?
I guess I would ask the question to follow up here is, are we too nice or are we too afraid? Really, let's start it off powerful. I know Forecast has been up late last night, early this morning. Forecast, what say you to this? Are we too nice?
It's hard to say black people is too nice because we ain't even nice to each other, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to say that, but yeah, we got this thing where we accept it or we try to be accepted by others. I don't know if it's a niceness at this point. At some point, I think it was being nice, but now it might not even be nice because we've been through everything we've been through, and we still doing the same thing, like we haven't learned our lesson. So I'm starting to think that it may be something else other than nice, some kind of mental illness or learning deficiency, or I don't know, but I'll pass the mic.
I appreciate that forecast. Oni, what say you? Are we too nice?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna agree with forecast in the sense of like, shit, I don't know what it is you gonna call it. I mean, like she was saying, man, the land was stolen, and it's like, well, all right, you can have it back now. Like I don't even know, like nobody even gets it. I'm gonna say, real talk, the people who should have not organized for power, I think that's really what it is. And like what it would take for us to get out of our position, like we're not really willing to do, and because of that, it's like everything goes the wrong way, essentially, and I mean that's all it is. It's like because like I said, I went to Africa. And when you go there, you realize that you're nowhere near, like, how a lot of us talk about Africa and we talk about different things that we would like to do, what we would like to say, whatever. Where I was in Accra, it was nowhere near anything, you're not next to the cobalt mines, I mean, like, if you want to like sell the resources, you're not near the cobalt mines, you're not near the farmland, you know what I mean? But most of us are kind of just in these cities that have nothing to do with anything, so like to a large extent, Africa needs people to get up and organize. Not just Africa, everywhere needs people to just get up and organize, but because we're not doing it, yeah, you're in trouble. The system that was already in place is going to continue to be in place because there's nobody taking it down, and there's nobody replacing it. I think it was Malcolm X. When Malcolm X says Elijah Muhammad told him, you can't just you can't tell somebody their glass is dirty. You can't just tell somebody their glass is dirty. You have to show them what a clean glass looks like. And the issue is that because a lot of African people with good intentions are not doing the work per se, like, yeah, we have dirty glasses, but like, what's the clean glass look like anyway? It's not like somebody could just show you Wakanda, you know what I'm saying? In real life, because if you could, that would be different, but you can't, so it is what it is.
I appreciate that, Oni. In the chat, Bobby Wright says, I think we as African people see the Mzungus as all powerful, so we fear them, but we aren't too nice when it comes to other Africans. And a few other people said something similar. Trigger Happy 262 says peace, peace. Lero is here. She says peace to Bobby Wright and the matron. Marcus Gavias Dewey is here in the chat. She says we are too nice to them. Teetums is here saying Hotep as well. That thing that Bobby Wright and others echoed about, we think these folks are too powerful, are all powerful. The thing about it is, what I think about is, on one hand, I think our people are afraid to die to get what it is that they need right. But the thing is, we're all going to die. Whether you do or don't, we're all going to die. So you might as well die on something, standing on something, on some purpose, right? You might as well be selfish in getting the work done towards, for our future people. So I don't even understand the fear of death thing. If they hold you and they kill you, well, that's just a part of it. But if we organize properly, we could get something done. They can't kill all of us. Let me welcome in Tanzan this week. Tanzan, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Asante sana.
Asante sana.
I will say this, and in regards to the lady who was, I think Afro Think Tank, and you quoted her when she was talking about, you'd rather die courageously on your feet, than on your knees. And you mentioned that, the fear of death. But I think it is not the fear of death that Black people are afraid of, especially religious people. Religion puts not the fear of death, but the fear of eternity into your very soul. So you can die with a smile on your face, knowing that you're going to heaven because you stayed true to the end, and you can die in fear, always the fear of hell. Even the people who know they're going to heaven, they are not sure of it. There's nothing that's been written. Before you die, anything can happen. So they're always looking, to the hope of heaven and the fear of hell. So it's not even the dying. That's why you can see martyrs going to their death, courageously, because they know that there's something beyond that is greater than that. So what they did was not just take our minds, and our bodies, but they also, hijacked our souls, so that we can still do things that is seemingly against our own self-interest, our own mortal self-interest, but somebody can be convinced that you're doing that because of your eternal, interests. So that's one way. And are we too nice? Yes, definitely we are. And that was just part of who we were, before we encountered other people. And we used to be nice to each other too. Nowadays, not so much, but, because we have turned that outside hostility inwards, but we used to be nice to each other. African tribes lived for longer than anybody has been on earth, and we lived in relative peace. And relative peace doesn't mean we just nice to each other all the time, but there wasn't genocides and mass murdering and slavery. There was anyway. So we have lived in relative peace with each other without, decimating each other like in the last 50 years. But that was done on the outside. So yeah, we're still nice because it's a combination of fear. It's a combination of just thinking that, they're better than us in so many ways, especially when you've been conquered. It's hard to see how, somebody who defeated you is not better than you. Might is right. And so for us, we have been mightily defeated, to some people. And so other people might be, better than us. And yeah, so I think it's all of those.
No, thank you for that, Tan. In the chat, the matron says, we think that we can find a way to get along with them. She goes on to say, hell, referring to what Tanzan was just saying. She says, hell is a Eurasian invention used to terrify the African. The secret to eternal life, if your family's freedom, it is your family freedom story. Okay, the secret to eternal life is your family freedom story. And you know what's funny about that? I always remember the quote from Shaka Zulu, who, they were saying something about fire, and he was like, yo, we eat fire out here. So I don't understand why the African is so afraid of this thing, but I guess more primitive people were afraid of fire, and so that must have stuck with them. But at the same time, we all going to die, and I guess eternity is a long time, so people are afraid of that eternal life, that that life after death. But come on, we got to do better than this. Let's welcome in our good brother Jay. Jay, how are you this week?
Good morning, good evening, good day, wherever you are, family. Hello, everybody. How am I this week? I don't know. Next question. No, it could be better. It could be better. I'm somewhere in nowhere.
I saw Jay in a bunch of chats this week. I think he was in Tanzan's show and Brother Bakari and Dynast show and all that. So yeah, I've seen you around this week, brother. But as far as black people, are black people too nice, Jay?
I don't know. I think fear is I think it's close to fear. We're afraid. There's so many flavors of fear. And a couple are already mentioned. And there's the fear of not being accepted by these white all power by these white goddish beings, and there is fear on their side to admit that the land is stolen, but the fear is on our side. I think it's fear. It's not nice. No, we are afraid. I'm sorry to have to admit it, but I'm afraid it's fear.
Interesting. Okay, so you think it is fair? I mean, I mean, it looks like fair for sure. Let's go to Kevin Carey. Kevin Carey, what say you? Are black people too nice? Is it because we are afraid?
Yes, it is. We're too nice. We're always looking the other way, and that's my frustration. I had to lose a lot of friends because of this conversation. I'm like, yo, that person is not good for you. Don't you see they're using you? Like I always bring up this story to you, the matron. I told her about the story while I was on campus. This is a month before the pandemic shut everything down. I'm, teaching these young ladies, about the campus. They're all black young ladies, and this Arab guy. I don't like this guy at all. He sees me talking to the girl because he wants to go and have, do what he wants to do. He comes over, hey, my brother. I was like, yo, my man, back the hell up. I don't know you. And he quickly just got the hell up out of there. That's where we got to start dealing with these people, because I saw that phoniness coming from afar. Oh, yeah, you my brother and all that. No. You're just trying to get in with me. But on the other half of it, too, yeah, it's not so much fear. It's the psychology of fear. They, oh, listen, if you don't do this, you're going to burn, as you said earlier, you're going to burn in hell. And, I used to be like that when I was in Jamaica. Or I was scared to go, oh, my God, I didn't give this person enough water. I'm going to burn in hell. All the sins. It's impossible not to sin if you're a human being. That's what we do. But it's all about fear. But as I said, we need to get away from these folks. They're not our friends. They're not our allies. We got to use them just like they use us. But I'll pass the mic.
I appreciate that, Kevin Carre. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Yes, sir. I don't think that black people are too nice. I think that black people we have a sense of this false humility when it comes to other races and groups of people that they mistake for us being too nice and too kind. I think we have a false humility that we carry, and I think that why would I say that? Because I see how we deal so harshly with one another. You know what I mean? So that adjective doesn't extend beyond when it comes to us. I think that's where we stop the whole idea of being nice. I think that with us, when it comes to one another, we could be extremely harsh. And I think that as far as the human relationship goes, we have decided, we have decided without actually saying it, formally, that we take the position of subserviency. We are like the secondary characters as far as human relationships is concerned. We take the secondary position. Yes, sir. I can get right to it. We are not the main actors in the so-called play called humanity. And I think that I don't think that it's niceness. I as far as the engagement, when I find and when we engage with one another, we are extremely harsh with one another. I agree with Mr. Fuller when he said that when black people are around each other, or when they meet each other for the first time, they should act towards one another like Mr. Rogers, considering the fact that we have so much external enemies. But I don't find that to be the case. I find in particular, my experience with this whole YouTube and podcasting is we just carry a tone of contention, and I do understand why it's there. But I think that we should engage each other in the opposite of how we engage the rest of the world. But it's flipped on its head, in fact. When a white person enters the room, I feel like we put on airs. So I think that, and they mistake that as nice, but I think that it's a false humility. Because if it was really nice, that niceness should carry over when it comes to dealing with us, each other. And I don't think that we fear death. I don't think that we fear death at all. We go by the principle, I wish an N-word would, and with that, we would engage. If someone scuff off shoes, a person will get into an altercation with a man with a gun. You know what I mean? We take no chance. We take careless risks and chances when it comes to each other. That's where we show our fearlessness. We go beyond the measure of this idea of fear and death. And we die. And we die. So I don't think that we fear death when it comes to, you see it all the time out there in the streets of the Bahamas. I think that we are afraid of detainment, from what I could tell from a lot of these videos. I think we are afraid of detainment. We are afraid of incarceration, but I don't think that we are afraid of death. When a police officer engages any individual, even if it's a regular engagement, and the police officer said, okay, it's time to go to prison now. Let me remove you from this situation and detain you. Then you see these people acting in a way and manner that's outrageous. Why would you fight with a person with a gun? and a license to use that gun. You know what I mean? I think that we fear imprisonment and detainment more so than we do actual death itself. And unfortunately, when we get into these situations, we end up dying a whole lot of times in these engagements. But like I said, I would just want to be brief with this particular prompt. But I would say that if we are nice, I would say that we are nice to others and not necessarily ourselves. And if we are nice to others, I feel like it's a false humility, you know, because that niceness should carry over. It shouldn't just stop at one group of people. It should carry over first within your own group, and then it should extend out to the outside community and everyone else. But I'll stop there.
Well said, Mr. Untouchable. I really do appreciate that response. If you guys are in the chat and you appreciate what you just heard from all the panelists, drop a fire emoji or a red, black, and green heart emojis in the chat. Let people know up here that you appreciate what you heard. I had a follow-up question, and it turns out Lero was the one who kind of jumped it for me in the chat. She asked a question, and I'll ask you guys on the panel. Could it be that Africans have retained an integral principle that we don't often consider, that quote-unquote humanist aspect, especially in regards to race relations? Now, I will say, before I throw it to the panel, I will say that you would think you'd be humanist amongst yourselves first, but let's see what the chat has to say. Jay, what say you to that? Is the African practicing a humanist approach when dealing with these white folks?
Interesting question. You surprise me with this question. Humanist. You know. We sometimes in conversations I say we have survived everything, and that's why we don't see the danger in something. In this time, the danger looks like us. It walks on two legs and it has two arms. You know, we survived meteor rains. We survived mega volcanoes, earthquakes, dinosaurs, and anything. So we don't see the danger coming. That's sometimes I have that approach. But humanist, I don't know, man. I'm curious what the rest has to say. I pass the mic.
Yes, sir. Let's go to Tanzan. Tanzan, are we too? Are we humanists when it comes to our enemies?
I would say yes, until I hear otherwise. But I would say yes, because we are usually the people who are more all lives matter than anybody else. When something happens to other, I don't even want to bring up this whole thing because most of our people have reacted appropriately, but there's still a few people who are going to shed a tear or, but yeah, in terms of other people, we are more concerned about, what happens to them, or sometimes we're more concerned about their opinion and so on. We're constantly trying to prove ourselves to them. And this equality thing, I think we have fought more for equality and acceptance than we have fought for our own, rights and self-determination. So in that regards, yeah, we want to uphold, and we don't uphold it because we believe that, all men are equal and all of that stuff. I think we just want to hold it because it gives us the best chance of being at the table with the rest of humanity, So it's not coming from a position of equality. It's actually inferiority, and we're trying to raise ourselves up to, the levels of, the adult table, trying to say, well, we're just like everybody else, and so we go on the offensive to cap for everybody else. That guy who ran up the I can't remember what statue it was in Paris a few years ago. There was a lady who was climbing walls to rescue, just ridiculous stunts, the black savior, the opposite of the white savior trope. So yeah, we do that. Yeah, we're hosting and now not even just the humanist flag. We take up for every, we're not even just black people. We're so quick to take up the oppression banner for everybody else, but nobody wants to be called African or black, or we don't know. We fight with each other, but we want to be everything, but we don't want to be ourselves. I'll pass.
All right, Oni, what say you?
Yeah, I don't know. I wish. maybe some people are that philosophically deep, but for the most part, yeah, I wouldn't say so. I think I think the fear part is one part of it. I mean, it could also be not just humanism, but like that Christian ethic. It's just it's really like the issue is that it's so contradictory. I think a large part is that fear, because why is it that when it comes to white folk, we pause. You know what I mean? A lot of our people will pause. But then when it comes to our own people, it's like, I'll break this motherfucker's jaw. You know what I'm saying? So, what is it? In fact, I can say this. I'll say it this way. In fact, I'm wondering right now, like, how can I integrate this video into, my podcast tomorrow? But there's this video, I think it was Underground Boss or something like that, right? And there's this guy. I think he's working at Checkers or something. And so the boss is this, black man, maybe an immigrant, I don't know, but he's this black man. He's talking down to every motherfucker there, right? And then this white boy who's, undercover, right, is just talking to him like, yo, you can't be doing whatever you're doing. And he's explaining himself like, sir, I got to do this. How long have you been in the restaurant business? You don't understand. You got to talk down to people, right? And then the guy reveals he's the CEO. My thing is this, though. The dude was not the CEO before that. He was just a random ass white dude, like a random ass white dude being a chef or something. Right. How in the world, why in the world are you giving him that much respect? Now, it could be that the whole thing is scripted and that's what it was, right? But if it wasn't that, it's like realistically, you giving this white boy, I mean, just subconsciously, this white boy just gets that respect, And I don't want to say it's that humanism, because the way how he's looking at the way how you heard him talking about the black folk, the other people working for him, it was like they wasn't, you know what I mean? Like, because the white boy was like, I wouldn't work there, if I would have left from jump, the black guy was there, he crying like a little bitch, whatever, no disrespect, but he crying like a little bitch, like I just need the money, whatever, right? All good, but it's like, what is it that I couldn't say it was like, oh yeah, we want to, it's humanism. I couldn't because that humanism applies when you applying that humanity, when you extend that humanity to your brothers and sisters. I mean, to black folk too.
Yeah.
But if you ain't applying it to the black folk too, then I don't know what it is, right? But I maybe some people got that humanism, but I can't say like it's really that.
A few people in the chat dropped the fire emoji. Tanzan decided to type out the word fire emoji. Just point that out. Razuliism in the chat says it's low self-esteem. That's why we're so nice. Kevin Carray, what say you about this humanist or this humanism of black folks towards our enemy?
Yeah, that's the problem right here. We're always thought as, you should not go in and hit anyone. You are better than that. You're a better man. Yeah, you're bigger and stronger. You can hurt that person. But while that person was doing that same shit, excuse my language, but I said, yeah, we're too much in this humanist that we got to be moral. That's a word we got to stop using. Fuck that moral garbage, man. No, we got to be nice to each other first. Race first. As I said, race first. Everyone else comes second. I don't give a damn that your people are burning up in hell or whatever. I don't care. I'm looking out for my people first. Even if my people did something wrong, I'm going to deal with that within my community. I don't want you. You can't come in and criticize my people because I can't come into your neighborhood and do the same shit. So, yeah, we need to get off that garbage about, we being the higher moral character. No, the hell with that. That's not how the world works. Like an old commercial I saw back in the 90s about empires. No one was nice when they built an empire. Everyone had to win in and kill someone to get what they want. And that's where we got to be. I'll pass the mic.
I appreciate that, Kevin Carre. Mr. Untouchable, I'll give you the last word. Urzuli made the point about low self-esteem in the chat. So, Mr. Untouchable, is it low self-esteem or is it that humanism principle?
Boy, you're getting Kevin more radicalized on this show every week. and then I hear Urzuli the other day talk about Habari. Urzuli getting radicalized. Anyways, let me move from that. Are we humanists? I think that, or do we have low self-esteem, as you mentioned? I think that what we are is what I would call ourselves is we are racial stratificationists. Now that's a difficult word, but I can explain that. Um, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing used to use the phrase that in America, she said that there's an unsaid notion in America. If you white, you right. If you yellow, you mellow. If you brown, stick around. And if you black, get back. And based off of those stratifications and race under racial lines, you will have the change in different attitudes and actions with our people towards these different categories of people. And when I see this play out, when you go into any ghetto community, whether it's in the Bahamas or in the Caribbean or the Americas or South America, you will see a Chinese shop sitting somewhere in the community. Never get robbed, for the most part, they never get hassled. It seems like they go unbothered within the community because they mellow. Not only that, tourists, a white person could walk around any black neighborhood anywhere in the world and be unbothered because he's white. And when you white, you right. But if you black, as she said back in the day, you must get back. What sect you claiming? What you doing from around here? You know somebody around here? You know what I mean? This is an automatic. I feel like it's a program response that we carry, and from that attitude, the action is they're gonna throw rock at you, they can rob you, they can beat you, they can molest you, depending on who you are within that stratification. So I feel like with us, we are racial stratificationists, and based off of that, you're gonna get an action or an attitude, depending on where you fall within whatever category or grouping that you find yourself in. Now, for the mulattoes and the mixed race, it can create confusion, but wherever in that category or groups of people, you will find different attitudes, how we act towards them, and what our mental attitudes are towards these kinds of groups. But I'll stop there.
In the chat, the matron said earlier, we are spooked out. With that said, the forecast is back. Forecast, you get the last word on this. Is it humanism? Is it low self-esteem? What is it? What Mr. Untouchable just said in terms of the stratification? Talk to us.
Well, yeah, I did miss some of that conversation. I had to run outside, but it's I think it's a combination of a lot of different things, you know what I'm saying? And we just spooked out in the wrong way, this is not instilled in our kids about being, black only, you know what I'm saying? And we are brought up with a God, and we see it on our walls that our God don't even look like us. And but even before that, we didn't always welcome everybody. So it's hard to say humanism because we don't welcome, like we will fight with each other, you know what I'm saying? And we humans, I think, so I can't just say that. It's just like, and then I know people always have a curiosity with things they haven't seen before and things that's new or things that's unusual. But at some point that we're off, I think, so. But like we just got to get spooked out in the right way. Just teach the kids, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't be afraid of nobody, and you know what I'm saying, it's okay to be black. We used to do that, But I'll pass the mic.
I appreciate that forecast. Yeah, Trigger Happy 262 says passivity. When everything is much more earthly, things are not separate and made into some heavenly principle that is unattainable, making people wait. Real Black Gentleman just joined the panel, but I'm gonna have Real Black Gentleman stick around for topic number 2. Let's move on to topic number 2. I think that was a good one. If you guys think it was a good discussion in the chat, drop an emoji. Let us know how you felt about it. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight is a 2-parter. So this is going to be a bit of a conversation here. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 says, part 1 says, we have to have a serious conversation about North Africa. After watching the video that's attached, do you believe the Amazigh should be part of a Pan-Africanist project, or do you reject the claims of the video and believe that they are invaders? So that's the two parts of it. Real Black Gentleman, I'll bring you in for this one, of course. So let's watch the video first, and then on the other side, we'll have this discussion.
In June of 2019, Algeria banned protesters from waving this flag, stating it was an assault on Algeria's Arab identity. Why? Because this is the flag of the Amazigh, the indigenous people that have occupied North Africa since, well, pretty much forever. Fueled by couscous, these famous merchant nomads once linked the Mediterranean world with sub-Saharan Africa, fought against the Roman, Arab and French empires, and now battle for recognition in their own countries. They called themselves the Amazigh. We know them as the Berbers of North Africa. Berbers have a unique culture and language, separate from their Arab neighbours. Their history reaches back thousands of years before Islam arrived in North Africa. The Berbers inhabit a region now known as the Maghreb. The Berbers call it Tamazra. Tamazra stretches from the Siwa oasis in Egypt to the Canary Islands, and from the Mediterranean to the Niger and Senegal rivers. This area covers a territory that's over 7 million square kilometers, meaning if Tamazra were a unified country, it would be the 7th largest on Earth. In the Berber language of Tamazigh, Berbers use the name Amazigh to describe themselves, which means free or noble men. The word Berber comes from the Greek word barabaroi, which means barber in ancient Greek. The Berbers were famous throughout the ancient world for their amazing hairstyles. Ow! Ow! Fine. This isn't true. Barabaroi was actually used for people that didn't speak Greek. The Berbers had many alternative names in the past, such as Libyans, Numidians, or Moors. With the arrival of the Arab Muslims in the 7th century, the word Barabaroi took on an Arabized form, al-Barabir or Barabira. Europeans learned this from the Arabs and would refer to them as Barbary, which soon became Berber. In recent years, Berbers have been trying to get people to stop referring to them as Berbers because of the implication, so I'll attempt to say Amazigh for the rest of the video, and I apologise to them for what I'm about to do to their language. The Amazigh have lived in North Africa since the dawn of recorded history. A precise date is difficult to grasp because Amazigh history was passed down orally, and most written records come to us from foreigners. The ancestors of the Amazigh have been in the neighbourhood for about 12,000 years. Genetic evidence shows us that most Northwest Africans, whether they consider themselves to be Amazigh or Arab, are of Amazigh descent. Early Amazigh likely entered into North Africa in waves from the Middle East, East Africa, and across the Straits from Iberia. The first written records of the Amazigh living in the Maghreb come from the Egyptians around the 13th century BC, which is 3,310 years ago. The most notable Amazigh group from this period are the Meshwesh, which is a fantastically fun word to say. Meshwesh. The Meshwesh would conquer and rule Egypt as the 22nd and 23rd dynasties. Throughout their history, the Amazigh have endured the many conquerors of North Africa. The Carthaginians, the Romans, the Vandals, the Byzantines all invaded, and each one found themselves hounded by the Amazigh. These states could control the cities on the coasts, but outside, the Amazigh held power. Because of their ability to withstand the harsh deserts and mountains, the Amazigh could always retreat, regroup, and later launch fresh raids on their invaders. The Amazigh strategy seemed to be to simply wait them out until their invaders' empires eventually collapsed, even creating their own states in between invasions like Mauritania and Numidia. The ruins of the Mauritanian capital at Walili, near modern Fez, are still an extraordinary sight even today. Christianity appeared in Roman North Africa during the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD. By the mid-3rd century, it had grown into a major religion in the area. The Amazigh became vital members of the new church. An Amazigh man, now known to us as Saint Augustine, back then he was just Augustine, it would be weird if they called him Saint, he is now regarded as one of the 4 doctors of the church, along with these 3 other guys in their lovely hats, and Augustine is considered a key figure in developing medieval and Western philosophy. The Arabs marched into North African history in the 7th century. Unlike the earlier empires that stayed near the cities, the Arabs sought to unify everyone in the country under Islam. The Amazigh relationship with the Arabs was and is complicated. The Amazigh both resisted and assisted the Arab conquests. Amazigh warriors fought on the side of the Arabs on their march through North Africa against the Byzantine forces, and once they had conquered North Africa, the Muslim forces turned to Iberia, with Amazigh making up most of the army. The Amazigh warrior Tariq ibn Ziyad and his force of 12,000 mostly Amazigh warriors would take the Visigoth capital of Toledo. This conquest ushered in 700 years of Muslim rule in Iberia, and Tariq would have his name forever etched into the landscape, as the area where he landed was called Jabal Tariq, the mountain of Tariq, which would eventually morph into Gibraltar. On the other hand, the Amazigh violently pushed back against Muslim conquest. Queen Kahina, an Amazigh warrior queen, wiped out an invading Arab army, delaying their conquest for years. Her eventual fight to the death and her burning of Amazigh lands in order to starve the Arabs is a symbol of Amazigh resistance to this day. Despite this and a number of other rebellions, the Amazigh would ultimately convert to Islam. The medieval and now Muslim Amazigh helped to link the Muslim Middle East with the now Muslim Spain and opened up trade with sub-Saharan Africa. Caravans spilled out of the Amazigh city of Sijil Massa across the Sahara and returned with gold and slaves intended for Europe and the Middle East. These Amazigh caravans would carry Islam to West Africa. But even under Arabic rule, the Amazigh kept their own identity and revolts were constant. The Barghwata kingdom was born in one of these revolts. In 744 AD, the Amazigh Ibn Tarif declared himself a prophet. With a new Amazigh language Quran in hand, he gathered the Amazigh tribes and annihilated an Arab army, establishing his own kingdom in modern-day Morocco. This was an unbelievable development. Reciting the Quran in anything other than Arabic was heretical, but Tarif and the Amazigh weren't going to let a little heresy get in their way. This Amazigh version of Islam was a fusion between different sects of Islam, Judaism, and traditional Amazigh beliefs. This incident shows just how strong Amazigh culture was. But as time went by, the Arabs and Amazigh of North Africa settled into their fancy cities, enjoying their culture and literature and philosophy, like a bunch of nerds. So the Amazigh tribes of the Sahara banded together and burst onto the scene, conquering everything from Mauritania to the French border, and formed the Almoravid Empire in the 11th century. Then the Almoravids settled into their new fancy cities, enjoying their culture and literature and philosophy, like a bunch of nerds. So the Amazigh Almohads poured out of the Atlas Mountains in the 12th century, setting up their own empire and conquering even more than the Almoravids. The blend of Amazigh and Iberian culture led to such great works as the Giralda in Seville, the Obeah Mosque in Marrakesh, and the Hassan Mosque in Rabat. By the 15th century, the age of the Amazigh Islamic empires was ending. The unification achieved under the Almoravids and the Almohads faded away, and more localized kingdoms replaced them. In 1517, the Ottoman Empire captured Cairo and then most of North Africa, beginning 400 years of Turkish control of the region. In both the Ottoman Empire and the still independent Moroccan Sultanate, Amazigh populations were pushed to the margins of society. They fell from positions of power, and their culture vanished from public view. On June 14, 1830, a 34,000-strong French force landed on the seashores of Ottoman Algeria, 27 kilometers away from the capital of Algiers. As retribution for the Algerian lord swatting a French merchant with a fly swatter. Yeah, it was weird. By July 5th, they had seized Algiers and brought an end to over 1,000 years of Islamic rule in the region. While most of Algeria fell to the French within months of their 1830 invasion, it would take 30 tough years for them to take Kablia, the mountainous homeland of the Kabyle Amazigh people. The French brought in a divide and rule policy for the Amazigh and the Arabs. The French saw the Kabyle Amazigh as more European than the Arabs, and tried to turn them into some sort of native colonial partner. They taught them French and funded their schools more than the rest of the non-French Algerian population. The Kabyle, however, rejected the idea and ironically went on to hold key positions in the Algerian independence movement. But after winning independence from France, Algeria and Morocco established Arabic, and only Arabic, as their official language. A process known as Arabization was started as the new states tried to unify under a new Arab-only identity. The Amazigh had to study and learn Arabic in schools while their own languages and cultures were shoved out of public view. Obviously, this made things quite awkward, and tensions between Amazigh groups and the governments of North Africa grew over linguistic and cultural issues. In 1980, after the Algerian authorities banned Maloud Mamari's lecture on Amazigh poetry, demonstrations and strikes shook the Kabul region, kicking off the Amazigh Spring. Algerian government forces cracked down on the spring, but from it, Amazighism was born, with the Kabul being its fiercest advocates. Amazighism stands in direct opposition to the attempts of Arabization in North African countries. It led to the Amazigh World Congress, which created the first Amazigh flag and promotes Amazigh culture and interests. The Amazigh flag is made up of blue, green, and yellow horizontal stripes, symbolizing the Mediterranean Sea, the green mountains of the region, and the Sahara Desert. The symbol in the middle is the letter Yas, which is unrelated to the new English letter Yas. It means free man. In 2001, tensions escalated further when an Amazigh student died in police custody. Riots and protests swept the country, especially Obeah. The state again cracked down, killing 126 people and injuring thousands. This became known as the Black Spring. In the aftermath of the chaos, Algeria made some concessions to their Amazigh population. Just 1 year later, Algeria made Tamazight a national language alongside Arabic. It gained official language status in 2016. Since then, the language rights of the Amazigh have improved slightly. In Morocco, for instance, they prohibited parents from giving their children Amazigh names until 2014. Tamazight is now an official subject in Moroccan primary schools, although it still isn't taught in all schools as was promised. So progress is being made, but the Amazigh have to keep pressure on their governments in order to continuously win these concessions. Now let's have a look at the culture of the Amazigh. Popular culture likes to depict the Amazigh as nomads, yet the bulk of them have been established farmers for thousands of years. The Tuareg, the veiled blue men of the Sahara, are some of the only nomadic Amazigh left. Women in Amazigh society have considerably more freedom than their Arab neighbours, and serve as the main artists. For most of history, it has been the women that weave the magnificent coloured carpets, the women that wore the intricate tattoos on their faces, and henna tattoos on their hands and feet, or the stylized headgear on their heads. Women are the public symbol of Amazigh identity. In the lands of the Tuareg nomads of the Sahara, the camps are controlled by women. The women choose their husbands and can own property, divorce, lead raids, take part in the tribe's administration, and do not have to wear the veil common in other Muslim societies. In fact, in Tuareg culture, it's the men that wear the veil. The Amazigh are tribal, with each tribe going under the name of a shared ancestor, whose Ait, or people, they claim to be. Amazigh society is quite democratic, with all families and tribes being apparently equal and governing themselves, controlled by codes of honour and a council of elders called the Jama'ah. These councils supervise the political, social and economic issues of the tribe while also dealing with crime and punishment. The Tuareg, however, were historically more hierarchical, ruling over subjects. They have a monarch known as an Amanokal. The Amazigh languages are a branch of the Afro-Asiatic language family, which includes the likes of Arabic, Hebrew, Ancient Egyptian and Somali. They use the ancient Tifinagh Amazigh script, which can be found on rock inscriptions throughout North Africa. The Moroccan and Algerian governments tried to suppress Tifinagh until recently. In Libya, Gaddafi outright banned it, but in the last few decades, it has seen a tremendous revival, with more books each year being published in this ancient writing system. The Tifinagh script is now used to teach Tamazight in Moroccan schools. If you pass through cities like Marrakesh or Taroudannt or Agadir today, you will be able to spot shop signs in Tifinagh. The Amazigh language sounds incredible too, almost like a recording being played backwards. Here's a brief sample. While the Amazigh language and literature may look baffling to outsiders, we can understand their beautiful arts and crafts that can be observed in any North African souk or market. The famous Amazigh carpets are made up of deceivingly simple lines and shapes, but they hold complex ideas within them. Like my videos, he said, while patting himself on the back. Almost every tribe has its own carpet pattern that can reveal the history of a tribe or family. The Amazigh even have their own calendar, which is fairly intriguing. It's based on the earliest mention of the Amazigh people in historical records, the founding by the Amazigh pharaoh Sheshonq I of the 22nd Egyptian dynasty in 958 BC. So the present Amazigh year is 2969. Today there are between 15 and 50 million Amazigh in the world. Yeah, it's It's hard to get an official number because the census data just isn't there. About 3 million Amazigh immigrants also live in Europe, mostly in France and Belgium, and the Amazigh are largely Muslim. However, until the 1960s, there was a considerable Jewish Amazigh minority in Morocco, but emigration to Israel and France have shrunk that number down to just a few hundred. The Amazigh are a living, breathing, dynamic culture that has transformed and will continue to transform based on external and internal pressures. They have constantly lived in multiple worlds, multilingual, multicultural, and crucial to the cultures of North Africa. They have been in a state of resistance or compromise with one power or another for thousands of years. Living with the Egyptian pharaohs, the Roman emperors, and the Arab caliphs, the Amazigh have outlasted them all. Their will to survive and coexist is inexhaustible. They are an enduring people, and their language and culture seem set to thrive.
All right, that video was a little longer than what we'd usually have, but we can't complain. Oftentimes we get 4-minute videos and whatnot. For those of you who don't know, when you submit, try to submit something between 8 and 10 minutes, right? 8 and 10 minutes, but let's not complain about the one video this week that's a little longer, right? So this video is pushing the idea that these folks are indigenous to that area. But by the way, like the video, share it with your people on social media. Let's get more folks talking about this stuff. But I remember in Clyde Winter's book, the title of which I can't think of right now, he was talking about how there was an indigenous African people in those regions. And these people, as Brother Bakari in the chat said, these people are invaders. But they want to make it seem like these people are the original people from there. Only, what say you to all of this? When you see that video about these folks, should they be included in Pan-Africanism?
Yeah, hell no. I mean, as soon as I saw their complexion, I was already like, yeah, what do we like? Why is this thing going on? I mean, I might have, thought the video was long, but I thought it was long because the dude was boring and like such a loser,
Yeah.
St. Augustine, they used to study arithmetic because they're nerds. And you're like, dude, what do you think? It was weird.
But only, do you remember in the Clyde Winters book?
Yeah, before the Ma'a Federation. Yeah, Ma'a Federation.
Right. The Ma'a Federation book. Then he says, didn't he show that these people who were there?
Yeah, it wasn't a desert at that time. Yeah, it was a mega lake, Chad. Yeah,
right.
So Chad used to be a mega lake, and it was it was all African people. I think Chancellor Williams talks about how once upon a time. Chancellor Williams also talks about once upon a time, we had the entire continent, and then as we moved, as the desertification happened, we moved from the coast, and then these other people came in. So everybody knows that they are foreigners. Like, they look like foreigners. Everybody knows they're foreigners. So, this white boy trying to, tell us that like they were here for a long time. Yeah, they were there for a long time, but they were foreigners. You know what I mean? Like, because who the fuck lives in a desert? Like, what? What? So as soon as you knew, as soon as you knew all that stuff, you were just like, yeah, forget it. No, I would never, like, no, the Pan-African Project, it's not supposed to include those weirdos. What, I can't remember, like, I feel like I should have been writing down stuff. I didn't expect the video to go, like, the guy is just talking. But yeah, as far as the question is concerned, no. I would not include basically offshoot, Aryans, offshoot Arabs into the Pan-African Project. But we have to get to a point where we're strong enough to say one thing or the other. Because what I personally think we should do with the desert is, find our ancient civilization. That's what I think. But I mean, on the other hand, like, who in the world is going to live in a desert? Because I know my black ass wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? I'll just say I don't know who the fuck want to live in the desert. You can't grow nothing. You can't whatever. But But I mean, obviously, if somebody wants to, we should have it open for our own people. Obviously.
I appreciate that, Oni. Let's go to Jay. Jay, what say you about all of this? Is Jay still with us?
Okay. I was muted, and this was mishmash. I don't know if mishmash is the right expression, but it sounded like a lot of bullshit. Sometimes he stumbled over his own bullshit, like when he spoke of the French invasion and French teaching them French. And the non-French less. I was like, huh, what? It's I don't know, man. It's bullshit, man. And for blacks were missing. Okay, he mentioned Egypt, but the animation or the puppets that he showed were kind of like khaki color.
I noticed that.
It's the same old. What I think of North Africans, they appease whites. They super appease whites, so they will defend the white depiction of Egypt. But us black folks missing in this whole story, like for 12,000 years, and you did not mention or show one black face.
Yeah.
It's bullshit. You're sucking it out of your thumb.
Yeah,
Mike.
I agree with you, Jay. I looked at that animation and all that stuff, and you didn't mention not one black person. Fuck out of here. Tanzan in the chat said it's a no for me, dog. So Tanzan, expand on that thought a little bit first, please.
Yes, wise words from our American judge. So I can't add too much. That was very skewed. It was historically inadequate. It had so many holes in it. It was very propagandistic and just shoddy piece of, historical revisionism. So, they didn't say anything about the interaction with, the Almoravids and the Babas and what happened with the old Ghana kingdom and the Songhai and so on. They didn't expand on their role in the trans-Saharan slave trade. So there was just too much Arab washing there for, to take it too seriously. So it's a no for me.
I feel you on that. It's a no for me too. Let me actually welcome in Real Black Gentleman this week. Real Black Gentleman, how are you this week?
I'm good. I'm straight.
Good. You saw the video, right? What are your thoughts on these people, the Amazigh, in terms of Pan-Africanism?
Okay, yeah. I mean, naturally, black people are black people, and the Sahara Desert makes a natural barrier in a lot of ways between like the Arab world and the African world. Like when I see Africa, I include all of Africa. You know what I'm saying? Like those people are on African land, and therefore they're on black people land. But at the same time, when I see Arab domination, I gotta see them as point man in the region. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have allies in the region. I'm not saying that they're on the team. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? But like, they're there, and I'm not gonna like shit on them because you know what I'm saying? Because they're not, you know what I'm saying, fully. But I'm not gonna at the same time fully put them in the camp. There's no reason for that. But at the same time, you know what I'm saying, anything, because I mean, a lot of these countries do treat black people, you know what I'm saying, within them, you know, just as bad, worse. You know what I'm saying? It's important, you know what I'm saying, like not to alienate peoples necessarily. That's foolish. There's no reason to like spend energy doing that. I will say that. They're not on the team. But like I say, they're point man in the region. If indeed, you know what I'm saying, they got blood that really comes down to, you know what I'm saying, being African, then true. But I mean, you know, that's a whole different like conversation. You got to look at a lot of the Islam that black people like. Look at the Fulani. The Fulani come from like West Africa, right? Like by Mauritania. They done migrated all throughout like North Central, like in the middle, like Nigeria and Cameroon. They'll be in Ethiopia in like a couple hundred years if they keep moving like the way that they do. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's Islam really becomes an issue as far as you know, you know, a lot of things. And speaking of North Africa, right? You have Morocco, right? And you also have, you know what I'm saying, the Sahrawi, you know, Democratic Arab Republic, right? Now, you know what I'm saying, the southern part of Morocco that them peoples is trying to like claim, right? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But like in and of itself, like the whole Arab part becomes like another question. So Africa is just going to let an Arab Republic just seat itself in West Africa, right? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yeah, go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? These are also questions. You know what I'm saying? You gotta look at to the south of that, like more, you know, Mauritania. Like man, that's a rotten country. Mauritania is a rotten country. And just to the south of that, you know what I'm saying, you got Senegal. You got, you know what I'm saying, it starts to get real black. It starts, you gotta, black people really have to, if we're talking about Africanness that does not come from Mecca, Jerusalem, or the fucking Vatican, you know what I'm saying? You gotta look at where the people are and how they live in. I'm not a fan of Islam. I'm not gonna sit here and start to play the hyper alienation, like who's really black? Who's really black? It's to me, there's a gradient. And I mean, even within one's own ethnicity, you know, one's own, you know, you can do wrong by your own people. And that's when, you know, ethnicities start to break down. We don't want that to happen. So like, you know what I'm saying? I see some of the people like, they're not African. I know they're not like me, but like I said, I'm not going to just like go and throw another dagger at them for no reason. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, real black gentleman. I want to invoke the wise words of Snoop Dogg, who said, "Fuck them hoes." I'm good on them Arab folks up there, but we can't worry about them yet. We have a bigger mission to be concerned with. So no, they can't be a part of the Pan-African thing. In fact, one of the things we're going to have to do once we achieve Pan-Africanism, we have to deal with that problem up there next in the north. Bakari just joined us. Brother Bakari, how are you this week?
I'm great, man. How are y'all?
I'm good. Good episode earlier. You guys should check out Brother Bakari. He played this Malema speech and then did some commentary on it. So you guys checked it out. Good stuff earlier, Bakari.
Thank you very much.
No problem. So Bakari, these guys here, what say you about these folks here?
Well, I'm nothing like when it comes to this point. I'm nothing like what you call them, the new black gentleman. I say shit on them Arabs. To hell with them, because they shitting on black folk. If I could throw a dagger through their heart, I would. They ain't no different than the white. I don't know why we get them up, because it's some white folks that's been over there in Africa now for a long time. They're born and raised. So we gonna get them a pass too? No. They are the same, and they work together to oppress the real Africans, the black Africans. All of Africa belong to black people. I agree when he say, I look at all of Africa, but out of the 54 nations on Africa, I think 48 of them is black run. And there's a problem when you have 48 out of 54 nations that's black run, and you haven't dominated and controlled and killed. I'm sorry, I don't want to say this on your thing, and kicked out all of them nasty Arabs, all them nasty Berbers, and all them nasty white, because they the same. They work hand in hand together. They were the actually first enslavers. I had a friend from Mauritania. I used to go to this shop, to the flea market out here where I live at in the Atlanta area on Metropolitan, right? And we used to talk, me and her. Well, it was a few of them, but it was the one lady who talked the most, but it was always a lot of us talking. And when you hear her talk, they actually hate. The hate that they have for those people over there claiming that they're African. The hate that the black people have. They throwing daggers at them. And she literally showed me some stuff, and she was talking to me, because the Arabs want to be, well, she say they know they're Moors. Not like the Moors with the chicken bucket hats, but they say they know when they said Moors, they were talking about black Africans, right? Her people, right? She said it's amazing how many, and this is what she was telling me, but then there was men up there, other people that co-signed it. They say there's a lot of fights all the time between the black Africans and the Arabs. They said it's one place where the black Africans starting to fight back, and they want to kick the Arabs out. So when I talk to my people from those places and how they feel, I can't feel any different than them. If they throwing daggers at them, I want to throw the dagger through their heart. And now you're the mic.
Bakari, I appreciate that 100%. Forecast, what say you next?
Yeah, I'm definitely joining. No, I'm joking. I ain't joining that group. I would say this though, you know, they are more Pan-African than practicing than we are, you know what I'm saying? Other groups and Matron made a great comment earlier. That's how people put themselves in history and all of this kind of stuff. And you know, and a lot of people like us will, like, not us in particular, but I'm just saying, like, Black people globally will co-sign certain things that allow other people to do that. And not only do they all see us as like, you know, all is one as far as Pan-African, but you know, they are also doing everything they can to maintain control over as much land and resources and stuff as possible. You know what I'm saying? And if that's in Africa, then, you know, they definitely going to be Pan-African when it comes to that, you know. And it just happens to go into European pockets and not African pockets. You know, that's the problem with it, you know. But, you know, that's just how you use spooked out stuff to get people to, you know, close their eyes. And then, you know, you open them and you got a Bible in your hand, you know, and there's no disrespect to it. I'm just saying for the, you know, just the imagery, you know, that's just how it works. You know, they're going to sell you a dream and take your reality, and you will, you know, and a good comment and make you think he, you know, gave you something great for a little bit of that, you know. But I'll pass the mic.
I appreciate that forecast. Yeah, Trigger Happy 262 plus put this up. You know, this topic up, and like I said, it's a two-parter, so we have a second part to look at. The video isn't as long, of course, but he says the point of this question, for the most part, is that we have to get over them being indigenous. There has to be a different argument because of all science says they are here to stay. With that said, let's go to Kevin Carre. Kevin Carre, what say you?
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, these are not my people. But those people are not native. And as Jay said, you know, or someone else earlier, you know, they came later on. But I have a book. This book is kind of out of print and very expensive to get. I have to find it in my library. But it's about the glyph work on the rocks in those regions. How, if you look at it, those were Black people there, and you saw, like, if you look at ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic, it's the same people. But as you know, as the Sahara at one point was not desert, it was lush land, but it went through something called the desiccation of it, where everything dried up and people had to move. There's no way in hell I'm going to be living in the desert. Those are not our people. What the hell is this? Oh, sorry. There is no way in hell I'm living in a desert. Those are not our people. And they talk about the Moors. Look at all over Europe. You don't see no goddamn Berber or Arab. You see Black people, you know. So as I said, it's all this is just another propaganda piece. But as I said, I'm race first. Screw these people. I'm gonna pass the mic.
I appreciate that. There's a lot of comments in the chat. I'm trying to put them all up on the screen. I won't be able to read all of them, but the matron puts up the fire emoji. I think that's after Bakari had spoken. You guys could check out the comments in the chat. Let's go to Mr. Untouchable. What say you to all of this?
Yes, sir. Trigger Happy, you know, it would be good sometimes if when people pose questions that they could come on the panel and maybe express their position or stand to whatever position to the questions that they pose for the dialogue and the chat for the group. For us, I think that the brothers have already decided, man, and I don't want to go against the fray, but I would only say to the brothers to consider when we talk about Pan-Africanism, are we talking about Pan-Africanism as it pertains to Bantus? You know, do we want Bantu Pan-Africanism or Pan-Africanism that extends to all Africans, including other groups of people outside of just Bantus, like broad noses and peasy head like me and you? Yeah, I mean, so I would just like to question that would we consider to this notion of Pan-Africanism to be? You know, it's just Bantu Pan-Africanism or Pan-Africanism that extends towards all Africa itself. That's the first question. The second thing is that I would agree. I would agree that the Berbers have a horrible track record in dealing with us, and I think that it had, for me, from what I could see, it has mainly to do with the religions that they practice, in particular Islam. But I tend to see, I want to look at it from the level and on an objective level, because when Gaddafi was in power in Libya, blacks, Bantus was in Libya benefiting from the policies of Gaddafi. But when Gaddafi was overthrown, then you have slave markets by other groups of Berbers who exist in Libya. You know what I mean? So for me to just put a whole blanket over a whole group of people whom I may not necessarily have, I don't have the best or sophisticated idea of, I don't want to do that. For me personally, I don't want to do that because they practice Afro-Asiatic culture. What's that? Yes, it's the Asiatic culture with what the Arabs do, and how they have a very racist and skewed view or reality towards Bantu Africans or Black Africans like me and you and everyone else, Sub-Saharan Africans. But they also have African culture as well. So if they have African culture, that means they have culture that is us. That is us. So within that ranks, that grouping of people, you can have people who hate Black people, people who look like me and you, who hate our guts. But within that group of people, you also have people who are willing to work alongside with us to overthrowing the powers that be. They'll put the gun into your hand. For instance, in Algeria, there was a Caribbean writer. His name was, he wrote White Face Black Mask. Coco, what's his name? White Face
Fanon.
Frantz Fanon.
Yeah.
Frantz Fanon worked inside of Algeria with the Algerians for on a basis of revolution and overthrowing the French from out of Algeria. So he may have a different experience in dealing with the so-called Amazigh people and the Berber people. He may have a different.
He also was a CIA. What do they call
I didn't
it?
know that. I didn't know that.
He was a CIA.
We'll get into that.
Yeah,
we'll get into that. Yeah, I didn't know that, but I didn't know that one. That's news to me. But I would like to know specifically what is the idea and ideology without the interference of colonialism, without the interference of religion, Islam, how they feel towards the rest of the African people who live on the continent with them. Without that interference, what are their relationships towards the rest of the African continent? Before I would make a wholesale judgment on these people, I would stop there.
Give yourselves a hand. I mean, the chat is live. You guys are commenting. The panel is doing well. So, thumbs up to all you guys. Trigger Happy 262 in the chat says, yeah, my position, to try to be clear as possible, is we should focus on Black Africa. Concede the argument that they are indigenous, and that even if they aren't, you're not getting rid of 3 million or 300 million people. I kind of feel you on that. At least we ain't doing that now for sure. Urzuliism said Mr. Untouchable was simping for them. Wow. Tanzan says, so he was protecting blacks from his own people. Yeah, so there's more comments to be checking out inside the chat. Trigger Happy mentions Fanon with his white wife, etc. Urzuliism says Mr. Untouchable is on crack tonight. So Urzuliism.
Don't worry, ready? Come on, I can get it. Don't worry.
So Urzuliism, you need to come up here at some point. Yes, Karen.
Not to mention, this show is getting, from last week I saw, there was a lot of followers. Guys, let's get those likes up, man. Let's get more followers. This show's getting big, but I'm gonna pass here.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, we got a lot of likes last week, and hopefully we'll get something nice this week as well. But yeah, make sure to share it with your people. I see in the poll so far, 96% of you are familiar with all the shows. So good. Make sure you guys are checking out and subscribe to all the other shows on KWAZ Radio. You know what? Let's go right into, I think I got everyone on that, right? I got
I just
everyone's.
wanted to add real quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
But you know, the 25th dynasty of ancient Egypt comes back and says, "Let's get these invaders, these outsiders out." So if this dude was saying that they were there at the 22nd and 23rd, then even our ancestors knew these weren't our people. I'm
Right.
just like, that's just evidence. All right.
I appreciate that.
Real quick, a couple of months ago, I saw a video, I think it was Algeria, where, and this is a problem too, where a lot of the Senegalese were stuck in the airports and they were protesting, and then those Arabs came and them Berbers came and started beating the hell out of them. You know, this is nothing new. Nothing new. This is why I don't feel bad for these goddamn people.
So this prompt should be topic number 2 tonight. Had 2 parts. This is the second part coming up. The second part, you see the video time. It says, "Do you agree with this section of the video? Should we do away with quote unquote black as a term, despite violence against black people in North Africa? And does the indigenous status of North Africans, if you believe that they be the case, qualify them as part of a Pan-Africanist project purely on the basis that they are indigenous?" So let's check out this video. And on the other side, this is a shorter video, as you can see from the timestamp. On the other side, we'll discuss it.
Yeah, and I think another thing I wanted to mention too was just the whole notion of black nationalism, primarily the term black, you know, and kind of putting the emphasis on that and some of the
Sadiq.
Yeah.
Say it loud. Say it loud.
Yeah.
Say it loud.
Wait, you can't hear me?
Say it loud.
Say it loud. What? Say what? Loud?
I'm black and I'm proud.
Whole time I'm like, wait, she can't hear me? What's going on?
I heard you just fine. You didn't hear me. I said I'm black and I'm
black
proud.
and I'm proud. Yeah. I'm black and I'm proud. Yeah, because like I think even when you look at these racial terms, like quote unquote white or black, like I think even when you talk about historically where it stemmed from racializing people as a means to subjugate them. And, you know, even the term white, Eastern Europeans weren't looked at as white, or people who at first I think was just non-Anglo-Saxon people. And obviously it extended to include other people who encompass Europe. But initially it was, okay, if you're not Anglo-Saxon or if you're not Western European, you're not considered quote unquote white. You've seen how that term has changed and manifested over time to where currently now it's like anyone that descends from Europe, particularly, you know, is considered white. And then even still, like, you know, you have Ireland who's still fighting, the Northern Ireland is still fighting for liberation. And they were for a long time. And it's even debatable now if they are considered quote unquote white, right? So
6 counties are still fighting for that land. Again, it all goes back to land.
It all goes back to land, exactly. So even with the term black, we see how flimsy and how like race science comes into it, because when we talk about black, it's like, all right, are we playing this by blood quantum? Like, okay, are we adhering to one drop rule, which was created by the enemy who told you that, like, oh, okay, one drop, because like, you know, and in terms of race, depending on where you're at, some people don't adhere to the one drop rule. So that's why land has to be primary in our analysis and understanding, because even when you look at like, you know, Pan-Africanism or African nationalism, the ones who are Nkrumah Sereyas or, you know, or adhere to an ideology under that umbrella is, we understand the continental unity. And by looking strictly at the term black, quote unquote, that wouldn't consider North Africans black based off phenotype, right? Because a lot of people like to do that. Oh, they're not black because of the phenotype. I mean, if you want to be realistic, there's some East Africans who have a different phenotype than West Africans. So if you're just going off of West African or Bantu phenotype, this whole thing is erroneous. It's very flimsy. It's, you know, it doesn't have a stern idea. It's ideological confusion at that point, because it's like, all right, then who's black? You know, or who's considered black, whatever. So I think we probably have to have a redefinition of that, or completely just do away with the term black in itself. That's why even within the AAPRP, we have a scientific understanding that we all Africans. We don't call each other just like, you know, because I'm pretty sure there's people who have North African ancestry in our organization, and some of them aren't all quote unquote black. You know, just wanted to talk about that and maybe some of your thoughts and some other pitfalls you may see with the term itself.
Yes, indeed. So that really ties in nicely with some of the things that came up in part one of this prompt in terms of, are we talking about Bantus or black or what have you? So, Brother Bakari, what did you hear there? What do you think in terms of this quote unquote black as a term?
Man, we can call ourselves the now laters. People don't like you, they don't like you. We trying to run away. Can y'all hear me? Because
Yes,
I'm
sir.
having technical difficulties. Okay. We trying to run away thinking if you call yourself something else, it's gonna you'll be okay. Look, and then I'm gonna tell you, man, and we give white people and everybody else all the credit in the world, right? I hear people say black, that's a term from here in this country. Look, you can go back to the 3rd century and you will see Asians, everybody was called white except black Africans. Guess what they were called? Black. This is not a new term. I understand everything that we've been through in this country. And when people say some people wouldn't consider white, that is not true either. Because the whole world, the whole known world, was considered white except black Africans. Going back to, like I said, to the 3rd century. We can't run away from who we are. What we gonna think of a name that we will call ourselves and then look and see how it would just, okay, well, maybe we shouldn't call ourselves the now laters. They're oppressing the now laters. What the hell? It don't make a difference what we call ourselves. We got to understand people just don't like us. As far as I'm concerned, I think that's people running and is afraid to stand up for themselves. I'll get the mic.
I appreciate that a lot, Bakari. I appreciate that a whole bunch. Jay, I saw you in the chat making some comments. What say you to this?
Yes.
Unmute your mic. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, I heard that fear. I heard one of the many flavors of fear in the voice of the brother, and yeah, like I said in the chat, too often for some strange reason we speak the language of the as we look to ourselves through blue eyes. Our tongue is also pink too often. So where whites call everybody that's not white black, or colored, we in our fear want to do it also, and call in other groups, and that's it happens in every level, and lately it happens with rainbow people. But we have always done it, here in this country. Turks and Moroccans, North Africans, are very large, and you see our people sort of, simping. I don't know if simping is the term, but you see our people. How is it called when females act a little open to men? You see our people also act like that towards them, because they are larger groups, right? So like seductive, or sort of trying to, I'm looking for terms, but I hope you understand. So we smile, we show them our teeth, and that sort of knowing that, it's been years that I've heard a white dude openly call us monkeys, while they are no shame to the game, right? While they are very hairy, but I'll pass the mic.
Yes, sir. Real Black Gentleman, what say you next? Real Black Gentleman, are you there? Unmute your mic if you are.
Yeah, I'm here. My bad.
Yeah, go ahead.
Should we do what? I mean, I don't think that we should do away with black. I just think that it's a nuanced term. I mean, the thing about, words, that they can have a lot of meanings in different contexts. And I mean, having a nuanced language is always a good thing. Having not saying black, I mean, it's short. It asserts a status that is bold. I don't want to say. I mean, no. I mean, that's really all I have to say. I mean, I definitely am not one to like say that, you know. No, that just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm good.
All right, thank you for that, real black gentleman. Tanzania.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot the angle of the question. Shall we do away with the word black? You know, language is a reality construct. Language is a reality construct. So we speak other people's language, but language in our minds, it's something else, right? So when we use the word black, we should embrace it. It's ours, you know. That's us. You know, nobody else is black. We are black. So if we do away, sometimes I play with it. You know, we don't want to be anything. You know, in a couple of years we will be doing with the word black what we have done with the word nigger, right? With the N word. So we push it away, and we take on the meaning that Europeans gave it. Oh, black is bad. It's negative. It's this. It's that. It's whatever. And in a couple of years, we fight with each other for using the word black, right? But it's sometimes I play with it. I say God can have no name. No name will ever cover what God is. And that's us, you know. Nothing will ever cover what it is. But we need to address us. What exactly is us? Well, black is us. And I'll pass the mic.
All right, thank you for that. Let's hear from Tanzania now. Tan, what say you?
I don't think that we should do away with the word. In fact, we should use it even more, because it's not just our racial identity, but it's a form of unifying people and coming to terms with it. There's a lot of people who still don't feel that as an identity, and they try to fight it any way that they can. That's in Africa, in elsewhere. So for us to come to that identity, it took a lot for us to fight to get there. And also, the term African, we should also define it, not just somebody who lives on the continent, because that will include then the children of the South African people who are stealing the land. They call themselves Afrikaners and whatever. So we have to have a clear distinction that black and African are synonymous, that you're a black, therefore you're African, therefore you're black. So that eliminates the people on the continent who came and stayed there as invaders. So they're not black, obviously. So they may be on the continent, but they're not black. And then that includes the people outside of the continent who are still black, but they're not on the continent. So the diaspora. So they're still African and they're still black. And that's how I see it.
I appreciate that, Tan. Oh, by the way, something I I struggle with. This is outside of the current topic. I try to put the chapters up. Sometimes it takes me a week or two. Someone has feedback coming through here. Sometimes it takes me a week or two to get to it. So if you listen to the playback, when the Shoot the Breeze topics come up, if you could just post the timestamps, that will help me a bunch. For those of you, especially those of you listen to the playback, all right? In the chat, though, Bobby Riley said, "We're changing our racial identity, stop the Mzungus from discriminating against us or killing us." In the chat, Bakari said to Bobby Wright, "No, it will not. We can call ourselves brown woolites or orange dominions, and everything will still be the same." The forecast says he votes for woolites. So, forecast, what say you to this current prompt right now? Should we do away with the term "quote unquote" black?
Well, I asked you, like some of the brothers that came on yesterday were asked, what is black? You know what I'm saying? No, absolutely. I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? But we call ourselves whatever we want, like we already said. And look, race is, they say, race is a construct. I don't agree with that, because as a species, humans is a species, not a human race, So, but if it's a construct, once a construct has been thought of and then somebody acts out on that construct, it is now reality. You know what I'm saying? And in reality, your status is defined by what you do. You know what I'm saying? Your actions define your status, not somebody else, not words, not definitions, or any of that kind of stuff. If you know what I mean, you know, your status can only be defined by one thing, you know. But at the same time, you know, like even this concept of whiteness, you know what I'm saying? This is one thing that I would say that they have been able to manage to do, and we have not on a larger scale. Like they use the concept of whiteness to put aside their Irish, German, you know, Anglo-Saxon, dramatic. You know what? I couldn't tell you who's dramatic, who's a shyster, who's a, you know, I couldn't tell you individual Jones. Y'all would tell me, but they put aside all of that for whiteness, for domination and control. Now they still have their, you know, I'm Russian, I'm Ukraine, I'm this, I'm that. But they would stop. They would be like, yo, ceasefire. There's a Negro over there. You know what I'm saying? Let's team up to get him. Okay, we got him. Now let's get back to this war, dropping bombs on each other. You know, but even if we have our whatever differences, you know, because it's like ethnicities and like, you know, nationalities and all of this stuff that go with it. But like, yo, at the end of the day, it's not like we the ones that created this stuff in the first place. I don't even think that we would, you know, as spooked out that we are. But like, yo, once people start acting on it, and then for like once it start getting to like 5 years, you know, it's a problem. But then when you get to like 600 years, I mean, like, what are we talking about? You know, why aren't we like doing something? You know, I'll pass the mic.
I appreciate that, Mr. Untouchable. What say you to this?
For me, I consider myself to be an Afro-Bahamian. I don't really like to use the term black because the term, depending on where you are in the world, the meaning of the term changes. It changes terribly. What is black in America is not black. What is black in South America or Brazil? What is black in Brazil is not what's black in Cuba. These terms and ideas change. You know what I mean? So what we looking at, what when I hear the term black, I may be thinking about a Bantu, broad-nosed African like my grandmother with peasy hair or whatever. And a Cuban may be thinking about something completely different. But I mean, I feel like we more or less could agree with the term African, you know, because no white person want to identify with that word. Rachel Dolezal consider herself black. You know what I mean? A person was telling me the other day, Bob Marley is not black because he had a white mother, a white dad. You know what I mean? So depending on who you talking to and where you are in the world, the term is it changes so much. You know what I mean? And it creates confusion. And for me, I like to bring clarity to the matter. And the clarity for me is I'm African. That's an indisputable thing. You know, we don't have to dispute that. We don't have to dispute that at all. You know, so I understand we like to fall off on these ideas of labeling and all that good stuff, but I fall off on the term African. African is good enough for me. If the product ain't bad, why change it? You know what I mean? And I don't think the product is bad. Elon Musk is not an African. Elon Musk, by his ethnicity, he is a European man. He was born in Africa, but that doesn't make him an African. You know what I mean? That doesn't make him. I was born in the Bahamas. You know, a black person was born in America. That don't make him a European. You know what I mean? He's an African. You know, at his root, at his core. You know, he was, but his nationality is different from his ethnicity. These are two distinctively different terms in my eyes. You know, but I say for me the label should remain African. So I could assign myself with a continent, a place, a landmass, and a group, and many various people out from that landmass. As John Henry Clark says, black only recognizes the color. You know what I mean? And depending on who you're talking to, that distinction changes dramatically all over the world. So I feel like for me, I would just go with the term African and leave it there. I'm good with that.
I appreciate that, Mr. Untouchable. In the chat, Arthur is here. He says, I use black African to be inclusive of people who call themselves black and to exclude non-Africans who call themselves African. Trigger Happy 262 makes the point that I was going to make to that. He says to everyone who says black African, some would argue that we shouldn't use black African because it implies that there is a quote-unquote white African. right? John Henry Clark said that. What do you say to that? Town agree with Arthur Reserve. Trigger Happy 262 says also this type of subject gets complicated because it's like we have to be honest. Africa was not a term all our ancestors even used. So in a sense, it's still a sort of racial grouping. I'm going to go to Bobby Wright's comment. He says, Dr. John Henry Clark said, black tells you how you look. African tells you who you are, right? I like that. Officer says, I will continue to use both, regardless of what y'all saying. Yes, it's redundant. Okay. Some will change their minds, some won't, right? Kevin Carre, what say you to this?
I'm melanoid, black. I am black and I'm proud. As I said, man, I'm never gonna change that word. I don't care what anyone says or have to say. But I must add, the other day, I'm coming home from where the hell was I? I was in Harlem the other day. Coming home, trains full of white folks, and this black. He got on at Grand Central, and we were talking. He saw my camera. He was talking. So he's talking. I'm like, my subject that I photograph a lot is black people. He started getting scared, like worried, around all these white people. I'm like, listen, this is who I am. This is what I do. He's like, well, we should include other. I'm like, no. We should include only our people. But as I said before, I go black first.
I appreciate that. Only you got the last word on this one.
Yeah, I didn't really catch what the guy's argument was. But yeah, I mean, I don't have any trouble with black, or African. I don't have any trouble with, because like Brother Bakari was saying, it don't really matter what you call yourself. It matters, are you working with your own people? And actually, I happened to walk into this white boy today. It was random. Because like I said, I was coming back from Harlem. Shit. No. This was in Brooklyn though. But yeah, like this white boy, I'm just trying to tell him to go to, he has people back in Europe. So I said, go, go look at your people, go look for your people in Europe. And this dude was just like, I want to go to a black country kind of, I'm like, whoa, like at the end of the day, you have to, like, you gotta know basic geography. You have to know world history, and world history and geography will tell you like who you are and what you are, and that's it. And what you look like, I Mr. Untouchable, always Mr. Untouchable, right? Not joking. Mr. Untouchable is, saying, hey, look, it can mean something different in other countries. That's true. And in some countries, you're gonna walk up to somebody and they're like, hey, I'm black. And, you looking at this white boy, like, in fact, it happens in America sometimes. I don't know if you guys remember this dude, head of the Black Agenda Report. I think his name was Glenn Ford or something. I tell you, man, I was sitting down there. I actually was back in Harlem too.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sitting down next to this brother, and we looking at Glenn Ford talking to us. And then Glenn Ford, yeah, and then, the brother comes on, leans over to me like, yo, is that guy black? And I'm like, I had no idea. You know what I'm saying? But, like that's a thing where people just say black and it don't mean nothing. The same thing with people saying African and it don't mean nothing. But at the end of the day, we know what black looks like. We know what the anomalies look like, but we know what it looks like, what African looks like. And that's really what it comes back to. Black is just a shorthand for that. I mean, there's going to be exceptions. There's going to be, all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter what you call yourself. It really matters who you work with and how you're working. That's it.
That's a white boy calling on you right now. Thanks for all of those comments. If you guys appreciated that conversation, drop an emoji showing your appreciation in the chat. I think I got everyone for that one. I'm going to go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 tonight. Imagine we're at 10 o'clock and we're just on Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. Good discussion, good topic. Trigger Happy 262 in the future. Try to join the panel. Try to join the panel so that we can hear your thoughts as well. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 is, why can't she talk and has no respect for black man? Is she speaking an ugly truth that black men are not willing to take accountability. Anytime I see something kind of poorly written, I know who I know who posted this. Erzuli, this is yours. So let's listen to the video and then we'll have a discussion on it after.
It is not a competition. It should be a collaboration. But once again, some of us in the conversation are so filled with hatred for the opposite gender that we can never get around to talking about solutions. And in speaking of clips, Sister Tammy, there is one clip you might want to ask Sister Cynthia about, because it was sent to me by about 30 people several months ago, maybe even weeks, where she suggested that women, black women, should abort their black male fetuses, because after birth they would not contribute to anything worthwhile in the black community. Could you ask her to clarify her comment? What? As a black person in America. If we're going to have this conversation, let us be honest. Let's not
You're the only one not being honest, Umar. You're not being honest.
Find the clip.
All I ask. G, white supremacy. Does it exist in your world? And has it affected black men?
Absolutely, it exists, and black men have worked in tandem with white supremacy since they've come in contact with it. And this is why I say, in the black community, we have very disingenuous, very dishonest discussions, especially when it's regarding black men, because we do have a black male worshiping culture. So what we do within that culture, and Umar Johnson is showing it today, is absolve black men from any accountability for what they've done. Number one, we wouldn't be in a system of white supremacy had it not been for black men. So if you want to go all the way back to history, then let's go back to history when black men were selling their own people into white supremacy. Let's go back into history when 16 years off the plantation, black men were worried about a war being waged on them. They were worried about getting access to white women. That's what you were worried about. And it's interesting. There's a reason why I feel like Umar focused mostly on me and Hope's attitudes, and it's because he can't accurately answer the question. He mentioned names, not accomplishments. And the reason being is because
I think you mentioned those names specifically because the accomplishments of those people don't have to be explained.
Right, but those accomplishments are also accomplishments that I've heard Umar Johnson speak negatively about, specifically the civil rights movement and how damaging it was to black people. But now he wants to sit here and say the very people who accomplished that were accomplishing something beneficial when, in his own opinion, that wasn't beneficial and did more harm to the community than good. So I think that because we're having such a dishonest discussion where black men don't want to take accountability for what they've done, they want to be the victims of society, but then they want submission from the women. The bottom line is I'm not willing to deflect from the fact that, number one, black men are the greatest non-white contributors to white supremacy. Let's just be real. White supremacy couldn't even exist without black men's compliance. They're always uplifting whiteness, biracial children, and trying to assimilate. And that's why I went back to the notion of the only time black men truly feel like there's a war against them is when they feel like they're being punished for something white men do. At the end of the day, y'all dropped the ball. You're blaming white supremacy on your failures. We already know there's oppression, but black women are double oppressed. We have more barriers to face. You have male privilege in a patriarchal system and you can't even get it right.
Well, Dr. Umar, I think we all know your stance on interracial marriages.
Absolutely.
So please acknowledge what the rest of what Cynthia G has said.
Absolutely. I'm not sure where Sister Cynthia took history class, but if you know anything about the transatlantic slave trade was a European enterprise.
I'm talking about the sub-Saharan. I'm talking about the sub-Saharan slave trade. You should go look into it.
Excuse me.
You address me.
May I finish?
Go look into the sub-Saharan slave trade where black men are trading their women and children for alcohol and tobacco.
May I finish?
Go ahead, Dr. Umar.
The transatlantic slave trade was a European enterprise. It was not an African enterprise, although there were some chiefs who participated in it. By no means did they control the direction and extension of the transatlantic slave trade. So that's number one. Number two, black men resisted enslavement, not only on the shores of Africa, but right here in America. We celebrate Nat Turner, Denmark Vesey, Gabriel Prosser. There's literally hundreds of documented attempts by African men to liberate not only themselves, but their women and their children. So to act like we just sat there and we're complicit in our own oppression is absolutely ridiculous. The other point I want to clarify for your information, Cynthia G, you've never, ever heard me condemn the civil rights movement. The good Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is a hero of mine. And despite me being a Pan-African nationalist, I take issue with other black nationalists who do want to dismiss Dr. King's accomplishment. The civil rights movement was necessary because it removed a psychological scar that suggested of racial inferiority. So you've never heard me deride the civil rights movement. I support it, although I took certain issues with it. The bottom line is, when black women, black girls, black boys listen to this conversation we're having today, they're going to be confused because they hear two brothers speaking of a greater context of the problems that affect black men, and you hear two intelligent, beautiful black women who want to keep scapegoating black men while ignoring the historical and contemporary systemic challenges that are constantly placed in our way. I'm going to say this and be quiet, Sister Tammy. I got to give you this. There was a recent piece of research, Tammy, that came out. And the research said a black man with a master's degree, they did a study. They had white males who had come out of prison apply for jobs. They had black men with master's degrees, Sister Tammy, apply for the jobs. And guess what? The white males with prison history and no education were called back more than 75% of the time than black men with no prison history and a master's degree.
I'm aware of that. I am aware of that survey.
Women want to do to liberate themselves or the community. They can't do it without the men. It is not a competition. It should be a collaboration. But once again, some of us in the conversation are so filled with hatred for the opposite gender that we can never get around to talking about solutions. And in speaking of clips, Sister Tammy, there is one clip you might want to ask Sister Cynthia about, because it was sent to me by about 30 people several months ago, maybe even weeks, where she suggested that women, black women, should abort their black male fetuses because after birth, they would not contribute to anything worthwhile in the black community. Could you ask her to clarify her comments?
I would love to. I would love to too, but we don't have time. Well, if anyone really wants to know about why selective breeding will be the best thing for our community, then they can come to my channel where I explain that, as I also talk about the dynamic between black men and black women, and black women's need to have standards, expectations, and boundaries when dealing especially with black men, but any man in general, and open up your options too. Put you first. Stop thinking about black men. Okay. I'm gonna be thinking about my black man, Cynthia, because homie is all of that and then some. So I'm thinking right now.
All right. Now, I want to point out this figure up here in the top left, that's a man, by the way. Right? And apparently Umar didn't know. I heard this on Brother Bakari's show the other night. Umar didn't know that was a man. And I think he paid some compliment to the Transformer there. And then people was kind of on him about it. He had to make a remark about it later. So that tells you how dangerous that whole thing is too. But the problem says, why can't she talk and has no respect for black men? Is she speaking an ugly truth that black men are not willing to take accountability? Now, there were several comments already dropped. By the way, Daily Affirmations by Pauline says, good evening. The other person's a dude, Doc, says Mr. Untouchable. Marcus Garvey is away in the chat, said, I think both things can be true. So I'll be curious to hear her thoughts on this prompt as well. I know, Zuli, if you're out there, join the panel. The link has been dropped several times already. Let me start with Brother Bakari. You talked about this earlier this week. What say you to this, Brother Bakari?
She have no respect for black men. She sounds extremely bitter. I think she has a problem with black people. Have you ever seen her? I wish it had kept playing. I wanted to show that I was thinking this was going to be the part where she put her hand up around her neck, and you could see the different shades, how she have made up herself almost white. She's telling black women to go be with white men. She's had white men on her panel degrading black men. She the worst thing, the most unforgivable thing, when she said black women should abort black male babies. She's not on our team. Some people you just have to learn to let go. Now, I hear people say we should listen to her point and understand what she's saying. We can agree with some of it. No, once you say abort black male babies, and I look down at my little grandson, that stanky heifer is an enemy. I don't give a damn about her being black or looking black, right? Black skin, but she got a white heart. She got a white mind. She ain't on our team. Because if it was up to her, my grandson wouldn't be here. Regardless, I know people would say, well, she don't believe that. It doesn't make a difference. She get on here and spew it for everybody to hear it. For everybody to hear it. And she says it out loud. And she's proud when she said it. And because she's a woman, some black men don't want to hold her accountable. I have a friend of mine who would tell me, but that ain't her main point. That's the main point for me. When you say abort black male babies, she didn't abort her little stinky baby. I'm just saying, I don't know if it's a boy or girl. She sounds scorned and bitter. You understand? She didn't abort hers. But she want to tell black women, and I'm going to tell you what makes it so dangerous. And people want to ignore it. Because see, once you say that, there's nothing. See, I don't agree too much with my enemies, right? So when you say stuff like that, you have become an enemy. And I'm just being honest, right? Unless the enemy is saying something that's going to be in favor of me. But like my son is a sophomore at the Jackson State University, right? And this is a conversation him, his girlfriend, and a couple of friends at college was having with me last year while he was on campus. He's not on campus right now. He's doing homeschooling. We were having this conversation about this woman talking about divesting. So once again, I say our youth is listening, but I don't think we know it because maybe some of us don't have kids or don't have kids a certain age, right? But they also brought up the point, abort black male babies. Now, nobody believed that. They talked about her, right? But there were, I would say, 2 out of maybe 10 of the black girls who say they had never dated nothing but black boys, black men, who listened to that divestment and listened to her talk negative about black men. So they were thinking about it. We don't understand the dangers of this type of rhetoric, and we allow it to go, and we don't think it should be checked. To hell with her. And I'll yield the mic.
I appreciate that, Bakari. Make sure you guys go check out Bakari's channel and look at some of his recent videos. He talked about this same Fox Soul video, and I'm going to have a follow-up question about the Fox Soul thing in a second.
Oh.
But he talked about this. You guys should go make sure check it out, give it a thumbs up and a listen. Jay, what say you to this? Unmute your mic, brother. All right, Jay might be down for the count. Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
I ain't gonna say too much. I ain't got no respect for her. I mean, what she's doing for, you know what I'm saying, her benefit in that, you know, inevitably is the detriment of black people, especially black men. And she can go to hell. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Brother Bakari said, she can go to hell, man. That's all I got to say. I
agree. In the chat, Arthurs also said he agreed with Bakari. He says, anyone saying about black men gets canceled. Marcus Garvey is the way. I'm curious to know if you are a Cynthia G follower. Let us know if that's the case or not. Tanzan, what say you to this?
I'll try to answer the question. Why can she not talk? Well, I think that it's obvious that she does not really have respect for Black men or any liking. I think if she had her way, Black women would just, have their babies and not deal with men at all. But it still befuddles me that for all her dislike for men, that's her main, meal ticket. That's the only thing that she can talk about is Black men, Black men, Black men, and yet she tells Black women to stay away from them, or, you know. So for me, it's one of those people who are constantly just raising a problem and then just digging into it, but they don't want to dig themselves out of it, because I haven't really consumed much of her content, but from what she seems like, she doesn't expound, marriage, taking care of children, building communities, those kinds of solutions. That would be quite a big step, because once you've identified the problem, it's not productive to just keep harping on it. What can we, and if the men are so, terrible, what can we as women do? So, we can improve things. And I do agree with the matron about we're not animals, but we need a mechanism for people to pick better partners and better standards. She's no friend, but and she taps into the lowest level vibration possible. So for her, she sees the solution. Cynthia G, she sees the problems, but her solution is no solution at all. Her solution is simply to point out the problem and just bash and insult, but she offers nothing concrete. She doesn't give young girls anything to aspire to except the hatred of Black men. On the other hand, the question was whether, about accountability. And, that one, I don't know. I think that, women do have accountability for the people that they choose to have children with, because at the same time that, Black women's abortion rates are high, they're also high amongst the single mothers. So the ones who don't, do it, they end up raising these so-called weak sons, and the ones who end up becoming, menace to society. So so either way, the Black women are not making good choices with, either with marriage, with children, and with life. So that's something that women have to come together and say, why are we not picking, better people? Why are we not picking better, fathers for the children, and so on? And yeah, that's something that Black women have to talk about. And the same thing, I think, with Black men, they also need to talk about why are these, degenerate men running rampant in the community. If it's only 20%, 20 to 80, rule, then how is 20% undermining the rest of the 80? So that's my thought on that.
I appreciate that. I see someone is trying to enter the stage. Let me get through everyone who's up on the panel right now, and then I'll allow I'll have someone drop and come back in later. KW Dawn 7 says Cynthia G hides the fact that she has a daughter by Robert Perkins because it is bad for business. Forecast. What say you to all of this?
I'll say this. Well, I guess Azuli, this was his chance for to get his revenge, Yeah, but I'll say this though, with this, and I try to listen to everything, even with her though, it's some things I can't even listen to, and she does say misinformation and stuff like that. And at worst, she's doing it, because she gotta, maintain a living, so she can only talk about so much at the very least. And I will say that, I was at least happy to see there were like a number of women who was talking against her, even, her own followers and stuff, when she started talking about the male baby thing, because they was like, it's about not children, you know what I'm saying? And they was like, that's too far, but there are, people that can be influenced, and I'm not saying that this person isn't dangerous, but one thing I will say though, not speaking on her, but the atmosphere that could be created for this kind of environment to brew, there are a number of women who are, fed up and frustrated, as Black men, it is our job to do the things that we have to do and to become innovators and to make sure that, you can protect other people in this kind of it doesn't look good when your talking points is they won't let us do this, they gonna come after us if we. It's not a good look when we saying stuff like this, and it only kind of reinforces. And I'm not talking about the misinformation. I'm just saying the general frustration. You know what I'm saying, that especially Black women seem to have when you keep saying like, and if we got to go to another man, like that's why as men we need to talk about innovation. And I truly believe if you build it, they will come. In that arena, that space, you know what I'm saying, that crowd won't be able to, affect that, So yeah, that's it. I'll pass the mic.
No, I agree with a lot of what you said. I was listening to Bakari recently. I won't call the fella's name, but Bakari was making a point about like buying some products from the continent, and the fella was up there talking about, well, why would we, they ain't allow us to go and buy that product from the continent. So yeah, that kind of weak talk about what they want to allow us to do, Black men really need to get off of that. But I still don't think Azuli could get his revenge in this one. Tanzan, what say you to this?
Well, firstly, I too was taken in by that creature. I also thought, and seeing, oh man, this is why those people are so deceptive. They literally take you in and you feel as if you have been violated, because they play with your sense of reality, because you see something and yet you later learn it's not, and then you feel stupid for assuming what is obvious. Like if you see a tree and it looks like a tree, why am I supposed to think that it's something else? So now I'm supposed to be suspicious of, am I supposed to look at body parts now to determine who is who? That's crazy. And I hate that these women arguing with men about, manhood or masculinity, and he is a fake man, and nobody's saying anything to him. He's a man literally encroaching into female territory and pretending to be one of them. And they're simply sitting there and arguing with a biologically, real man there, but they have no problem with this person, trying to take their own femininity from them. Like that's the bigger issue that they should be fighting against, that, no, you cannot represent us. You should not even be here. Why are you even sitting in a room of grown men and women who know what they are? At least we know who we are, our gender. We might argue about what our race and what our name and what that's supposed to be, but at least, please, God, please, at least know if you're a man or a woman. I cannot have a conversation with somebody who's confused about such a basic thing. And yet here they are, so they just parade the worst of us. So these women, for them to just sit there and accept another, this creature to represent them and to sit there and deceive us, not just the men. He is deceiving us as women as well. I didn't know until somebody said, oh, oh man, I felt so violated. But in any case, I still I want to ask the question about this accountability. Do you all men feel that men have taken enough accountability? That's why I want the other sister to come on so she can say. I can't say because obviously, yeah, but yeah. So that was my whole thing. I sort of got sidetracked by this whole thing. Sorry, I don't mean to be. We have to be polite online, but I was also confused and taken in by that. So yeah.
All right, Tan, do me a
I'll
favor.
step down. I will step down in a second. I'm gonna step down. Just let her know I'm gonna step down in a second. I just got one more thing I'm gonna say about it. Then I'm gonna be done. I'll step down.
Wait, brother. Sorry, no, you stay on. After I speak, you should stay on. I'll step down.
All right, Kevin Kara, you go now. Oh, okay. Kevin Kara left. Okay, so let's go to. I think Jay didn't respond when I called him. This forecast went already. Oni, what say you?
Yeah, so I was looking in the chat. They say something about Robert Perkins. I never heard of this dude, but yeah, what Cynthia G. Oh yeah, so y'all saying she's bleaching too? I don't even.
Yeah, the word is that she was bleaching back in the day, wearing a wig, bleaching, had a white boy in the past, all that type of shit.
And then she got pregnant by some dude.
some apparently a dusty pro-black black dude, but yeah.
Okay. And then apparently there's like a dude in the corner for this Foxhole thing. I'm mad that they got Umar saying two beautiful sisters. I was like,
yeah, God.
I know, like, wait, what you talking about, man? He's also dude.
Stop laughing. They got me too.
Yeah, but you know, like you easy to get, but
whatever. Only a slight curse upon you for that one.
I'm just saying, like, you know, that ain't surprising. You know what I'm saying? Like Umar though, that's surprising. Like you, okay? She's like, they got me too. Yeah, they ain't get me. I was like, yo, what's this dude doing? Saw that a mile away. You know what I'm saying? Apple big. All right. Anyway, we talk about so about this, he said, why she can talk and no respect for black people. She's speaking the ugly truth. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Unfortunately, like I heard her talking and I was just like I don't know, that tone just don't do it for me. You know what I mean? Like you just like somebody's scratching the keyboard, like scratching the chalkboard or whatever, you know? But yeah, she wasn't saying nothing, you know? I think some people were saying that she was saying that something about white supremacy, like the biggest, but she said the biggest non-white, so on and so forth. For me, it's like I don't really care, you know. Like what Cynthia G says. No, I think it's more so this. No, I know. Sorry. So what I recorded was what Brother Bakari was saying, which was, you know, kids are listening. You know, the big problem with this all is that first off, Fox Soul. I don't know if that's on television or not. Right?
It's an app.
Okay,
but the idea that Fox is doing something with soul is maddening to me. But go ahead.
Exactly. Now here's the thing: a lot of black people are tuning in. And that's really where it all comes, you know, falling down. You know, that a lot of black people are going to tune in, and when they tune in, what happens is they get to hear this. You know. And I mean, luckily Umar's handled himself, but again, you know, like Umar had to do out, you know, say, oh well, you know, I didn't know that there was a dude there. You know, there's a lot like people are not gonna get that side. They're gonna get the side where he says, where he calls the dude a beautiful black sister. You know what I mean? There's so much, you know, there's so much there, and it's like, you know, it is, you know, that like that's what it is. Like we are, you know, these white boys work in, you know, not to, you know, copy the biblical term or whatever, but you know, they have multiple strings going on, you know. So what flies under the radar, you know, the Cynthia G, the obvious one, right? That flies under the radar, you got her out of the way, but you put Hope in, you know? And meanwhile, Hope is a whole dude, dressed like a woman, that could trick even gullible people like our good friend Tanzan.
Wow. Okay.
Tanzan was about to throw that woman a bridal shower or something like that.
Look, I what I see is what I believe. I mean,
what do you mean, woman?
What?
No, but the message just said throw that woman a bridal. What do you mean, woman?
Quote unquote woman, a bridal shower. Go ahead.
Wow, we should all just be insulted by that. I just feel so deceived, so betrayed. Man.
Hey, can I talk?
You can talk when I call your name. Hold on a
Yo.
second.
Oh my.
I just want to say, Brother Bakari in the chat is saying that the guy who she had the kid with allegedly is a good dude, etc. Again, I'm not familiar with the dude. I just heard that, you know, kind of dusty. But if you think he's a good guy, I'll go with Brother Bakari's judgment of the dude. I'm not familiar with his platform or anything like that. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Sure. Cynthia G. She likes to paint this picture of this exclusivity of the black female. And what I would say to that is that if 70 to 80% of the houses in the Americas, in the West itself, particular black homes, black female ran. We are, as black males, as just as good as the mothers who raised us and the fathers who left us. So there's enough blame to go around and around and around and around. But this exclusivity, it has to go. You know, I don't understand why is it now we want to differentiate. First, we differentiate along the lines of nationality. Now we differentiate along the lines of gender. I feel like it's the unraveling of the black community, and I feel like it's an unnecessary thing. But these what I consider these people to be. You know, these people who want to distinguish themselves and to be exclusive among a particular small grouping of people. I feel like these people are agent provocateurs. These people are sent in to cause division and to create strife and confusion, because everyone knows that we are stronger together than we are apart. We are stronger together than we are apart. But these people are sent in to sow the seeds of disunity and dissension among us. And they have some arguments are legitimate. They are legitimate. When Cynthia G says that asks are black men at war? And she says, yeah, we at war with ourselves. That's a fact. That's a fact. You know, black men are more inclined to murder each other than they are other groups of people. Black males should feel more unsafe among themselves than they should, and this is an unfortunate reality. They should feel more unsafe among themselves as opposed to any other group of people. Why? Because we murder each other in greater numbers. So we are at war with ourselves. That's an actual fact, and that's something that needs to be fixed. You know what I mean? But the problem I have with Cynthia G and the like is she mixes truth in with falsehood. You know, and I think that if you listen to this interview, Dr. Umar Johnson explained a lot of the causes for the results that we see in the communities. And she wants to cut off for herself from the causes and say, well, we starting at 2022. That's ridiculous. You know what I mean? And I think that Dr. Umar Johnson, in his explanation, say, well, if you go to a doctor, he always look at the history of the patient before he deals with the present day issues of what the patient has to deal with. You know, I mean, that's just a logical thing. You know what I mean? You have to start from somewhere, and the issues that we have amongst each other has a starting point. It has a cause, and these causes have to be rectified before you see different kinds of results. And yes, we should independently work as men and women independently, but we are in a system that we are dealing with as well. And you can't take away that fact. And I think that she tries to absolve that fact or remove that fact away from the discussion and just tries to deal with us just in this little small little box, little space, you know, as if we are independent actors in of itself. And that's just not true. You know, we are working with internal enemies, sure, but we are also working with external enemies who are greater than the internal enemies we're working with on a daily basis. And these things are not discussed intentionally, so because I feel like she is a actor. She is sent in to cause and sow the seeds of division. Let me talk about the Transformer now. It is interesting because he is the best example of black male hate and disgust. In fact, he canceled out himself and his own genetics and genes, what he was born into, his gender, and he said, well, I don't want to live in this body no more because it's so harsh and difficult to. I hate living in this reality. Let me change it into a gender. Well, let me put myself into a gender that I don't have to take on the onslaught of dealing with the realities of a black male in the society that I live in. It's better to live as a black female in the society than a black male. So let me X out myself. This is the ultimate example of black male self-hatred. So the two panelists, not only Cynthia G, but this dude who posing as a woman, you know, is the best example I feel as black male self-hatred. So we have enemies internal and enemies who are external. But I tend, and I would like to focus really on the external ones, because these are a greater enemy that who send in people like these people to sow the seeds of division and confusion among us. I'll stop there.
I appreciate that, Mr. Untouchable. I'll say this too. You know, there was a lot of talk in the chat about the guy who Cynthia G apparently had a kid with. He's a good dude, this, that, and the other. But I question that too. If you're laying up with Cynthia G, talk about enemies within. I question you laying up with the enemies within. Also, I want to touch on something too. On Shoot the Breeze, the person who puts up the prompt usually gets the last say. And I'm directing this to Azuli. You put up the prompt, so you're the last one who's going to speak after everyone else speaks. So by now you should have noticed that, by the way. All right? So we're going to go to Observing Immigrants, and then we're going to go to Azuli. Observing Immigrants, how are you this week?
I am good. It's good to hear y'all this week, and can hear that everybody's doing well. I just wanted to say that in terms of the issues that Black America is facing, I really hope that we in the Caribbean and diaspora don't adopt some of these mentalities towards each other as in terms of gender warring and stuff, because we shouldn't, because we are more predominantly Black, so therefore I don't think it is going to be natural for us to just as the word is divest. I know it's a common word, divest. Now, I myself am not married to a Black man, so people will call me a divester, but I'm not married to a white man, and I thought it was more important not to be married to a white man than anything else, because I was not. I do not deal with.
We're married
East
to a
Indian.
Chinaman? Oh, East Indian. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So, in terms of Cynthia G, I think that her comments are meant to, get views. The abortion thing of Black males, that makes no sense. I have 2 sons. I can never agree with that. Now, she has portions of her show that's called Who They Choose. And she showed that Black American men, like big, fat white women with no, she shows the hypocrisy of them claiming that they want all these good qualities in a Black woman. But when it comes to white women, they take trash, basically. Now, I don't really see that in the Caribbean. And I don't know about the Africa, but, I think it's the opposite way around, where the white girls come and they take basically the trash off the streets in the Caribbean. At least in Barbados, for sure, I know they take the smelliest and the most questionable guys off the street. But, I think both her and Umar are correct. I like Umar's points, and I listen to him more. I listen to Cynthia G. But I think 2 things can be true. I do think that, and I made the comment that coons played a part in our history, as they do now. And, back in the day, they would have been called the village idiot. And you have the warriors who, like Lumumba and those people, who played a part as well. And I think we want to honor Lumumba and stuff. And we do call out the coons, but both sides played a part in history. So that's why I think both Cynthia G and Umar have made points, because both things can be true at the same time, especially in a history as complex and as traumatic as the Black experience. So that's all I have to say.
How does your Observing Immigrants, since you brought it up, how does your husband feel about your participation in panels like Shoot the Breeze?
My husband knows that I'm pro-Black. He knows that sometimes he thinks I'm too radical. And people would say that's a contradiction because I'm married to him. But as I said, he ain't white. So, I would prefer him not to be white. When we got married, I wasn't thinking divester. I mean, we met when we were young. We've been married for almost 20 years. We have children and whatever. So his feelings, I mean, He watches his Indian movies, and I listen to political stuff. That is the dynamic. You know, he likes
Okay.
his, you know, yeah. so we both have our own personal interest.
Okay. All right. So finally we get to this asshole here. I'm kidding. This is my boy. Finally we get to Uzuli here. Uzuli, you put up this prompt. What are your thoughts to everything you've heard and your initial thoughts when you put the prompt up?
First of all, the reason I wanted to speak is because my battery's about to go, and I'm not close to a charger. But whatever. Anyway, the reason I put this prompt is that even though Cynthia G is a lunatic and is kind of, I think she's suffering from pathology, and then she has issues that she ain't, and she's a traitor and all of that. But and there's a point. The reason she could be this disrespectful, we have Umar Johnson and a Transformer on there. They both symbolize what she's talking about. Umar Johnson been in school for 20 years and do shit. And this Transformer in there, like Mr. Untouchable just said, why do you have a say in this? You opt out of being a man.
Quick statement. Umar's been building it.
What?
No, I'm saying that Umar has been building it for 20 years, but can you blame the black community for not supporting his cause? They supported a virtual museum faster than a school for the children's education. So can you blame Umar? He doesn't have the money in his pocket.
Nah. Dr. Moore is a scammer. He's a grifter. He has been 20 years. There's people that are building schools and an apartment and teaching kids. Dr. Umar is one of those people that tells a lot of truth, but he's scamming at the same time. So no, I'm not giving him 20 years. You've been building a freaking school? Stop it.
Well, to be fair, he hasn't been building the school for 20 years, but it is getting close to 10 years now. But go ahead.
No, he's been getting money since 2009. How many years is that?
Not 20.
Whatever. So exactly the same thing. The reason why a woman like Cynthia could be disrespectful like that towards black men is people like that. Two men, a man and a Pama and a Transformer, one who opted out. He's opting out, like Mr. Untouchable said, and he still think he has the power to talk about, oh, black men haven't been doing this and that and the third. Yeah. And Dr. Umar, even though he spoke about certain stuff, but Dr. Umar, the reason you're not righteous, bro. You're not standing on your square as a man. And then, like, Cynthia G is a disgrace. But how could she open her mouth and stand like that when not only that you dealt with somebody as soon as you opt out of your race, you shouldn't even shut your mouth in black people's issues. Because you know what, your kids are whose side your kids are gonna be on. So I put this up because it's like watching her is so hurtful, but it's like you got two males. A man in there and a Transformer, and they just like they're not standing on righteous ground. And the lady in there, they passing that person as a woman.
Yeah.
And the people who are complicit, this is the funny thing, the people who are really complicit with white supremacy is those three women.
Yeah.
So it's just like I don't know. Like I think we spoke about that before. No, I think I was on Tanzan with Koku, and Koku kind of got at me. Yo, I think we gotta leave those be. Koku keeps saying, "Oh, we can't be holding their hand. We have to give them their own agency, bro. It's up to us, man. I think it's up to us."
No, I didn't say it's not. Listen, I didn't take men off the hook. But what
I'm not saying you took me off the hook. I understand what you were saying. It's both of us, but I'm letting you know. I think it's us.
For example, these women here, these biological women here, should be turning to this asshole in the top left corner and saying, "Yo, what the fuck are you doing?"
Yes.
What are you doing? They have the agency to say, "What the fuck are you? What do you think you're doing up there?" As a matter of fact, who invited your dumb ass up here?
And the funny thing is, he's there and they like accepting, bro, you the coward one. You opt out.
Yeah, you opted out. Clean.
And then freaking Cynthia G is there talking about, oh, I don't know if it's that clip, black men were the one that was fighting to date for interracial marriage. No, It was a black woman and a black man and a white man. The
Loving.
Lovings.
Yeah, Loving. Yeah.
And Dr. Umar, they even checked that.
Well, sometimes in these kind of debate type things, you don't get to hit all the point. You don't think of all the points. Probably later on, he probably thought about it. But it was Loving versus Virginia that started all that shit, right?
Yeah, that's what it was. I just put this to say is that like a woman like that could be disrespectful to us. Like for her to say that black men haven't done nothing, or we did like. Can you imagine all the brothers that passed away and all the sisters that passed away and fighting? Why? How could she be so disrespectful and nobody checked? How could she have such a following? How could black women follow her? She said black men need to be aborted, and she has a great following. And somebody's talking about two things could be right at the same time. No, she's a bird. But at the same time, how could she even? Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Zuma, do me a favor. Charge up your phone because I do believe you have another prompt coming up tonight too. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Marcus Garvey is the way. You got some folks in the chat. You're gonna have to deal with that in the chat. We're not gonna deal with that on the panel. But the matron in the chat says the Transformers have abdicated their responsibility and should not be allowed to speak on these issues. Yeah, this panel here should have been talking about the fuck up in the top left corner. Well, hold on. Wait a second. Before we go any further with this conversation about black men, what about this black man up in the top who decided to put on a dress and a wig and all this old shit? Let's talk about that guy first. He's the first problem up here. Does anyone have any last words on this prompt before I go to the next shoot?
Go ahead. I'll go after him.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. The brother opted out of manhood. He opted out. He said it's too difficult. Lord have mercy. It's too hard. And I understand it is hard. It is hard. It is hard. But if it's hard, you do it hard. You know what I mean? And I feel like I don't like to be in a position of judgment. Lord knows, because if somebody was to look into my life, they'd be like, "Woo!" But I would only say that. I would only say that if you do it on sincere grounds. You can't do that. You know what I mean? And then judge me as a black male person who stand in my black malehoodness. I feel like that's very unfair. Very unfair. You decide to become a transformer. Now you're in the panel bashing black men. I feel like there's some insincerity going on there. You know what I mean? If you say that you feel like you living in a female's body, and that's fine. That's all. It ain't for me to judge. I'm not with it, but it ain't for me to judge. That's not my business what you decide to do with your genitals. That's what I always say. It's not my business. But as far as you saying then after the fact, okay, y'all black dudes over there are a bunch of disgusting characters. Now I get a problem. Because you opt out now. So and then when you say things like that, you entertain other discussions. Because when you point the finger at me, now the onus is on me to point the finger back at you. And I feel like it's wholly unfair for you to stand at whatever position you standing on in your black womanhoodness, and now criticize me as a black male when you was born as a biological male, and you decided to opt out of black malehoodness. I feel like that you entertain that kind of discussion, and you entertain that kind of criticism coming back at you. I'd stop there.
Absolutely. You can't step out of the line and then point at everyone else in the line. Take your sissy ass on somewhere. Bakari, go ahead.
And y'all know how I feel about this guy, but Neely Fuller Jr., he wrote a book. I want to say it was 1974, 1975. But he said in his book, by the year 2005, you won't be able to tell a black man from a black woman, because being a black man is so hard. They're going to do everything in their power to the weak ones, which he calls them by the weak. But anyway, the weak ones, you're going to see a lot of black men. You're going to see a lot of black men trying to switch up. See, the whole thing was a setup, as far as I'm concerned, with Dr. Umar not telling him that's a woman. The whole thing was a setup, even talking about a war against black men, because the war is against black people. You understand? So if the war is against black people, and what Fox did Like somebody put in this chat, Fox had black shows back in the day to build up their channel, and then look what they do to them. Then they complain. So now look what they're about to do with Fox Soul. This is Dr. Umar's second time falling for something like this. He fell for that nonsense with the Russian Scheitzer Vlad, and then complain about how he chopped up his video and didn't show everything. Well, what you thought the white boy was going to do? But once again, we're going right back to the same people. And even though we're right here on YouTube, we're going right back to the same people to get here and get exposed and show how we feel about one another. And now the hate that people have for Dr. Umar talking about he's not building his school and it's coming to Erzulism. I just asked those people, did they even donate $2 to the school? Do they know how much it is to open a school or run a school? Because he actually bought the building. Now, I would say Dr. Umar should have started smaller, but it's not my mission. That's his mission, what he's doing, right? I actually donated to the school. I know how much money he raised, right? Show me one school that where there's a building and what he's trying to do that's going to run off $750,000. It was black people that called him a fake. Well, actually, the person who started that was Tariq Nasheed, called him a fake and a scammer, and he went to court to prove that he didn't scam anyone. Actually, for the people that hate, I like Dr. Umar, but I can call him out on some of his BS too, like propping up Frederick Douglass because he say that's his kinsman, or constantly going to stuff like Fox Soul. You understand? He could be here helping build up the Bitter Medicine podcast, but the Bitter Medicine podcast is not as big. But he would go to Fox Soul, and now we wouldn't set him up with no homophile, telling him no homophile is that a homophile is a woman. We wouldn't do that to him. You understand what I'm saying? But he chose to go there and he chose to be around it, and they set him up. Now you got to come out and explain yourself. If he was dealing with us, he wouldn't have to explain himself. It's a lot of things, but that he have said that I don't agree with, but I still support him. He's a brilliant brother. Call him a grifter, meaning he's going from one thing to the next. And you can't show me the next thing he went to. He been consistent on Pan-Africanism, regardless if you like him or not. He's been consistent with. He didn't grift and say he was Aboriginal indigenous. Like I said, he say things that I don't agree with, and I will say that. Well, I ain't gonna go there, but I'm gonna get off. I think I'm gonna go ahead and get off because I don't want to bother nobody.
Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari. Dr. Umar Johnson. Dr. Umar Johnson, effectively, something has been done to him that is unprecedented, that hasn't been done to any so-called leader or notable figure in the Black consciousness community. And here's what it is. The FBI looked on, as a matter of fact, he went to court and the FBI was looking into Dr. Umar Johnson. If he was a scammer, it would be the FBI's pleasure to put his ass in jail. The fact that they didn't find anything on him, they did it to Garvey, they did it to Martin Luther King with frivolous things, created bullshit or whatever. If they had something on Dr. Umar Johnson, why wouldn't they put his black ass in jail by now? We are extremely critical of the things that people who are notable people in our community attempt to do, even if it's supposedly beneficial for us. This man is an educated man, a professional man, and he's earned a right to speak. Unlike many people who have the ability to have the microphone in these days, because the microphone is democratized now. Any fool could grab a microphone and spew any nonsensical things. But the man has earned his right to speak and have a conversation. And he's trying to do something that's productive and beneficial in our community. Who do we glorify? Big Meech could come on and talk all kind of shitty ones. Look at Vlad TV, full of ex-felons, drug dealers, drug dons, mafiosos. Everybody watches that show and supports that nonsense. Tariq Nasheed gets $1 million to build some fantasy museum. It's a hidden museum because no one knows where it is. You know what I mean? No one knows where it is. But I feel like with us, we are so backwards. You know what I mean? We are so backwards in our philosophy. But it is I have to hold my tongue sometimes because I don't want to be critical of my people. I understand that psychologically we've been raped psychologically. So I hold my tongue. I hold my tongue because I see some things that go on that I really could be very critical of. But I understand. I give people a chance, but especially when it comes to Black people. I am not a Christian. I'm not a Christian person, but I respect the fact that there are other people who are Christian people. So I hold my tongue on the issue. I hold my tongue on the issue, and I'm not judgmental on Christianity because I know some of my people love white Jesus. You know what I mean? Hopefully, when we have a discussion, maybe we'll be able to convince some people, maybe not so much. You know what I mean? But some of the decisions that we decide to do, some of the actions that we decide to do, I am very slow to criticize because I understand the conditioning of the people, our people who look just like me and you. You know what I mean? And for me, not reading one or two books, I would be in the same position or worse. You know, so I am very slow to be critical of people who look just like me and you in respect to what they do. Now, for this particular transformer over here, I'm critical of him because he sits on a platform to criticize Black men when he opt out of being a Black man himself. Like I say, I don't want to rant. I can just stop there.
Exactly, and I agree with this. But the same person who started that about Dr. Umar and tried to destroy Dr. Umar is the same person you just talked about who got over $1 million for a fake museum and constantly getting donations. It's the same person that destroyed Irritated Genie on and I don't see how we don't get it. He's the same person that destroyed Irritated Genie on social media. The reason Irritated Genie was run off, he started that Irritated Genie, the Southeast, my boy Irritated Genie. He started that Irritated Genie, was a agent. The same person that's grifting for people to say Dr. Umar is a grifter. Grifting mean he have gone and started talking about something else. Azulism, you would have to say, I say destroyed his social media presence where he can't be on social media. All his YouTube, Facebook accounts, all that was he can't come back on. That's what I mean when I say but you have to show where he went somewhere else. Like I say, Dr. Umar has been consistent on Pan-Africanism. Like I said, I donated to his school. I've donated to his school a few times because I believe in what he was saying and I believe in the mission. Unfortunately, we have too many Black people that want to hate on other Black people. But like I said, there's things he say that I don't agree with, and I don't want to talk about because I don't want nobody to think I'm trying to be disrespectful to anyone on the panel. Because there's certain things, man, I just have to go ahead and say it. So I might have to leave.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Zuli dropped off. Maybe his battery died. Hopefully he could charge up and come back again. I do believe he has another prompt later on tonight. I just want to say that Tariq also doxed Maj Toure, who does all that work with Black Guns Matter, who I also interviewed on the show before. Irritated Genie, Umar. There's someone else he went after. The guy who from the Not Fucking Around crew. He said he was an agent, and that guy ended up in some problems recently with the law. So you gotta watch this particular person, Tariq. I see Jay woke up from his nap. Jay, do you follow what we're talking about here?
Yes and no. I was off. I kicked myself out earlier, and then I got distracted and missed some minutes in my life. So I went off. I knocked myself off. I went off, and here I am again. So I missed what everybody had to say. But yeah, what I have to say, like I said in the comments, I myself, yeah, am I Black? Am I Black? At least one grandparent is pure European, right? And the father from my father's father, yeah, who was he? Both of my grandmothers were Black. So what I have to say is kind of controversial because I might be 50% black myself, but and Malcolm X or others, Bob Marley, those were fierce warriors on yeah, let me keep it on in the first person for us, right? But when I look and listen to this Cynthia G type, us Cape Verdeans, these types are trying to hijack what black is, right, and what Cape Verdean is, just because they quote unquote look better for the tourist on in our commercials, like come to Cape Verde and white folks love to say that we are beautiful just because we are half breeds, but yeah, when I see a yellow bone / half breed or whatever that you want to call, and now I'm not going to speak in the first person, them. I feel a kind of way when they speak like this, I'm like shut up, right? We first person again, we need to walk on eggshells because we have their ancestors in us, and I believe in reincarnation. So yeah, some of us half breeds have clearly have slave traders in reincarnated in them, right? And this is one. It's still spiritual. We have a body and we are something else. And when I see and hear Cynthia G speaking, I tend more to become angry than to worry about her mental and emotional state. One of my comments were also the first. I believe the first was a documentary, Dark Girls. Have we? Do we remember that? Because it was pushed away also by Google and YouTube and whatever. You can't find it anymore. You can't find the trailers anymore. But does anyone remember that documentary speaking about our sisters, mothers, and daughters wanting to abort out of pain and out of fear of that it would be a black boy. So there was this documentary, Dark Girls, and it spoke of this as the pains that black women live with, the fear to bring a black boy to this world with all the hate and all the negativity that would bring to them, right? I mean, there's so much. There's so much emotions that this Cynthia G wokes up in me. I don't even know if I can address them all. But I tend with her. I tend more to becoming angry than to worry about her emotional state. And what I just heard about Dr. Umar, I remain on his side. I mean. He's consistent, although we've seen him slipping from this professional, and not only because of his clothes, but also because of also in his language. We've seen in all these years we've seen this professional slip and slide down, quote unquote, to the street level, and that's all that is for us, and that's how I remain. That's the position that he that's how I keep seeing him. He is a warrior for our boys, for us, for our mental health, although his mental health now and then seems in danger too. And I'll pass the mic.
I appreciate that, Bakari. Marcus Garvey is where, if you're in the chat on the bitter medicine side, you could respond to some of that stuff going on out there. Brother Bakari pointed out it was Ming's slide, so to speak, that shed light on Irritated Genie and that, give out his government name and where he worked and all that kind of stuff. See, that's agent behavior to me. But our people, for some reason, don't see that as agent behavior. I want to talk to you. I want to thank you guys for. I want to thank you guys. Okay, so Marcus Garvey is the way. You could check the playback out later, and you could comment to the chat. I want to go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. We've spent a lot of time on these topics, but they've been good conversations. I can't knock it. It says, "Do we have power?" And this came with a link as well. Let's check out the link and then discuss.
Language is a reality construct. From the mind to speech, there's a translation process because your mind stores images and sound bites. This process, this translation process from images and sound bites to words, I have various names for it, but right now I wish to use the name living word. Why? When you translate your mind to words, there is logic. It's only subject to logic. After that, you have grammar rules. There's a certain world population that do not have this after process. It's mainly the people that survived the transatlantic slave trade. One could conclude that these people were stripped of their own language and therefore have this handicap. But it's not a handicap. Plus, the people, there are still people that did not make the transatlantic slave trade that actually still speak the language. Cape Verdeans, Guinea-Bissau, scholars concluded that they speak bastardized Portuguese. But actually, in a couple of years ago, I went to the Casamance. That's the southern province of Senegal, between Gambia and Guinea-Bissau. And the capital of this province is called Ziguinchor. And Ziguinchor is actually bastardized Creole, because the name of the city was Ischiga Nos Chora. They came, we started crying. Or they came, we cried. And I was there and I sponsored a football tournament. So I was with the VIPs in the lunch breaks, etc. And I heard people talk, and in another table, I heard people talk like one ideology that I have. And they were actually confirming this ideology. They were speaking of the mother and father of French. They spoke of Manding and Wolof as being the mother and father of French. And when I asked them what it was all about, they gave me one example, and it was magnifique. Magnifique, French say. But magnifique is the answer to the question, how are you doing? Nangadef, how are you doing? The answer is magnifique, magnifique. I am here, I'm standing here. French do not have etymology. This word, magnifique, don't have a history in the French language. So, what am I saying? What I am saying is a certain group of people came to Europe and left traces behind. It's confirmed that the Basque language in Spain has connection with Igbo. For me, that was a confirmation that French has a connection with Manding and Wolof. It's obvious that Creole, Cape Verdean Creole or Guinea-Bissau Creole, has a connection with Spanish and Portuguese. Everybody knows that the Moors ruled or civilized the Iberian Peninsula for at least 600 years. Isn't it obvious that traces would have been left behind, not only in architecture, but most probably also in language? So is Cape Verdean Creole, is it really bastardized Portuguese? See, before the transatlantic slave trade, the people that now speak Papiamento in the Caribbean, the people that now speak Krenglish or Creole, as Haitians call their language, the people who speak Patois, even the people who speak Ebonics or Ebony phonetics, they lived in West Africa. They were a civilization. They were this civilization that came to Europe and ruled. Is the conclusion that I drew from studying these languages. And actually, what is studying? It's experience. It's a stack of coincidences. I already had this ideology. I was forced to think about this as a person from an ex-colonized country, aware of the Moorish rule in Europe. I lived with these questions, but it goes deeper because, as I said, these languages are not subject to grammar rules. So what are they subject to? They are subject to logic. If I speak to you with words that I chose, freestyle as they call it in rap music or hip hop music, straight from the mind, I chose a set of words, a certain word treasury that I'm not sure that you know him. So what do? I speak to you, and afterwards, I want to know if what I communicate has reached you. So I ask you, do you know what I'm saying? Have you understood what I just said? What the other person does is repeat it in his or her word treasury, so I can check if we are communicating. This process in languages with grammar rules is checked by a book. So dictionaries and the grammar rules. So the communication or the confirmation of the communication is not between the two people that are speaking. The people that speak Ebonics, the people that speak Creole, the people that speak Patois, the people that speak Cape Verdean or Guinea-Bissau Creole, we don't have this problem. Our communication is right there. So therefore, this is the living word.
All right, that's our very own Jay there. I'm sure he wasn't expecting his prompt to come up right then. Observing immigrants, what say you to the prompt on what Jay had to say in that video? Do we have power?
I would prefer to ask Jose, how does the prompt go with what he's saying? I'm confused. I'm sorry.
Jay, I'll let you respond there. Unmute your mic. Is Jay going down for the count again?
No. I was just typing. Supportive comment. So the prompt or the topic is, do we have power? And on one side, this is an answer on the previous two Saturdays. So on one side, it's the content that I wanted to share with y'all. So that's the story that I was that's what I just was saying in the video. But it came up to me to bring this as a topic because of I wanted to put on a mirror, watch out what we say, and do we have power? Yes, we have power in what we say about ourselves, and in the language, in this curse called English, that we call language. And this compared to our ways of communication, these European languages are just curses, just programming tools in war, right? Used by most probably Romans or remains of Romans. It is control, and not the free spirit of humans, just like how I described that we communicate. So we communicate in living word or present tense word treasuries. I'm looking for descriptions to keep it alive. Also. I'm forced to use those descriptions because I didn't study English, so I miss all the words out of their dictionaries and their grammar to describe what I am doing. But as I'm doing it, I'm doing it. As I'm trying to describe what we do in our languages, Patois, Krenglish, Seranang Tongo, Papiamentu, and even Papiamentu from the Dutch Antilles is an extra example, because what it means is Papiamentu. Papia, speak, mentu, mind, right? Plus it's a triple proof of our living word, because why aren't they speaking bastardized Dutch? They are not speaking bastardized Dutch. They supposedly speaking bastardized Spanish. And our Waywind Islands, the Waywind Islands from Cape Verde Islands, I'm sorry, I speak another dialect, quote unquote, but our Waywind Islands can speak one-on-one with people from the Dutch Antilles, people that speak Papiamentu. So there's a whole lot to say. They made us believe that we lost our language, but if we remained 600 to 800 years on the Iberian Peninsula, did we really not leave a language behind? In their scholars, their way of speaking of history is there are Arabic names remain in the Iberian Peninsula. L this, L that, L left, L right, but their whole language is it just names of cities and places that remain Arabic? Where's the Arabic in the speech of on the Iberian Peninsula? While there's a clear connection between Cape Verdean and Guinea-Bissau, plus the Dutch Antilles. There's a clear connection with Portuguese and Spanish. So eventually, what this proves, so if those languages were already spoken before the European came, it's because they drove us out of Europe. You know, our traces of our languages remained there. They drove us out of Europe, and afterwards humiliated us. And thus the way we speak is just like what I said before. We look at each other through blue eyes, but our tongue is also European. So our curses, the power that we speak over each other and into each other, is European. So if we speak about history in the European narrative, we talk ourselves down if we believe that we lost our language, right? But Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verdean is spoken. I call it Cape Verdean. We, us Cape Verdeans, call it Cape Verdean, and Europeans love to refer to us and completely neglect that our language is spoken in a vast, wide area on the continent. Where my son lives, Tambacounda, it's north of Gambia and near the Mali Empire, and near the Mali border, and there they speak quote unquote Cape Verdean there, and that's very far away from Guinea-Bissau. I don't need to speak of the southern Senegal. It's logic that my language is also spoken there, and the truth is that the French and Portuguese, they traded land with each other because of this connection. This language was spoken in the Casamance, and in Guinea-Bissau there was an area where a language was spoken that is closer to French, and I must add a caveat. So in this video, I say what locals told me, that Mandinka and Creole is the parent, but in what I am describing right now, it most probably is the grandparent, and Haiti Creole is the parent. But it just imagine that we all were in West Africa, and we quote unquote sold each other or whatever. But imagine that the people that speak Haitian Creole were an ethnicity that was sold or taken away in it completely. So they are missing in West Africa, but they are how do you call those pieces of a chain? They are one ring in a chain that is missing, right? So they were taken away from between Mandinka and Wolof and French. It's easier to imagine that Mandinka and Wolof is a parent of French if Haitians remained where they came from, right? So yeah, as I said, you know, so all these languages are bastardized European languages. Where is the bastardized version of Dutch, right? In the South Africa, there is this thing that they call Afrikaans, but it's 7th century Dutch. It's not bastardized Dutch. It's 7th century Dutch. So that's also somewhere else. So what I until now what I'm speaking of is not yet what I want to say with the question: do we have power?
Jay, if let's get to the do we have power part real quick, all right? Because we have other panelists to get to.
Yes. So with language, we can if we remain in the European connotation, in the European narrative, we take power away from us. So it may be hard to believe that these languages that we have learned to call bastardized European, if we remain to believe that, we kill ourselves softly over the centuries. So if we take that power back in the many frequencies that means. So even speak curses over each other, or take that power back in believing that we we speak of it, that the Moors were in Europe. If we really believe that, then we should take it a full 100%. We have power, because in Europe they are still speaking our languages that we left behind. So let's turn it around and stop speaking English. Right now I am speaking English, right? That's what we call it. But no, I am speaking the child of Pidgin English and Patois. If we believe in that level of power, then in one flick of a switch, we have the power back over the European, spiritually. And that's what's behind this question. Do we have power? Yes, we have power, because because of our European minds, because the European narrative is behind our retina, behind our tongue, behind our eardrums. The power that we speak into each other is European. But if what is behind our retina, our tongue, and our eardrum is genuinely African, we speak something else into each other. That's it.
All right, I appreciate that, Jay. I hope that answers.
Yeah. Question. I hope. Yes, that I wanted to say that also. I hope you understand that, and you is plural.
Yeah. So I took from it. Just quickly, I'll say I took from it the power of influence. How I kind of saw it from a different direction. I saw it as the power of influence, how we can say things that gets included in what they say. Like people point out, like crocodile is an African term and stuff like that, but it gets included into their speech. And if we would only understand how important the things that we say are, we'll understand that there's at least power in influence. I was watching a Marvel TV show a couple months ago, and the white character, he's supposed to be a British guy, he says "Wagwan," and I'm like, oh, look at that. They incorporated that Jamaican saying into what they were doing, right? So that's what I took from it personally. I'll go back to Observing Immigrants and Acts. What's your take on the video, Jay's explanation, and the prompt that says, do we have power?
Well, I'll try to be as brief as possible. People who normally speak a different language normally say that English is not as encompassing in terms of ideas and concepts as their other languages are. And so I know that English is limited. The second thing is that, like, when my husband told me once that he started to dream in English, then I knew then that, language can reprogram your mind. So, I thought that was an interesting thing that he's multilingual in his languages from his country, but he started to dream in English, and he knew then and there that, something had happened in terms of his interaction with being away from home and understanding language. So that's it.
All right, let's go to
that's deep. That's deep.
Let's go to Real Black Gentleman.
I didn't catch all of it. I was kind of halfway through the middle of it, so I really can't add on to it.
All right.
I don't want to take up any more time.
All right. Tanzan, I know you have a issue with the English language, but what's your take on what Jay said in the video, what he said here in the panel, and the prompt, do we have power?
Okay, I just had a few points of clarification, especially when it comes to the Pidgin languages, because I always thought that they were, the Africanized bastardization of the English languages. But Jose, are you saying that it's the other way around, that the let's say the Portuguese is a bastardization of African languages?
Yes. And Pidgin English and Patois. So the people that speak Patois most probably came from the area where now people speak Pidgin English, and people that speak Papiamento in the Dutch Antilles, they came from the area around Guinea-Bissau, etc., etc., etc.
Oh, okay, okay. So that's interesting. So are you saying that we still do have power over the English language, even though, because I always thought that it was a language that was foreign to us, but
Damn sure, that's what I'm saying. My life is impregnated with hip hop, and one of my last I set up the a cappella rap battle league here in the Netherlands, and in punchlines. I don't know if everybody understands what that means in the hip hop or rap world, but in punchlines is the proof that we dominate languages. We dominate any language that we learn. We dominate it because we mold it, and we become word magicians. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I can understand that. I know that, sometimes we out the European, we out religious, the religious people and so on. So I can see that, because, as Africans, we were the first inventors of language. Every language really, comes from some root in the African continent. So I can see that even though they came from outside, they still have that root. And yeah, we can dominate language, and we also have the ability to acquire multiple languages. We can speak, most of Africans are trilingual at least, and probably speak 5 or 6 languages. So we have that capacity to to acquire language, and not just to our own, but even the so-called European languages. So yeah, I think
by coming to their countries, or by living among them, because of the transatlantic slave trade, we give life back. We have put life back into their languages. A book is dead trees, right? And
Yes.
words, they killed words and buried it in trees, in dust. The books, right? And but with us, it remained on the surface. It remained alive.
Okay, I can see that. All right, thanks for the clarification.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you? But before Mr. Untouchable goes, if you're out there, if you were in the panel before, because we had Brother Bakari drop off, Forecast drop off, and a few others, I dropped the link again in the chat. You guys can hop on. If you're new, hop on for the first time. Let's continue the conversation until 2 a.m. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Yeah, I would like to make a personal observation, if I may, and I hope that my brother Jose doesn't take offense to what I have to say. Because for me, in listening to this, I think that Jose has what I consider to be genius level intelligence. Genius level intelligence. And I think that I feel like he suffers from what I found with many people like him. He suffers from genius disease. And what I mean by that is not for the specific sense, but just stick a pin in that. But when he tries to express himself with the English language, sometimes it comes across as convoluted. And I think that Jose sometimes with his thoughts, I think that he needs to simplify it in a way, so much so that it almost is like his elementary. I don't know if Jose has the ability to do that where he is intellectually. You know what I mean? I don't know if he has, or because of the restrictions of the fact that English language is not necessarily his mother tongue. But in listening to him, if you really listen, you get some insights. Because he was really talking about some different nuances of languages. If you speak different languages, you would really understand the nuances, a lot of the distinct, refined things he was talking about. You know what I mean? And I think that I just think my only advice is this. My only advice is that if he can, as much as possible, try to simplify it in a way that is almost elementary, You know what I mean? And I don't think that I hope that he has the ability to take that advice, not in an offensive way, but to understand that I some of the things I could catch, but I understand that the level he is working on is really at a level is really at a genius level. You know what I mean? I feel that way in listening to him, and I only could catch specific insights to what he say based off of where I am restricted in my intellectual capacities. You know what I mean? But I think that he has meaningful things to say. It's just that English language is not necessarily his first language, his mother tongue, and sometimes it doesn't come across in a way to English listeners as with a lot of clarity. And I think that he should just simplify as much as possible. If I was when I'm in just listening to this and taking away what I could take away from what I was listening to, I hope he doesn't take offense by that. In terms of power, I think that there is power in languages. There is power in the spoken word, and there's power in the words that we use on a daily basis. And I've been trying to say this. I've been trying to say this. And how we talk sometimes, the unconscious mind catches what the conscious mind says and expresses every day. For instance, if we say in the morning, I don't feel good, don't you know that the unconscious mind hears that and reacts to what the conscious mind is actually hearing, what you basically saying from your mouth. So I think that sometimes we should speak in terms of power. You know what I mean? We should have that as a mechanism to really reprogram our conscious mind and our thinking, and then act it out. Act as if they say they have a saying in the community, in our community, say, fake it until you make it. That is a true saying. That is a true saying. Sometimes you have to act as if there's power in words, there's power in the spoken language, and there's power in action behind that. And you would be surprised how all those things come together when you actually start to actualize these things in real life. And I understand sometimes people say, well, that sounds flaky, but there's power in that. So I would stop there, but that's the things that some of the things that I've captured in what Jose was trying to express. I'll stop there.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Untouchable. I agree too. I think it's like some people who stutter and stuff like that. They're thinking faster than they speak, kind of thing. And so, I think that goes on with Jay as well. It's a bunch of information he wants to get to, but I think the dynamics of the language and whatnot might kind of get in the way of it. But I say this. I say pick out what you can pick out and let Jay explain the rest. Unlike Mr. Untouchable said, Jay, just make it more elementary. Just make it shorter so people could keep up with what you're talking about. That's another part of the problem too. It's too long sometimes, so people lose track of what you were saying and get lost in some of the minutia that comes up. So just keep it shorter, keep it elementary. But
yes, thank you. It's word treasury is a big problem.
Right. Kevin Carre returned. Kevin Carre, do you want to sit this one out and wait for the next prompt? You're muted if you're speaking.
Yeah, sorry, I was in another part of my room. But one thing I can say about the language and power, if you think about it, someone made a very good point to me while I was in college. He goes, yeah, if you notice, during the time of the Ebonics, remember that in the late 90s,
Right.
those controversies? He was saying, listen, English was never the Africans' first language. It was never our language. How we are speaking, who did we learn that from coming into this new world? These Europeans. And, going back to, that Mr. Untouchable enlightened me about that book, which is very hard to get now, cracker culture. We've been erased of our heritage, the people that's been born on this part of the world, from the Caribbean, Canada, North America, Central America, and South America. We have been removed from our heritage, and we've been inheriting these European languages and their thoughts. And yeah, that kind of depowers us. If we had our own language, remember what you're saying? Pray to our own God. Why are we praying to a God of our enemy? Our enemy's God is blessing the European, but cursing us. But yeah, I'm gonna pass the mic here.
In the chat, Bobby Wright says, and I'll give him the last word on this prompt. You said there's power in language. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 for the sake of time. Let's keep our points a little bit shorter now. It's been a few hours in. We don't want to put people to sleep at this hour. We want people to stay engaged. So Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 is old decrepit bitch. I wonder who this could be about. It's probably not who you're thinking it is about. This takes us to a link, it seems. Margaret Court rips Serena Williams, saying, "I don't think she has ever admired me." Margaret Court rips Serena Williams. "I don't think she has ever admired me." Margaret Court believes that she doesn't get the admiration she deserves from the tennis world and from Serena Williams in particular. The Australian record holder for Grand Slam titles with 24 to Williams's 23 defended her accomplishments compared to Williams's after the latter played what was presumably her final match, a third-round loss to whoever that is, at the U.S. Open on Friday night. Quote, "Serena, I've admired her as a player," Court told Britain's Daily Telegraph, "but I don't think she has ever admired me." Court, who's 80, said that Williams played 7 years longer than she did and had more success following pregnancy than Williams. She goes on to say, quote, "I came back after 2 babies," Court said. "After having the first baby, I won 3 out of the 4 slams. Serena hasn't won a slam since having a baby." This is what this old wrinkled bastard looks like. Court, who came under fire for her opposition to same-sex marriage in her native Australia, said her Christianity has led her to become an outcast within tennis. She says a lot of the press and television today, particularly in tennis, don't want to mention my name, she said. "The honor has not been there for what I did. In my own nation, I have been given titles, but they would still rather not mention me." Court's record is largely viewed as less impressive than Williams, despite having won more Grand Slams, because she played mostly in the amateur era. She also won 11 of her Grand Slams in Australia, a competition that top players often skip at the time, a perception she disagrees with. Quote, "I often hear Billie Jean King saying that people didn't come down to Australia in my early years," Court said. "But Maria Bueno, the world number 1, came down. So did Christine Truman, Anne Hayden, Darlene Hard. Plus, Australia had some wonderful players. We had 5 girls in the top 10. Leslie Bowery won 2 French Opens, and that's Serena right there in the final match. Williams last won a Grand Slam in Melbourne at the 2017 Australian Open while she was 8 weeks pregnant. She has since largely slowed down her playing schedule, this year playing only the U.S. Open, Wimbledon, and a few tune-ups for each. Though she has stayed away from saying retirement, Williams wrote in Vogue that she is evolving away from tennis. Court said life as a tennis player in her day was harder than which Williams experienced. This is Court back in her day, I guess. Quote, "I would love to have played in this era. I think it's so much easier," she said. "How I would love to have taken family or friends along with me, but I couldn't. I had to go on my own or with the national team. People didn't see all that." She says, "We didn't have psychologists or coaches with us. It's a whole different world. That's what disappoints me. The players today don't honor the past of the game." That's all I'm going to read of an article on the Saturday night. But this is Court. I'm going to keep her up here because the prompt says, "Old decrepit bitch." I don't know. What are you guys' thought on this prompt? I'm going to start with Tanzan this time. Tanzan, what are your thoughts about this old decrepit bitch?
I think that pretty much summarizes it. I mean, she didn't get the accolades that she wanted, and now she's trying to hop on to Serena's, lifetime achievements at this very end of the game. This is like a Me Too, but now she's trying to jump on, the black. Well, actually, they did that for the Me Too as well. So just trying to jump on the black woman's bandwagon as usual. So yeah, nothing to see here. Just an old bag of bones.
I hear that. Real black gentleman. Real black gentleman. Unmute, please.
She's just sour grapes. You know what I'm saying? She might have won more. You know what I'm saying? She got that one more, but Serena did it. Though Serena, it's different. It's a different game, man. It's like, you know, she's again just trying to climb up on Serena, trying to like steal shine, just trying to steal shine. That's all it is, man. It's they always come out of the woodwork. I mean, this is right at why. I mean, if this woman was really irrelevant, I mean, I would, you know, people would definitely have heard of her like years ago. You know what I'm saying? She would have been just saucy all throughout Serena's career, right? When she was starting to get good and something like that. But no, I mean, it's just her, this old woman, just trying to put out her last little spiteful little, I mean, I'm not a big tennis fan, but I mean, you would. I mean, I've seen Serena, I've seen Williams play. You know, I've seen the Williams sisters play. I mean, they do it. They're powerful. They dominate their sport. I mean, it's what it is. It's just like she's mad, almost like it's like, how would I say it? It's like, what does she have? What's her big gripe? It's like, let's pretend it's not Serena. Let's pretend it's just Venus, right? I mean, it's like, she's just being an irritant for irritation's sake. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, yeah, old decrepit. Yeah, that was wild. Like, yeah, I mean, that's all I got to say.
All right, let's go to observing immigrants, also known as Marcus Garvey, is the way. What say you to this?
First, Crimea River.
Right.
Secondly, I've never heard of this woman. All these years, I've never heard of her, and I don't even follow tennis like this. But you've heard of the famous tennis players by now. And third thing, and last point, is that she needs to take this up with the people that rule the world, the white people. She needs to go to the white committee and tell them her complaints and see if they can put her on top, because clearly Serena can't help her. Well, we can't help her. So she needs to go to the people that rule the world and tell them, she needs some recognition, because, right now, who is she talking to, So that's it.
I'm sure this ODB, as Bobby E. Wright just said in the chat, I'm sure she was sitting for the last 2-3 years with bated breath, because Serena would have passed her. Because I am a tennis fan. Serena would have passed her. Serena fell off after she had the kid. I just have to say it. Part of it is because she wasn't, as the article mentioned, she wasn't playing as much too. But Serena would have passed her. Serena is the greatest tennis player. One of the greatest tennis players, and probably, if I had to differentiate between male and female, probably the greatest female tennis player ever. We knew, I think someone in the chat mentioned it, we used to know the players back in the day. We knew Steffi Graf and Martina Navratilova, and if we're not old enough, we remember hearing about Billie Jean King and all this kind of stuff. She surpassed all that stuff. All the Monica Seles they want to push on us and all that stuff, she surpassed all that shit. The Sharapovas, she surpassed all that stuff, So they just got to give her props. She just didn't get the Grand Slam totals to surpass this ODB here, but we know what's what. With that said, Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Yes, sir. She is not. This is the New York Post again. Eh?
Yeah.
The New York Post is something else, man. The New York Post like to create propaganda, but they put up this white Karen as in association with one of the greatest tennis players ever that did it, and tried to, make us think that these people have anything in common with one another. Serena Williams is, along with her sister, by the way,
Yes,
Venus Williams, from one of the most poverty-stricken, crime-infested communities in America. In fact, I think that one of her sisters was murdered in that community, coming out of that community.
Yeah, one of her mom's daughters, yes.
Yeah, she had all odds against her. She entered into a sport that is predominantly white female women. In fact, when she used to play tennis, the people in the crowd, not only the people in the crowd, coaches and judges, used to associate her with a monkey. They say she looked mannish, all manner of things outside of the sport of the game itself, she had to take on the pressures of in getting to the top of her game. It's just not the same. They was playing a different game because she never would experience the kind of experiences, even just to get to the tennis court itself. You know what I mean? Serena Williams had to duck bullets probably to go play tennis in South Central California. You know what I mean? And this lady, despite the fact that she may have won medals, they are playing two different games. They are playing the game itself, and they are playing an external game. Imagine how many handicaps this Serena Williams and Venus Williams had to overcome, even to get to the tennis court itself. And then when they arrived to the tennis court, you know what I mean, they had to take on the pressures of a sport that really didn't want them there. They're like, what are you all doing here? And in doing that, they had the talent to dominate, completely decimate the competition. Now, this white lady comes from Australia. Her only biggest issue probably was her accent, or she's a Aussie, but she's still in with the crew. You know, she didn't have to face the same kind of challenges Serena Williams and Venus Williams, but the New York Post puts her in likeness or in standing with one of the greatest tennis players, as if her argument is legitimate and she could even have a conversation or is in the conversation with these two ladies. It's ridiculous. But like I say, this is a propaganda piece. You know, she probably paid for this piece. And the New York Post gonna do what they're gonna do with their writers. They're gonna do it there, but there is no comparison. And for me, I think that Serena Williams shouldn't even answer. And I hope she doesn't even answer her. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. You know, they are playing two completely different games, even though they under the same guys, tennis players. You know, it's like calling Muhammad Ali just a boxer. Oh, he was much more than just that. You know what I mean? But these people are gonna have their say. For me, she's just a Karen talking, and I really don't think that we should pay a whole lot of attention to it. I'll stop there.
I appreciate that. Now, you see, this is why I like Shoot the Breeze personally, right? Mr. Untouchable just said the same thing I usually say in academia. You have a black kid from the inner city who averages a 93% out of 100 versus an Asian or white kid who's living in a nice neighborhood, comes from a family who's college educated, most likely, you know, has an environment conducive to learning, right? We can't consider that person, and you know, they have a 95 or 96 average. We can't really consider that person over the black kid. They're playing two different games. But I do want to say the other part of why I like Shoot the Breeze is that it reminds me that there's contradictions sometimes, even within ourselves. Right now in the chat, Zuli makes a great point again. As much as we like Serena opted out. You understand? We got to be real about this stuff. Serena did opt out. You know? So I'll be curious to hear what the remainder of the panelists have to say about it after we get through everyone with the primary question. Let's go to Jay. Jay, what say you about this ODB?
Who is she? Who is she? You just named names that I remember, right?
Mm-hmm.
But who is this? Who is this old hog? who is? I never heard of her. She's nobody in my universe. So who is she? I wanted to react on the opted out. You know, it's Serena she has all our ancestors in her. So still, it is us that did it. I remain speaking in first person when speaking of her. Even you know, she dated a couple of black entertainers, and they were, some of them were shocked what came out of her mouth, and she lived and proved what she had to say back then, and she quote unquote opted out, but still she herself is 100%, and it and that's physically and mentally. So it's still us and our ancestors that did it.
I feel you on that, Jay. I actually feel you on that one. In the chat, Trigger Happy 262 says, "Yeah, I couldn't really stomach to support her when she married dude, which is my thing. We have to be consistent. Anyone who swirls shouldn't get our condolences." Or Zuliism says, "Simping." I guess he's talking about what Jay had to say. I'm not sure. Real Black Gentleman in the chat said, "True, she did fade to white, didn't she?" Yeah, we kind of forget that in the greatness of her being an African woman, we do forget. You know, she divested, and we got to be real about that. Kevin Carray, what say you to this?
It's just jealousy. That's all I can say. It's like this, Koku. You and I, we got out of college. We had our great years. You know, we have. If anyone should ask at this point, what you have got to show, we can show what we've been doing. But it comes to a point when you get to the age we are, it's like you start to look back. You're not really out of it yet, but you're on the way out. And like, listen, it's just time for the youth to come in. It's time for me to do something else. This woman, she's still thinking that she's living in her glory days. This is a whole different era. Tennis in the 40s, 50s, 60s, there are going to be different times. Even tennis from the 1990s compared to the 2000s and 2010s, it's two different era. Like with me, I cover sports. I've covered football like years ago. I've seen like, you know, from college to high school to the pros, the game was different. Now there's different training, different routines, different plays, different mindset, different nutrition. You know, players that played in the 40s would never compete with any players today. They'll get destroyed. They used to call like a lot of baseball players in the 40s and, you know, the 30s, 40s, 50s, ham and eggers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, most of them are plumbers or whatever. These are dedicated athletes. But what I'm saying is, I look at the youth and I'm like, listen, man, these guys are, their thinking is different. It's a different era, their way of doing business. Listen, more power to them. We gotta let them move on because they're the next generation. I'm getting ready to move on from photography and do something else. But I said, this woman's got to move on. Why at this point you want to attack her? Why didn't you attack her when she was in her prime?
Right. She was sitting quiet, waiting to see if those 24 Grand Slams was going to fall, you know?
Yeah. And they also mentioned, in the article, if he I know you didn't go further, they'll talk about Serena being jealous of that girl, Naomi Takahashi, throwing a fit or whatever. But, as I said, this old hag needs to move on. But I'm going to pass the mic here.
Yeah, Takahashi. I think I know you're talking about the half Haitian, half Japanese young lady.
Yeah, correct. Sorry, I'm not really into tennis like that, but
yeah. The pro black perspective says white lady didn't even compete with other athletes. Yeah, she was on the amateur tour. She won Grand Slams back in the day when you could be playing against amateurs. How about you shut your ass up, old lady? Did I get Tanzan on this one?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, that's that one. But I want to go back one more pass. You guys be real brief with it before we go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. The idea that Julie pointed out, though, the divesting. Should we really be, defending Serena on this? Jay made his point already, but I'll go to Observing Immigrants. What say you?
I think he's going to take her for her money. I never thought that he was a good match for her. I think her wealth and fame is going to be the reason. I think he's just going to exploit her. I've seen pictures of him. I suspect he might be a little bit on the rainbow side.
Right.
But I've seen. I don't trust the union. I'm sorry. I think he's in it for the money. And she can't see it. That's just me.
So should we really stand with her, seeing that she divested away from us?
I think we know Serena as a tennis player, and I think that we should judge her as a tennis player in terms of when we speak about her accomplishments, in terms of her personal life. That is gonna come to pass, whatever it is. But I think if you support her as one of the best female tennis players that's ever lived. I mean, nothing is going to change that. You get what I'm saying? So you stick with the facts.
I hear you. I do agree with what Trigger Happy 262 said earlier, anyone who swirls shouldn't really get our condolences. We have to stand on something, else it's a slippery slope and we just lose control of the whole thing. Real Black Gentleman, what say you about Serena being a swirler? Should we really be defending her?
Well, I mean, in that case, no. I mean, it's just the dynamics of mating in I'm just talking about like Black America are really Black America. I've heard it said before. I'm just, it's not a closed ecosystem. The problem is Black people have been pushed and prodded. The men get pushed and prodded. The women get pushed and prodded. I mean, what happens when you become a professional? You focus on your craft. You wind up making a lot of money, and you just do not see the potential that you have to other people. Like it's good to see a Black woman be successful, and then it's like, oh, you just went to old Charlie, and it's like, we don't have dynasties of like sports families and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why isn't like the dominant? You know what I'm saying? It's like, why can't a Serena Williams be married to like the, you know what I'm saying, like to
LeBron James or something?
Why couldn't it be like that? Really? Why can't it be like?
Yeah, but to be fair, didn't she like date a whole bunch of brothers and nobody proposed?
We don't know if none of them proposed though.
Oh, okay.
We only know who she chose. You understand?
Yeah, I mean, it's just
these brothers she was quite clear in they didn't propose because she was very obvious in not wanted to end up with a brother. That's what I understood from the brothers that she dated.
Oh, she was very determined to be with a non-Black.
Yes, sir.
Ah, okay.
That goes back to, Black man ain't shit. There's a lot of that in the country. I mean, this has like been the mood since the 60s. Feminism and just it's horrible.
Let's be honest.
There was something saying that she dated Weinstein.
Hold on. We can't talk off each other.
Okay,
that's what the other channels do. Jay, say your part quickly and then observing.
Okay, quickly. Common was one of the people that dated her.
Yes.
Common would have proposed with her. I mean, Common, come on. We know her. We know his work, and he worships Black women. He would want to end up with her. Yes.
Observing immigrants.
Well, since he brought up Common has dated a lot of people, and the last person he dated was a white woman. But what I was saying, in terms of Serena Williams, no, I forgot.
Tanzan.
No, I think I said my point in terms of, she was with other people. So I don't know if she just, I wouldn't really say that she wanted to be with somebody else, because if she went through, 6 or 7 brothers, that means that maybe she did have a preference. I mean, you wouldn't date your opposite. So I think that was her preference, and maybe she didn't get the person that she wanted, like the old decrepit lady who you didn't get proposed to. So I don't think that she went out of her way. Maybe that's just how it happened. But, because from what I see from the father, he seemed like a very strong Black man, and he taught his girls to, a certain kind of way. So, but, I can't really say what goes on between people. But I was really surprised when she ended up with the person that. But at the same time, like somebody like Precious, there's some people who are just not, attractive to their own people. And so maybe they need to find somebody else. Not that Serena falls into that category, but there are Black women who date out because maybe they're not attractive like Precious. And then maybe like Serena, maybe she tried a couple of Black men and maybe she didn't get along with them, or they didn't get along with her. And I'm not making excuses for her. I'm just saying that.
I was about to say.
Yeah.
I was about to say, sound like you're making some excuses, but Precious did get married by a white boy, right? And
she's
no one better than I. Observing him as quickly because I got to get to Mr.
Weinstein. I think Serena was tagged with Weinstein at one point. I had seen a short film with her and Weinstein dated for a brief moment, which is weird.
Really? Good. That's worse. You just made that worse for me, Mr. Untouchable. What say you? Should we and you have to be brief now, but should we stand up for Serena?
I'll go quick. Yes, absolutely. I think that we should stand up for Serena Williams because Serena Williams never said that she is a Pan-African or she had Pan-Africanist views. What a person decides to do with their genitals, for me personally, is their business. I have nothing to do with me. It has to do with what she does in her public life as far as affecting the lives of other Black people, if she is interested in that or not. And that's what's more important to me. If we divest from Serena Williams for her personal choices or who she decide to have, well, to funnel with her genitals, then we would have to divest ourselves from our own family members who ain't gonna let go of white Jesus and gonna die with white Jesus in our mind, in their minds and their hearts. Are we willing to divest from them as well? Because they go beyond because they have white gods. They don't have
not the same thing, man. That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing.
Let me finish, brother.
Let
me go though. They have white gods. While this lady has just have a white husband or whatever. She could change that tomorrow. That could change tomorrow. When most of our grandmothers and mothers will die believing that they're gonna associate or affiliate with some European man after they pass beyond this mortal coil that we could consider it to be. So I would stop there, just to be brief.
They're married to
real
Jesus.
Real quick, Azuli. I will say, that's something we're gonna have to really have a in-depth discussion. Like that may have to be a one prompt shoot the breeze. Like, where do we draw these lines now? Like, where do we draw these lines of people divesting from the group? Like, you have to be a Pan-Africanist not to divest from the group. You have to be a Garveyite to be race first. Like, where do we draw the line with this stuff? There's certain things we're supposed to know already, right? Where do we draw the line? But we'll talk about that more in the future. Azuli, you gotta be brief. I'm sorry, but you go ahead.
Yo, Serena Williams said in an interview that no Black man ever treated her right. Okay? So I'm not defending Serena Williams. Yes, Serena Williams is the greatest probably female tennis ever to hit the court. Her and her sister. If her sister never got injured, maybe her sister probably would have been greater. Yes, I'm not defending. I'm not gonna say she's not that. But me, when the people that she chose to join in curse her out or play her, that's not my battle. I'm not defending nothing. Because she said herself in an interview that no Black man ever treated her right, except this guy. So what are we talking about? So Serena Williams is probably a Christian. So what is your excuse now, Mr. Untouchable? Talking about our grandmothers had Jesus. She has Jesus in her mind, and she did that.
Yeah, but she been conditioned just like many of our own grandmothers.
Yo, stop, man! You giving me the
No. Mr. Untouchable is right. She has been conditioned. We don't know whoever came to try to break to try and break the conditioning. That's true. We assume her father, but we don't know. Go ahead.
Well, I don't understand how she was conditioned. Her father is the greatest example ever. It was a Black man that turned her into what she was.
But also,
so what are we talking about? Her father loved her. So if her father loved her, she couldn't get another man like that?
Azuli, let Miss Untouchable land.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm talking about. Her father influenced her, yes, but her mother influenced her as well. And if you see pictures of her mommy wearing blonde wigs, and it's not to say anything or go wrong with blonde wigs, women like color and whatever, but it has to do with conditioning. They living under a paradigm just as all of us are. And some people are taken away from it. Some people accept it and some people reject it. And she's just $1 million, I don't say $1 million slave, but she's just $1 million person, a multi-million-dollar person who has been conditioned just like all of us. And some of us choose to take a different way. She chose to accept it just like many others. However, like I say, even in being in a particular condition that all of us are, we must not neglect to love and respect and care for. You make a statement. Let me say this too, because I see here some hypocrisy with this business. You make a statement the other day saying that Michael Jackson was the greatest. Michael Jackson married a white woman. Michael Jackson is a white, me die a white man. What you talking about? What are we talking about here, brother? What are we talking about here?
I said Michael Jackson is the... Yo, stop. I said Michael Jackson is the greatest. I didn't defend Michael Jackson.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Michael Jackson had white children. Michael Jackson had white children. He married a white woman. Who we talking about? And you say he's the greatest.
Okay, you're right. Defend her, Mr. Untouchable. Go ahead. Defend her. I'm done.
It's my job to defend black women, and you tell me we should defend black women. Now you tell me we shouldn't defend black women. all right, Ozuli, I'll leave it.
No, I'll say this. That's a great point, Mr. Untouchable. That's a nice trump card, Mr. Untouchable. Come and play there, because Michael Jackson, he spoke one way. If you could find recordings of Mike speaking one way, and then you marry a white woman and all that kind of stuff too. So yeah, I like what Trigger Happy 262 said earlier. He said, "This is my opinion. This is my problem with people. You can't say you have principles and be too scared to embody them. We are against swirling, but are scared to castigate those who do the bad act." There's something in that. And Trigger Happy 262. Hold on a second. Trigger Happy 262. Do me a favor. Create a follow up to this same idea right here. Create a follow up prompt and let's do it next week. Post on the Discord. Razuli, go ahead, get the last word.
Real quick, I said Michael Jackson was the greatest. I never defended Michael Jackson for the decision that he made. Just like I said, Serena is one of the greatest, if not the greatest female. I never said that. I understand Michael Jackson had his big faults, even though he made music he made awesome music. There's nobody is gonna top Michael Jackson. Just like nobody was gonna top Serena and Venus, if Venus, whatever. But I'm just saying that. Why am I defending you if you said on an interview that black men never treated you right while your father put you where you was at?
Right.
Nah, I'm not doing that. I'm not saying that lady is right. She's wrong. But me, I'm not gonna waste an energy on that. That's all I'm saying.
But my good brethren, when you say a man is the greatest, that's saying that you are in support of him. So if I say I am in support of my sister because she's a great tennis player, what's the difference? What's the difference? Because you ain't get into his personal.
Bro, there's a difference. I just told you. Yo, if you had brought up some series the same reason as Michael Jackson, I'm not gonna defend him. I'm gonna say the same thing. Michael Jackson is the greatest, just like I said, Serena's the greatest. What are you talking about?
All right, then, and that's how I perceive her too. And I feel like
no. You're talking about you want to defend against this. I'm not defending. I'm not gonna go to war.
But Ozuli, you in support of the brother when you say he is the greatest. I am in support of my sister Serena Williams because I feel like she is the greatest as well. As far as her personal behavior, that's not for me to make judgments on. God forbid somebody make judgments on me on my personal behaviors. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like all of us can point the finger.
Mr. Untouchable, that's a weak standpoint you're doing right now. God forbid somebody look at my gender. Shut
up. To be quite honest with you, I have to agree with Azuli there because that's what these dudes that's what these dusty dudes do too. They don't want accountability, so they don't hold their women to be accountable, right? So God forbid anyone judge me. I shouldn't say, nah, we can't be on that.
Cool. You think I listening to Azuli? Let the same Serena Williams come down on a Saturday night in Brooklyn talking about, hey, let me call at you. You think you would mess with her? You would mess with her in a heartbeat.
He faced first in that. I understand. He's faced first, but
first of all, Serena not only opted out, even her whole makeup, her whole weave, she opted out. You see her makeup? She don't even look black. What are you talking about?
She definitely been doing some lightning or something going on there.
The Serena that was 15 years ago. Go ahead, move on.
Yeah. I'm sorry. So it's just for time consideration. Let's go.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Should be topic number 6, and this is one that you could comment on, Zuli, once you mute that mic from making all that damn noise in the background. This is one you can comment on too. It's called A Conversation About Obeah. I'm interested in this heavy. I come from a place where Obeah has been made illegal, so I definitely want to hear more about it here. Let's talk about it after.
We're here to find out about something that, frankly, most Jamaicans are uncomfortable talking about. It's called Obeah. Haitians do voodoo.
Big man, listen here. By clicking on this video, you have overcome centuries of superstitious that has paralyzed our Caribbean people interfere by simply saying the word Obeah. Now, listen, I'm by no means a religious person, right? But I do know that if I utter the word Obeah around my grandparents, I'd get ejected out of the house quicker than Jazz did in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, soldier. Growing up in the Bahamas, Obeah stories were told as a means of Caribbean culture. And if it have to do with Caribbean culture, big man, we talking about it, even if it's controversial. So with it being the first anniversary of my most controversial, most polemic video, we are finally revisiting the topic of the religious practice known as Obeah. I've definitely been wanting to do more videos on the dark side of Caribbean culture. I know Devi done say a long time ago, like a month ago, that she was down for some Caribbean folklore and whatnot. So yeah, Dread, I sorry, darling, that it take a whole month for me to, put this together. But let me know, all of my Caribbean brethren out there, even if you're from outside the Caribbean, let me know of the folklore going on from your country, because I'd definitely love to hear about it, love to talk about it. If you've had any experience with Duppies or Haitian mermaids, or if you're from the Bahamas, Chichanis, we could talk about that. Let me know in the comments, big man. But today, we talking about Obeah. And whether you're religious or not, there is a reason why Caribbean people are so afraid, not only of doing it or observing it, but just talking about it. And in order to understand why, we must first understand what is Obeah. Voodoos and Obeahs, phrases of West Indian witchcraft by Joseph John Williams, defines Obeah as a system of spiritual healing and justice-making practices developed among enslaved West Africans in the West Indies. All right, so yeah, we gotta address the elephant in the room right off the bat. Religion has been used as a weapon just as much as it's been used for one's well-being. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict, Pakistan and India, and who could forget the most gruesome, the one that started it all, the Holy War. Religion, especially organized religion, has always been fundamentally contentious, and Obeah is no different. In its definition itself, it has a mechanism that allows for the healing of one's spirit just as much as it has one for seeking justice by harming another spirit. So you may be wondering if that's the reason why Obeah is so stigmatized. Stay tuned. Obeah has become a blanket term for a litany of different religions, and it's hard to actually pin it down to one class of beliefs. However, it can be traced back to 18th century Igbo land. Now, despite scholars being able to trace it to that region in Nigeria, they can't necessarily relate it to one specific place. They got like 3 different hypotheses as to the origins of Obeah. The Akan origin, which has an association with malevolent magic from Ashanti priests. In other words, this is what we know as the witchcraft side of Obeah. And this depiction really stems from one particular event, and that is the First War of the Maroons in Jamaica. Colonial literature postulates that Nanny of the Maroons won the First Maroon War in 1739 as an old witch or a hag. This would become one of the first documented cases of Obeah being used. Also, I'd be remiss not to mention Taki's Rebellion, which essentially put a spotlight on Obeah for its usage in an uprising. And that uprising in itself led to why there's such a negative stigma around Obeah. Now, despite the Akan origins, a lot of scholars actually argue that it was Igbo culture that Obeah came from. For example, W.E. Du Bois actually traces Obeah to the doctoring practices that the Igbo people used to conduct. The future-telling aspects of Obeah that we know in the Caribbean is very similar to what the people in Obeah used to do as far as the specialists go. And another argument that supported this hypothesis is that the parts of the Caribbean where people practice Obeah were directly from the people that lived in the Bight of Bonny, which is an Igbo-dominated place. Then, of course, we have a totally different hypothesis, the Efik origin of Obeah, which basically claims that the Efik language reveals the word Obeah being linked to the Efik word Ubayo, which basically means bad omen. There's a lot of conflicting speculation in regards to the origins of Obeah, and the reason for that is actually quite simple. Colonizers was legit arbitrarily acquiring Africans, yanking them up out of wherever they was, no matter if they was in a different tribe or not, and then juking them in parts of the Caribbean and elsewhere, all across the world. So you would have people from one tribe practicing totally different religions, juk up right next to people from a totally different tribe, living in the same place. This resulted in a hodgepodge of different religions from Africa. But what we know as Obeah now was first mentioned in 17th century Barbados. A man named Thomas Waldock wrote a letter claiming that an Obeah Negro can torment another by sending uncountable pains in different parts of their body, lameness, madness, loss of speech. And another instance involves none other than the nanny of the Maroons. She was characterized as this bloodthirsty, unsexed, rebel Obeah woman that used to conduct Obeah for the rebels of the Maroons. There are fantastical stories of the nanny of the Maroons using this instrument called the nanny's pot to take out British soldiers. A boiling pot without a flame below it that soldiers would lean into and fall in to quickly grow food for starving forces. Or tales of her catching bullets from the British and then using them and sending them back to them. But it was until Taki's War that things took a troubling turn. Say that 3 times fast. Taki's War was an uprising of Akan slaves during the 1700s in the colony of Jamaica. The rebellion was led by none other than the royal warlord known as Taki. Rumor has it that Taki consulted an Obeah man that made him a substance that allowed for his people and him himself to have bullet immunity. Yeah, this by apparently when you drink this substance would not be penetrated by bullets. Which I mean, I don't know the veracity of that. I mean, if I thought that I wasn't going to be penetrated by bullets, then I might perform more confidently in a rebellion. And that's the reason why the rebellion was successful. Who knows? Who knows? But so far, most depictions of Obeah usage was malevolent and violent. But it wasn't until the 18th and the 19th century that we began to hear about doctresses such as Grace Dawn, who nursed her love, Simon Taylor, amongst other people in a cohort. Funny thing is, one of the practices of Obeah that this gal was using was hygiene. Hygiene, bathing. Like these fellas were showering and they called that like witchery. That's madness. Hygiene and the usage of herbs were some of the main elements of Obeah practices used that days, which were discovered long before the Europeans began to adopt that and use that to cure and heal soldiers and things. So the question is, if they're using this in modern medicine today, then why is there a dark stigma around Obeah? Like, I mean, it's literally called the dark arts. Here's why. In the Journal of a West India Proprietor, the author by the name of Matthew Lewis claimed that there was a palpable fear on behalf of the white colonizers and plantation owners that practitioners were skilled in the application of poison. A young woman by the name of Minetta was actually tried in court for allegedly attempting to poison her master. Lewis and his company often depicted these women that apparently were trying to poison their masters as women possessed by Obeah men. These fears ultimately resulted in laws condemning Obeah. The Anti-Obeah Law of 1818 was passed in Barbados that specifically forbade the possession of any poison or any noxious or destructive substance. And almost half a century later, a Jamaican man was caught with white arsenic and, of course, was arrested for it. We saw many laws like this. I mean, even before that happened in Barbados, you had Taki's Rebellion, which spurred the first anti-Obeah law in Jamaica. But what really tipped things over the edge was when a comet appeared in the sky in, I think it was 19th century. The Mayal man saw this as a religious sign, and big man, it sparked a wave of spiritualism in Jamaica. The Mayal man postured themselves as the good guys, the good magicians, as opposed to the evil practitioners of Obeah. There were talks of Obeah men stealing the shadows of people and then making them pay to have them restored to them. You know, in fact, I've read that same concept as far as like the shadows being taken away from you. I've read that in Japanese models like Hirakami and whatnot. So it's weird. It goes to show superstition is just pretty much all over.
We'll cut that video a little bit short, but in the description later on, I'll have it where you guys could probably look up that video. In fact, I'll put it here. You guys can look up why Obeah horrifies Caribbean people. If it was earlier in the show, I would have played the whole thing probably, but you know, it's kind of late right now, so we get the gist of it. I'll go to observing immigrants first. A conversation about Obeah. What's your understanding of Obeah? You're from the Caribbean too. What's your understanding of it down in Barbados?
I don't know about it in Barbados. My mom is Vincentian, and I can say that I've seen her burn a candle or two, despite the fact that she loves Jesus, and you know, will speak on religion. But every now and then, I'd see her do a little extra, you know. And you know, growing up, I know that was Obeah, but she would never speak on it. But she knew how to do it. And my last comment would be that, you know, if Obeah is so powerful, can we use it to end the white supremacy? Because I feel in the Caribbean, we use it more against each other than, you know, can we get all our witches, and I'll put witches in quotation mark, together to end white supremacy? Because if we have this kind of power, can we focus it on a goal that accomplishes something for the community?
Thank you for that. I'll admit, my grandmother was from Tarpon Bay, Lutra, you know, one of the out islands of the Bahamas, and she used to walk around. Now, folks wouldn't admit this, but she used to walk around in the house with a lit candle and stuff 4 days in the morning, 4 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, and stuff like that too. And she was a staunch Anglican, right, from St. Barnabas Church. So, yeah, a lot of our people intermingle with that. They wouldn't admit it, but they intermingled from time to time. Tanzan, are you familiar with Obeah?
No, I have never heard of the word, but it sounds, is it the same, or is it like in the, I've heard of voodoo, juju, that sort of thing, and it sounds along the same lines, right?
Same realm, yes.
Yeah. So, and I do agree with observing immigrant that why, firstly, that the fact that, you know, they are scared about it. If they like something that, you know, comes from us, we should be immediately suspicious. If they're afraid of it, we should investigate. So if this is something that they're afraid of, then we should investigate why and how we can use it. And like she said, instead of just using it on small scale enterprises, we should, you know, consolidate that power and see what we can do. So, yes.
In the chat, the forecast earlier said, how do black people be so spooked out but never believe in the self-defense, punishment, or revolutionary parts of it? And that's a, you know, Real Black Gentleman said that part. Yeah, that's an interesting thing too. Like, if these folks, if our enemies are frightened by it or have been frightened by it, there must be something to it. Or even if it's not something that's, you know, otherworldly or spiritual per se, or about God and all that stuff, but they have to be afraid of your belief in it. And that's the thing we need to touch back on. Why were they afraid in just our simple belief in it? Jay, what say you? Have you heard of Obeah?
Not of Obeah, but other
and whatnot.
Other stuff. Yes, and I've heard crazy stuff, but I've seen, well, witnessed some stuff also. Beginning this year, I was there, and actually a part of it was an invitation to go and have a treatment, and a young man that studied psychology, and as he describes it, God forced him to do this other work, and it seems to come back in bloodlines. His grandfather used to treat people with personality disorders and that type of stuff, and this young man, under 20, had to stop his practice to do this new type of practice. And we would sleep next to each other. He would sleep in the room next to mine, and sometimes in the morning he would tell me what I dreamt, and that was crazy stuff, and for me a confirmation that he was for real, right? But also in the South, there's over 30 years there was separatist activities, and those guys would a Toyota, those Toyota that we see in Afghanistan also, a Toyota with a couple of guys that before a couple of guys would let's say 6 or 8 guys would attack a barracks, military barracks with 800 guys and fully equipped, and these 6 to 8 guys would come home unharmed, because they left. Before they left, they would treat, they would go. They would have somebody treat them, and most probably also, yes, why don't we use it? And most probably, something else. Yes, in Senegal, you have this Jesus type of figure, Serigne Touba. We have touched him last week or the week before. And he actually used that stuff in his anti-colonial work. Let me call it that way. But why don't we make it official? And why do rebels use it against the army? And why don't we use it against the colonizer, right? Why is it used in jealousy? Why do we lock each other down spiritually because of jealousy and that type of stuff? Why don't we use it against our enemy? But maybe there's something spiritual also, because Suriname people, they used to call white people bakra, and that's boss, kra, boss over spirits. So maybe white folks have something spiritual with them also.
Yeah. By the way, Afro Native World is here. He says he read about Obeah from Mama Marimba Ani's perspective in the Let the Circle Be Unbroken. So that's something to look up. Trigapi 262 says, I'm a little skeptical that all the origins are quote unquote bad omens. That couldn't be our ancestors doing. Trigapi 262 says, I'm assuming it's actually pronounced Ta-Chi, since in the Twi Fanti language, it's, I guess, Kai-Chi. I know someone had told me how to pronounce those things before, and I totally forgot. Trigger Happy 262 says, well, white peoples don't shower, so shower probably is some magic to them. He's referring to the video. Then he later says, African spirituality has to be revolutionary. It has to be part of a force or form of organization that is ready to overthrow traitorous forces. He says, I think when people make the argument that African spirituality, quote unquote, can't beat white supremacy, that's an unfair point. This is systems that are under neocolonial forces. So it will be used for neocolonial ends for the most part. Goes on to say, yeah, that's a good point to bring up. There is certainly a power to your enemy's own spirituality, and it's why they made active effort to ban it and re-Christianize populations. He says missionary schools in Africa, in a sense, were like breeding double agents to disrupt the ways of living in communities. So they definitely see that it's a valuable force. Yeah, like I said, that we need to at least investigate what is it, or what is the psychology, if not the spirituality behind it? What is the psychology doing? What does it do within us that makes these folks afraid of it and want to rewrite it or write over it with Christianity? Let me go to yes.
Why aren't our grandparents explaining it to us? They're treated like it's a pariah's subject. It's kind of weird.
Well, they were conquered too. My grandparents, as much as I love them, they were under that British rule thing, heavy. They were under that. They were conquered people. They were schooled in British type schools, what they call it, the all age schools and all that kind of stuff. They were conquered, and they followed what the white guy who was in charge said at the time. And only time Save made this point too. A lot of times we hear about syncretism when it comes to African spiritualities like Santeria and stuff like that. The problem with the syncretism, I get it, it was a method of surviving. It was a method of getting this religion to survive into the next generations. But the problem with it is that by 2-3 generations in, the people done forgot why they got into that. So you now talking about Saint Patrick, and Saint Patrick is now Saint Patrick. It doesn't even register anymore. Who the original deity was or ancestor was, who Saint Patrick represented. So that's one of the things we got to be careful of. We got to be careful of trying to work in so much secrecy, so much so that we lose the original message. You know what I mean? Who did I miss from here now? Mr. Untouchable, you go next.
Yeah, I wanted to reintroduce this argument because it holds to my original point that there is no such thing as Obeah. Obeah is a language of our enemies to describe different forms of African spirituality that we brought with us from the African hemisphere. And I think that to put a blanket term on the religious or medical or scientific healing practices of groups of different people like the Akan or the Igbos in Nigeria, etc., is a misnomer. I think that if I'm practicing an Akan form of a medical practice that is as helpful as far as healing practices is concerned, that's an Akan tradition. I can't put a blanket term like Obeah on that. Nor can I do the same things for the medical practices of practitioners in the Igbo land. Two different distinct groups of African people. And this is what I call it, the colonizers of the West have done as far as our practices. I think it has been practiced as far as being used as a mechanism in defense. That, like the video described, Taki using forms of Obeah, whatever that may encompass, to fight the enemies in Jamaica, and they always, and he also talked about Nani as well being a so-called witch. What's that? That's a Western word, but as far as what she was whatever the Africans or from the tradition described her as. You know what I mean? As far as leadership and spirituality, we need to rephrase some of these phrasings that we put on to certain people and say, well, these people are this, Obeah people. What's that? That's a nonsense. That's the language of our enemies. And I think that we should really disabuse ourselves with that language, because we have been existing and practicing our forms of healing scientifically and medically for the centuries. And to just, filter it down to one specific thing, which we demonize, I feel like is ridiculous. I also feel the reason why our colonizers put it into law that we should stay clear away from these kinds of practices or whatever, because many African people in the Western Hemisphere use it as poisons to harm their slave masters, to make them sick, to do all manner of things towards them. Unfortunately, we turn it into on ourselves after the fact, after the conditioning, after the programming has been done. Now we use it in a malevolent way towards one another. I don't think that was always the case. I really don't feel so. I think that we was in a situation where we was trying to get out of, and we was using whatever we could remember from where we came from and the flora and fauna of the place where we was in to harm the people who was harming us. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, we follow the people are gonna eventually, follow what the law says. And the prevailing law is this is something that is seen as bad. It is illegal to practice these things. 100 years later, we mystify it and say it's evil only because they put it in the law, and that's the prevailing law. If we had an internal law outside of what their laws was, then we would have a different view of what Obeah is. But because we wasn't in the position to codify, what the rules was as far as us governing ourselves, then we tended to rely on the prevalent law, which is the colonial law. And then after a while, people begin to believe certain mysticisms about what we brought with us, from Africa to the West Indies. And that's an unfortunate thing. I find that when I hear the general consensus of religious and these spooky people or these Christian people talking about what is bad as far as African spirituality, I tend to go towards it. I investigate it more so. I have an ear for it more so because I know it's been done to our people en masse. So what they say we should stay away from, I tend to want to give an ear to, because I know what the travesty is and I know what the trick is. The trick is to disassociate us and ourselves from our African spirituality that we brought with us, to demonize it, to say stay away from it. It's evil. Where we get this from? And Christianity is good. Christianity is one of the most violent religions that ever postulated itself anywhere in the world. But we embrace it. Christianity Obeah does not have the violent track record that Christianity does. But we embrace it en masse and never question it. I find it to be a travesty, but I'll stop there.
I appreciate that. Real Black Gentleman, did I get a response from you?
No, look, I need to say something here.
Let's make it brief, okay?
I'll make it real brief. I don't trust Trigger Happy here. I don't know. I remember you had mentioned that this person should speak up. This person kind of spams the chat. I think this dude's an agent. I was on his channel and I blocked him, and I don't know. I find him over here. He's putting a lot of information out there, but he's not like being full throated. I find that really, really alerting. That's just me. As far as Obeah, look, again, that's our culture. And I just don't like this dude. I don't trust him. For real. I mean, question him and challenge him. I done blocked him. I don't know what it is that he can't, mouth up. This ain't no. I don't need any influence from this side chatter. I'm a mute.
Yeah, I had to laugh because you said as far as Obeah, and then you went right back into Trigger Happy 260. That shit was funny as hell. Erzuli, what say you, brother?
Well, it's 2022. If you can't make the decision and realize that they played a dirty trick on you with your African and Native American spirituality, yeah, that's up to you, bro. I don't have anything to say. For this young man is talking, he looks like he's in his 20s. To be spewing the same shit that you got from Hollywood, talk about, it's the malevolence. Yo, anything that you use to get out of slavery was evil to them.
Absolutely.
So if you talking about how come it's always been used for bad? How come gang it's black on black crime? It's just the same thing because you've been played psychologically to use it against yourself. But if you don't realize that the thing that freed some of your people in their harshest rebellions, then what am I to say about that? I don't have energy to waste on you. Keep going. So, like, I'm tired of this. Oh, Obeah's bad. Voodoo's bad. I don't want to hear that shit no more. It's bad. All right, stay over there with your Christianity. What do I have to say? I can't say, like, it's just a waste of breath at this time.
All right. I think I got everyone on that one, right? All right. Pardon me?
I didn't speak. I'll make it real quick. To me, I look at Obeah as more of a science. Those are scientists. You're talking about, poison and all that stuff. You have to have a good mind to observe certain plants, what plants heal and what plants kill. And I'm going to say Nanny was a genius. That's my countrywoman. She's a genius. The hell, there's a meme I saw. It says, the reason why black cats are considered bad luck because a white cat lied on me.
All right.
I have something short to say, very short also, and that's Christianity. They probably used our shit against us. Look at John the Baptist, and John Saint John is also somebody, something else, like some marabout or voodoo guy over the sea that probably that we probably used to protect us when we were sailing the oceans, but it's mixed with John the Baptist. But anyway, John the Baptist. What is John the Baptist? What did he do? He watched. So he's a seer. He watched. He saw that this J dude had a powerful spirit, and then he gave him a bath. It's all our spiritual practice, but they turned it against us. That's what I wanted to share.
Thank you for that. Yeah, so now I think I got everyone for sure. We're gonna go to another deeper topic. What is African sexuality? I thought this was a good one to have tonight. Let's discuss it. Let's watch the video and discuss it on the other side.
Has Africa always been conservative towards sexual intercourse? The answer is no. A lot of people tend to think that sexual pleasure is a Western concept, but in fact, coitus played a huge part in ancient African culture and history, even in pre-colonial Africa. For this very reason, the IPPF African region is running a campaign called Treasure Your Pleasure in a bid to destigmatize sex and pleasure among its African audience. Since the assault of slavery and colonization, Africa has viewed aspects of pleasure and romance as foreign due to the imposition of foreign values, misrepresentation, and misinterpretation of the ancient African way of life. A phenomenon that shifted sexuality in Africa from the public sphere to the private sphere, making it more taboo and conservative. Before the European contact with Africa, human sexuality was highly valued in Africa to the point Africa had a well-organized and consistent socialization process where the elderly members of society like Senga, who are the paternal aunties in the Baganda kingdom, initiating young members of society into the concepts and acts of human sexuality without shame, ridicule, or condemnation. After colonization, however, the colonizers succeeded in redefining the concept of African sexuality by shifting its sacredness from communal to individually or religiously motivated sexual relationship, with wrongly channeled freedom of expression and imagination as put by Kira Taye, and I quote, "Our ancestors were not lying back down and thinking of England during coitus." When you look at the ancient Kemetic images depicting fellatio, you realize that sexual art display is not modern, but rather sexual art display was an integral part of ancient Africa prior to colonial domination of the industry, after Africa lost its powerful use of creative and sacred imagination during coitus. According to the Nigerian professor Dr. D. Amanzi, sexuality is not only the reproductive mechanism, but also the basic biological drive that exists in all species and can encompass not only sexual intercourse, but also sexual contact in all forms. In African spirituality, sexuality was believed to have different dimensions in that sexuality was not just expressed through intercourse, because ancient Africans acknowledged that not all sexual interactions began and ended with baby making as the optimum intention. Most sexual energies were expressed differently through fetishes, fantasies, attitude, behavior, roles, rituals, and even dances. For example, every year at the beginning of hunting season, Kuru warriors celebrated a rite of fertility and renewal by piercing the earth with their spears to reach the womb of the earth, and fertilized the earth by injecting their semen into the ground. The process of impregnating Mother Earth among these warriors involved intense mental concentration on the animal that was to be hunted as they orgasmed. And once the earth was pregnant, they believed it spiritually bore the animals they hunted. Has Africa always been conservative towards sexual intercourse? The answer is no. Another example comes from the Lobi people of modern-day Ghana and Burkina Faso, who had a dance ritual at the end of every season, where they entered the waters to celebrate Banguela, the ceremony of life. After being aroused by their dance, each warrior would enclose his manhood in a magical skeleton case that symbolized which species of animal he would wish to grant the essence of life through his semen. Most African sexual traditions can be found in African folk tales, like the African traditional nobility songs from the Ashanti people, and others from the Zulu, Agikuyu, Maasai, Mende, Bechuana, Pondo, and Lokele that suggest the collective expression of sexual kink in ancient Africa. Kajepisa or Mukazenda treatment was also popular among the Himba people, northern Namibia, and Kunene, Angola, where sex was literally offered to guests. However, among the Maasai and the Agikuyu people, when a man came back home to a spear in front of his house, he would automatically know that his wife is being intimate with another man and would keep off. Among the Luo, Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa Fulani, wife inheritance was a valued way of helping widows and orphans, in that when a man died, his brothers and his male relatives would sit down to determine who among them was most stable to take up the responsibility. But with the coming of patriarchy and invention of women, as stated by Oyeronke Oyewumi, such practices took a very dangerous turn for women. Among the Wodabe of Niger, Cameroon, Central African Republic, and Chad, their peacock sexual culture was identical to that of the birds, in that they believed women had sexual powers and were allowed to have multiple men other than their husbands. Wodabe men even went ahead to put on heavy makeup and peacock feathers to impress their women. They also put up spectacular dances like the male birds just to attract their women's attention. Kunyaza or Kashabali sexual practices is another Central African sexual practice originally from Rwanda, but was also practiced in Kenya and Uganda. It was a sexual practice that focused only on triggering the female ejaculation, and not just one, but multiple orgasms in women during heterosexual encounters. Food, clothing, beads, and perfumes were an integral part of African foreplay in most ethnic groups in ancient Africa. In conclusion, the colonial invasion of Africa, slavery, and European religions imposed toxic shame into the sacred African sexual practices, as expressed by Nzwegu, and I quote, "It was a Western view to focus on male pleasure as the measure of rocking good times in the sack. The sexualized gender hierarchy of the West eroticizes male dominance and subjugation as sexual. But Africans should focus on decolonizing their minds from this uncouth conditioning and create modern history that push beyond colonial and religious boundaries. Africans, just like their ancestors, should equate sexuality to creativity rather than equating sex to shame. Sexual energy is the same as creative energy and should be embraced and empowered through authenticity." Has Africa always been conservative towards sexual intercourse? The answer is no. This is part 3 and the last part to this video. If you want to read more about
sounds something like I'm not denying everything she said, but it sounds like some Western hobabble in that. But let's talk about it with, because we have some folks from here from some of the regions that she mentioned. Let's see if it pans out. Trigger Happy 262 wanted to address the accusation of being an agent, not the topic, and I'm allowing him to do it because he's been a contributor to Shoot the Breeze. So I'm going to give him his chance to speak up. Trigger Happy 262, welcome to the panel. I'm going to give you a minute or so to address it. Go ahead.
Thank you for letting me on. So first of all, I don't understand how I'm accused as an agent when there's like 16 other viewers that don't talk. You know, usually there's like lurkers in the chat. What's the logical conclusion to say that I'm an agent when there's like other people who don't even talk, and there's usually people who chat and don't enter the live chat in the show? So how am I an agent, or how am I someone who spams or supposedly floods the chat? Like anyone who can think, how can you say that someone's an agent from that logic? Like, so explain that to me.
Yeah, I personally I didn't assume anything of that nature. Like you said, there's folks here who are lurking, who aren't talking from week to week. Because if we had everyone who's watching in the chat talking as well, I couldn't read all these comments, you know. So I don't know. But Real Black Gentleman came back on. Let him address it. And please, no shouting matches. Let's be cordial. Just state what you back up what you said earlier, etc. Real Black Gentleman.
Here's my thing. Like,
on you.
I'm very, very suspicious about like YouTube, like just activity that does not resonate or does not have a conformity. When I look at like, I see people's like I worry about COINTELPRO type activity wherein like there are people who misrepresent Black people, who are not Black people, who impersonate Black people, and they do lurk, and they do have a way of like blowing up the spot. So I utterly apologize for being wrong and for you proving me wrong. And I'm going to be contrite as I can. I don't know what to say. I am a fool for thinking that. However, I do truly believe that there are I see it all the time. I see a lot of activity that just comes across as odd and just seems misplaced.
All right.
And that's I that's all I have to say. I mean, I sometimes
may I say something very short?
Who not necessarily who I am, but because of people around me that I've been cyberstalked. And you know what I'm saying? I don't want to there's a place for me to talk about it, and it's not necessarily here, but like
right.
It's difficult because everything's circumstantial. We're involving electronic stuff like that. I wish I could sit here and say, here's the proof. Everything is circumstantial, if you know what I'm saying. Like there's fragments of circumstances of my life that get thrown back to me through social media because I'm being targeted and monitored.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
Because of my political.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say. And for Sir, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was wrong about you, but I'm not wrong about the fact that these things do happen. I just sat here and looked at you, and I thought something didn't jive. Coincidence do happen. So yeah, I'm glad that you're a sincere, genuine Black man, and live long and strong. I'm with you.
You too, brother. You are a real Black gentleman. I wanted to say that.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I get it. We have to be careful on these platforms. I just mentioned it in the Discord recently. We have some spammers coming through. We got white boys coming through. We got Asians coming through. So we have to be careful of these things. Although I will say I didn't see the evidence of Trigger Happy 262 being an agent, because he's been discussing and bringing up points to go with the flow of the show, etc. But Real Black Gentleman, I'll give it to you, man. Keep your eyes open for the potentials out there for me, and I'll appreciate that. Trigger Happy 262, are you okay with Real Black Gentleman's apology there?
Oh yeah, apology accepted, no doubt. I think the only suggestion I'd probably give you is that if you want to be thorough, you should probably like consult bitter medicine. You know, like you can always like ask him, like, okay, is this person trustworthy? Because you're the one who controls the channel. You can always verify and vet who's actually who. And also, I'd even give a further suggestion. The Discord, you can like even make further verification vetting. You know, if you feel as though someone isn't black, you could just kind of like people usually make verification systems for like Discord and whatnot. And so if you really want to be thorough, you should do that, because that's kind of like the problem with like past organizations. Like they would throw out these accusations, and that's when the sectarianism from these political organizations happen, and there you go, the FBI wins. So you have to be thorough. You can't just like throw accusations to someone with no proof, no evidence. We can't just go off of intuition. That's all I gotta say.
No, I appreciate that. And thank you.
You're right. And I do care about black people in what it is. I misfired, sir. I misfired.
Yeah,
all right.
It's no problem. No problem.
All right, let's get back to the topic at hand, though. Should we start with number 7? Says, what is African sexuality? Now, we heard a lot in there. We heard a lot of different African groups and different African women, from different African groups being, basically it said that they were taking up multiple men, and the man was like cooks and all that kind of stuff. So I'm curious to hear what you guys have to say. Azuli, we'll start with you. What say you to what you saw in the video?
I could tell by the way she looked with her nose that she's a freak. So of course she's gonna find research that there's like 54 countries in Africa. Maybe a couple of tribes felt that way, but I don't believe it. I was waiting for the okie doke to come behind that. I bet you in the next video she's gonna say it was full of you know what. So
yeah, she looks like she's on that spectrum, right?
Yeah, I look at her face, nose piercing, all of that, talking like that should annoy me to the fullest. Talking about like, okay, even if she was right, they were doing that. How does sticking your penis into the ground make sense? How does ejaculating on animals' bones make sense? I mean, those people were wrong. Just because it came from Africa, that doesn't mean it was right.
Excellent point. Not everything our ancestors did was right, but go ahead.
So that's what I'm talking about. Like she thought that was a trump card, or they were ejaculating in the ground to impregnate the earth. That makes sense. Species. If you have sex with a dog, can you impregnate a dog? Well, based on the knowledge that I know, it's impossible. You can't enter species, create something. So what is she talking about? Again, I think that people like that, they're gonna bring in the back in the next video. Watch what she's gonna say. So I looked at her like, I'm not gonna deny that people were sexually. I'm not saying that African people didn't have. Well, of course, it's sexual pleasure. So but what she's talking about, oh man, there's a part in the video she said a husband would come home, the wife would be having sex with another person, and he would go and just leave. How does that benefit the community? How does sexual deviancy benefit the community? I don't understand. But hey, if that's what if that's the sword she want to fight on, me, I'm not with it. So that's all I say about that.
And also, what does that do for me today? I come and I meet a spear in front of my door. I just supposed to go down by the park and sit down and wait for this fellow to finish up. I mean, what does that do for me today? Doesn't
that's
make
what I'm
sense.
saying. And then she said they had sex with the bones. Like that's making black people look worse. Like what? Like this is why you two like who gives this person a microphone?
She gave it to herself.
Go ahead.
Real Black Gentleman, putting all that Trigger Happy 262 stuff aside, and I appreciate both of you.
Okay.
What do you have to say about this prompt right here?
Oh, what is African sexuality? It has potential to be a glorious institution that the world has never seen. It is becoming a shadow of what it is. Just it can be. I'm saying the whole just just having foreigners come into Africa already destroy it. I mean, African sexuality can't mean anything if we start to just we Africans already have a lot of just genetics. We don't need to be seduced by other cultures. We have got to understand, like, the purpose is the pleasure that we will share with each other is supposed to further the family in the culture. We should find love with one another. This goes back to Serena. It's like it's impossible and it's like it's difficult because, I mean, as men and women, we have to find a balance in the midst of a natural unevenness. If the men are strong and we fight and we get locked up, the women cannot lose faith. It can't be that way. If the women are holding it down in you know what I'm saying, in their domains, the men can't just be slipping. No, you can't go around loosey goosey. You see, we define the increments between where the balance may be uneven is where what I'm saying, we gotta get. I mean, we gotta get away from a lot of things before what I'm saying, in order to really, unless we want to like adapt things that really aren't necessarily indigenous to us to further our sexuality. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. It can be the most beautiful thing in the world, but I feel like that it can be improved upon. I'll just leave it at that.
I appreciate that. By the way, Trigger Happy 262, if you're out there still, I just want to say your appearance on the panel was good, man. You stood up strong, no nervousness. So yeah, you're invited to join the panel anytime the link drops in the future.
Nah, I think Triggers. I think he's an agent, the one that just.
All right, Azuli. Thanks. Let me go to Jay. Jay, what say you to this?
There's a lot of taboos that these butterflies never talk about, and right at this moment we are going through such a taboo, and that's this Neanderthal pox. Neanderthals call it differently, but I'm stick to Neanderthal pox. So there's always a shadow side to this sexual liberation. And there's a lot of them, and STDs are another one, but one that I want specifically mentioned or to put in out there is that the sexual revolution here in Europe brought forth a lot of children among family members. Right, so because of the sexual revolution, people didn't know that they were brothers and sisters, and I imagine that us, as old as we are, we were aware of those type of dangers. So what this sister is talking about is to me is bullshit, and for what I see. It may be clear that I frequent countries in West Africa, and I don't see this. What I see is that it is taboo. That girl with that girl in the village with 3 children, not married, and most probably those 3 children have different fathers. She's an exception.
I appreciate that, Jay. In the chat, the matron said something really good. By the way, she put up flames and fire for when Jay was talking. She liked what you had to say. The matron said, "What value does primitive sexuality have? Perhaps you should have elevated the conversation by using artistic representations. I hate host-plaining. And that kind of goes with what I was trying to say earlier. If she attached this to some solution to some problem we have today, I might be able to sit down and listen to it. But it sounds to me like she's just bringing up these, tying together these random threads, these examples, right? And telling us, well, why aren't we doing this now? Well, what solution does it provide is my thing. Bobby Wright in the chat says, I think this sexuality issue is largely a product of European and Arab influence, but I read about the Maduko Dako among the Langi people of Uganda, which is an effeminate male. Even the video she showed, I thought those were women for a second there. And those were guys. So, what's the solution in this talk here? I don't really see it, and I think a few of you don't see it as well. Let me go to Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
I mean, if she says that as far as communal life goes and communalism goes, that everything was a free for all, you know what I mean? It sounds pretty much like a good time to me. But I would say this: we are we are not in a position to act as if we living in a pre-colonial Africa. So as the society changes, the situations and the strategies of how we relate to one another and how we relate to the rest of the world should change as well. We can't go backwards. I think that the Wahhabis in Saudi Arabia want to live, in the days of Muhammad, and we see how all of us, the world, see how that's turning out. I think that as people, as Black people, I find that we are very pasteuristic. We like to go back in history, and it's not to dismiss history, because history is important and it's relevant. But I don't see a lot of futuristic talk. Where were you supposed to be going? In relation to where we are, in relation to who our external enemies are, and how we should relate to them going forward. In particular, in having to do with one of the most intimate things, with us, which is, our relationships. Our relationships has been broken horribly, and I think that we should go about the business of repairing these things as we go off into the next century. And I find that it would seem, and I talking as a 21st century person now, it would seem like the best strategy is the relationship between a male and a female and whatever they produce, boys, girls, or whatever going forward. I feel like that strategy is a workable strategy now. I can't go back in pre-colonial Africa and carry out the actions in 21st century in the Western world. That's a strategy doomed to failure. And if that society or that strategy was so good, it would still be prevalent today. And as you can see in Africa, it doesn't continue. It didn't continue on. Maybe people say, well, because the colonials came there. I think that we should change our habits and our strategies as a people going forward. What has worked for us in the past may not necessarily be so workable now. Forecasts like to talk about the idea of spookism. Africa was an extremely spiritual, spooky place, spooky place. But now you have people who are scientific minded, materialistic minded, and they trying to dominate and devastate and do all the things that they're trying to do. So I think that our strategies need to change in relation not only to each other in our personal relationships, but how we view the world. And this is a glorification or a romanticization of how things used to be back in the past. But we can't continue with that strategy moving forward. That's what's happened. That's happened back then. And based off of that behavior, that's how they functioned back then. But now we can't hold to that tradition because it's not workable in the 21st century. As Jose was saying, one person in that communal free-for-all who have some kind of disease, COVID or whatever have you,
dog eat your lunch.
It would destroy the whole population of people. So that strategy is obviously unworkable. obviously unworkable. So we need to change the paradigm. And like I say, I understand that she is romanticizing it and trying to show people what this is what we have been practicing, etc., etc., etc. Not only that, she leaves out a whole lot of things, as far as our relationships goes. Needless to say, that is not a workable strategy now. You know what I mean? So what works now is important information and conversation we need to have going forward. Obviously, it ain't just the one female in the house. We see the results of that. Obviously, it's not necessarily one male in the house raising the children. We see the results of that. So I think that the best example going forward, as we live in the society as it stands right now, is between male and female. And even we have this whole thing of inviting the Grammys and the aunties and uncles. That's good, but we need to work out our relationship with one another first and foremost. I'll stop there.
I appreciate that. There was something I was going to say. I was going to say, if a Negro came home and met a spear in front of his door, no wonder we got sold out into slavery, man. I mean, come on. What are you doing? Trigger Happy 262 says, one of the problems with sexuality to me is simple. We have to make sure that there is an order to sex. But we also have to remove the shame from sex as well. I agree about that. Sex is a life principle. It shouldn't be demonized either. But that doesn't give excuses to hoeing and running around and doing what we want just because sex is a life principle. Man, that's the gospel right there. Trigger Happy 262 also says everything that is balanced moves forward. So he's referring to what Mr. Untouchable said. If it was so good in the past, how come we're not still doing it? And we have someone here who could tell us, based on what this lady in the video said, the peoples that she mentioned, we have someone here who could speak to that a little bit. Trigger Happy 262 lastly says, yeah, people act like we didn't have rules when it came to sex or strictness in some areas. There's something, in my opinion, she leaves out. I agree with that too. She's clearly cherry picking. She's on an agenda, right? Marcus Garvey is the way. You're still with us, right?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. What do you have to say as a Black woman yourself? What do you have to say to what you heard?
Well, I want to start off with a proverb that I invented years ago. And it goes, when the European had only his woman, he started to have sex with children, the dead, animals. He even became a hermit. When the Black man was exposed to the Black woman for centuries, he became a polygamist in Africa. Okay. So you see for me personally, that is explaining how sex was viewed between the two cultures that clashed with each other. In the sense of what the young lady said, personally, I think that we are viewing sex through the European eyes, and I've had a problem with that for, as I thought about it over the years. Oral sex and stuff like that. Certain things I don't agree with, because I think that sex is sex. If you can't do it right, then what are you doing? I think the European had to push to oral sex, and I do believe other cultures have practiced it. But I mean, if you have a little, wee-wee, and you're not making it work with your female, you got to find another way to pleasure yourself. So yeah, sucking on it like a lollipop might be the next, tangible step towards that. Europeans have used sex. So
This is now become Shoot the Breeze After Dark. Continue.
Keep talking, Barbados. Keep talking, man. Hey, it's 1 a.m. So speak.
The Europeans, if you really check European sexuality, and I know she was talking about Africa.
Mr. Untouchable was like, I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Keep talking, Barbados. I'm almost there. Go ahead.
The European sexuality, if you notice, they had one man, one woman. If they wanted another wife, like the king, you divorce her and get another woman. But keep in mind that they were the ones that invented chastity belts. Yeah. Meanwhile, other cultures had polygamy because they understood that maybe one wife and one man and one woman may not work. So I kind of think that some of the comments were based so much on our concrete, our foundation in Christianity and the Western world, in terms of the one man, one woman, and our views on sex. Um, if women in Africa was having sex with multiple partners, guess what? Women in our modern time are doing the same thing. Women are cheating on their men, men are cheating on their women. I always think that we have the same concepts going on, but we don't view it the same way. So promiscuity exists in our time. So maybe it's worded differently, but yeah, some women, some wives right now getting screwed, and the husband came home and maybe he heard a noise and he like, she taking it. I mean, it is what it is. So it's not like these things are not existing today. It's just we're viewing it differently. Some men would come home here, the wife getting banged, and start a fight. I mean, it's not saying that women are not screwing on their husbands or men are not screwing on their wives. I mean, these things, what we call promiscuity, I think is viewed differently in these times. Is the young lady right with her information? I don't know. I've never researched it. But just keep in mind that Europeans had one man, one woman, and he had sex with everything he could find, including the dead. Okay, so let's not, and we are imitating that behavior now. The little boys in the Caribbean sticking their little things in the chickens. So let's be realistic in what we are seeing and hearing. That's all.
All right, I wanted to hear from the ladies at the end, and I want to hear from Tanzan last because Tanzan is from one of the countries, the peoples that she mentioned. Tanzan, did you hear anything in there that is a part of your historical record?
Well, a lot of what she said seemed familiar, and the general principle behind it. So I think she misrepresented herself by just talking about the acts and leaving behind the principles. And so if you tell somebody, oh, in our culture, when boys reach 12 years old, they're taken in and, their tips are snipped, they'll see you as, weird and barbaric. But then you explain, well, that's, circumcision, a rite of initiation, and so on and so forth. And then, it makes sense. So I'm not condoning all the acts that they used to do, but I will agree that the principle of sex, and it was sex after marriage. Sex before marriage was wholly, forbidden, looked down upon. It was not even, thought of. And then, okay, before we even go to sex, even the idea of modesty. The reason why these things are not practical is because, like Mr. Untouchable was saying, we live in a totally different paradigm. You cannot apply the old rules to now, because if we were to say, oh, well, we Africans used to walk around, semi-naked, and most of the time, for a lot of them, it was usually, the bottom half was, like a loincloth or something, but women used to just walk around like that. There was no concept of bodily shame and things like that. So but that is when we were by ourselves, when we knew and accepted the body as it was, and we didn't see shame in the body. It's like before pre-Eden, before Adam and Eve ate the fruit, they did not feel shame in their bodies. So we were living in that pre-shame era. But once we have eaten the fruit and put on the Western clothes, then it's ludicrous to try to say, well, I'm just going to walk around naked because that's what our ancestors did, because it means something totally different from what, why we did it in the past. And we didn't even do it. It just came naturally. Well, we're not in a natural state right now, and we're definitely not in a natural environment. So these practices, they're not, some of them are not useful, only because, especially the whole thing about disease. In the past, disease was not so much sexually transmitted. It was more, either parasitical, environmental, things like that. So people didn't worry so much about sexually transmitted diseases. So in that aspect, I think it was fairly, okay. But in the other aspects, sex was regulated, and there were very strict rules, especially when it comes to marriage. But the principle behind it was that, men and women were supposed to get together and have children and take care of those children, and those children would take care of them when they grew, when their parents grew older. So it was a cycle. The other thing that the principle that I see, a general principle that I see, apart from that, everyone taking care of everybody else at their vulnerable times, was this idea of man's nature, woman's nature, and yes. So in terms of man's nature, men were expected to to want multiple women at at different points of their life. So first it was they had to regulate it. You could not just go about running after different women. But at the same time, once you earned that you earned that marriage status, then you had a lot more freedom. So men were more free to actually indulge sexually after marriage than before. So that was not all. I'm not saying that, but polygamy was pretty common, despite what some people might think. And then the other thing, that women were supposed to nurture and work together. And so women worked together, in the farms, in business, and they also raised children together. They also, took care of each other's children, both, siblings, younger, older sisters taking care of the other children. So that was their first training. And then that would also translate when they became co-wives, or they became, daughters-in-laws, and they would have other sisters-in-laws. So women were supposed to work together, to take care of children. And then the other thing was also, life stages. They say that, a man always has his virility, but a woman, is up and down. So for example, if, like the story of the Kikuyu men who took over the women, the time when women are pregnant, it's usually the time when, while they can do a lot of things, they're also handicapped in some ways, and they might not be able to fulfill, their wifely roles, in that terms. So one of the reasons why they would, get a second. Basically, it was this: everybody was supposed to have as much sex as possible. And this other thing of sneaking in the house, this was, I thought it was just in our culture, but Gus Demop mentioned it one time also when we were having this polygamy discussion. And yes, women who are married, they were supposed to have children, and if their husbands could not provide the children, then they would have a sort of wink-wink arrangement where another man would come and impregnate the wife for the husband, but the children would still be the husband's. Same thing with the inheritance. If your husband died, there would still be one of his brothers to, give you a child, but the child would belong to the husband. So basically, they just wanted as many children as possible, and as much sex for everybody as possible. When a woman has, her husband died, there would be a man in the village whose sole duty was just to go around satisfying the women. So yeah, that's how I take it. Oh man.
Was there equal amounts of polygamy and polygamy?
Equal amounts, like in tribes?
Well, in general, was it equal? Like in your area of Africa, was it equal amounts of men marrying multiple women as women marrying multiple men? Was that even a thing?
No, women were not expected to marry multiple men.
Okay.
They did sometimes, for the sake of having children. Like I said, the sneak man, they would have sometimes get impregnated, but the children would still belong to the father.
Oh.
The man. Yeah.
Okay. I think I got everyone on that prompt, right?
Can I say something?
Yeah, you get the last word.
Okay. The way
Well, I'll speak after.
Sorry. Kevin Carey, Erzuli, and then Kevin Carey. Sorry about that, Kevin Carey.
What I want to say is the way Europeans were not conservative to sex, like the lady said before. So why would you say after we encountered the Europeans, then we became conservative? Like the lady, like Marcus Garvey is the way he said. They were doing all of that, having sex with animals, having sex with each other. So what is he talking about?
I never said they were conservative. I said that they created a society with one man, one woman.
The video. The lady in the video said that Africans became conservative after the encounter with the Europeans.
I said you just said that the Europeans were having sex with whatever. So if shouldn't what she's talking about be due to the encounter with Europeans? Because Europeans were not sexually repressed. So how could their encounter make you become repressive, quote unquote? So it's weird.
All right, Kevin Conrad, you get the last word. Then we gotta go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8.
Yeah, real quick. I was going to say something what Jay said earlier. In Iceland, there's an app because there's so much inbreeding going on in Iceland that they have an app that'll tell you the person that you're talking to could be your cousin or could be some kind of relative. But that's what I want to say about European deviancy.
All right. Let's go to Real Black Gentleman. Your device is not connected. You might have to go out and come back in. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8. Let's see if we could finish out in the 40 minutes that we have. Let's see if we can finish out. This one says, "It's cool. You okay?" said the pastor. And we wonder why. This came with a link. Let's check it out and then discuss it right after.
Now to the black pastor arrested by Alabama police as he was watering his neighbor's garden while they were out of town. TJ Holmes is with us now, and what Pastor Michael Jennings is saying after the ordeal. Good morning.
All right, Stray. Driving while black, walking while black, golfing while black, swimming while black, napping while black, staying in an Airbnb while black, sitting in a Starbucks while black, bird watching while black. It's become a part of our vernacular here. And look, you and I talked about plenty of these stories here. Add to this now, watering your neighbor's plants while black. That's what this pastor was doing, and police were called on him. And now we have this police body cam video that shows how he goes from literally a water hose to handcuffs in just a couple of minutes.
I ain't did nothing suspicious or nothing wrong. Told him I'm a pastor. I pastor until I don't hear. Sir. You want to lock me up? Lock me up.
This newly released police body camera video shows the arrest of an Alabama pastor who was watering his neighbor's plants.
Do what you got to do. Go on and lock me up.
This past spring, Pastor Michael Jennings was doing a favor for a neighbor who'd asked him to water their plants while they were out of town. But police arrived and started questioning him.
This vehicle is not supposed to be here, and you're not supposed to be
Who's
here.
saying that? I'm Pastor Jennings. I live across the street.
You're Pastor Jennings?
Yes, I'm looking out for their house while they gone.
Okay.
Watering their flowers.
Okay. Well, that's cool. Do you have like ID and all?
Oh, no, man. I'm not going to give you no ID.
Why not?
I ain't did nothing wrong.
And if you're not one to identify yourself,
Who called y'all?
that's what we got to figure out.
I ain't did nothing suspicious or nothing wrong. Told him I'm a pastor. I pastor until I don't hear. Sir. You want to lock me up? Lock me up.
We're just trying to talk to you, man. Come here. Look, man, let me see your phone. Let me see your phone, dude. Just calm down. Okay?
No.
Stop.
Do what you got to do. Go on and lock me up. I told you I'm a pastor.
Okay, look, man.
Who called y'all?
You have to identify yourself. All I did said, "Hey, man, do you live here?" No. Is that your car? No.
The pastor was eventually put in the back of a squad car. A woman soon arrives on scene, identifies herself as a neighbor, and vouches for Pastor Jennings.
He lives right there, and he would be watering their flowers. This is probably my fault.
Okay.
She says she is the one who made the initial call to police.
So you called not because of the car, but because you thought you saw someone besides him.
Right. I didn't know it was him.
Yeah. I got to keep their flowers watered. I got to keep their flowers watered while they gone. You okay?
Jennings spoke to GMA about the ordeal.
It was kind of surreal at that moment because I'm wondering, why is this happening? I was thinking if I did something wrong or resisted, that I could have been shot. So I was trying to cooperate, even though I didn't understand what was going on. I was agitated. I was angry, but I knew to comply.
The 56-year-old maintains this was a case of racial profiling.
You racial profile?
We're not racial profiling. No, sir. No, sir. We're not about that.
I told you I was here watering the flowers.
How do I know that's the truth? Anybody?
I had the water hose in my hand.
Throughout the video, police can be heard suggesting that the situation might have been different if Jennings had provided identification.
It doesn't matter if pastor or if he's a pastor or not. Like the thing is, he's a nice enough, reasonable guy. Just talk to us.
Alabama law allows police to ask someone for identification in a public place if they reasonably suspect that person of committing a crime.
To be shackled and to have your freedom taken away from you, it's something else. It's dehumanizing. And I thought, why would they be doing this? It's something that it gives you nightmares. It gives you nightmares after.
Jennings maintains there was no crime, given he was on private property with permission.
The neighbor, a white woman, they took her word as the gospel truth. But the pastor who preached the gospel every Sunday, they didn't take his word at all.
The pastor was charged with 1 count of obstruction of government operation. That charge was later dropped. For now, Pastor Jennings, says he's leaning on his faith.
My faith has helped me a lot because I knew that God would work the situation out. You have to forgive people because, you can't judge people and hold things against people.
The pastor does say plans to file a lawsuit. Police department say they have no comment on this because of pending litigation. Guys, everybody involved here. The woman who called, maybe questions about what you could look at her story, say, why would you call? People look at the police and say, you could have handled this differently. This is not good community policing. Police will look at him. People will look at him and say, hey, just show the ID. This didn't have to happen. Everybody could have done something a little better in this situation. And guys, the gut punch in this is at the end of this video, his wife shows up on scene when he's in the back of the car, brings his ID. Police at that point say, we can't unarrest him. And he still ends up in jail. So maybe we can all learn something from this.
Well, that's the thing, too. The neighbor came out, acknowledges a mistake, yet they still made the charge that was dropped later. That's extraordinary.
And again, we're all learning something. This is about community policing and having a better relationship. This could have been handled by everybody differently. Did you have to haul the pastor off to jail? People will ask that question. So, guys, just unfortunate. But hopefully everybody learns something.
We're learning, TJ. You're doing these stories too often.
You're not having too many of these conversations, Trey.
Yep.
All right. I personally felt like the pastor was looking for attention there, but that's just my quick thought based on body language and what I see. Let's go to Urzuli. No, I'm sorry. Let's go to Jay here. Jay, are you still with us? Unmute your mic, Jay, if you're there.
Yes, yes, I'm still here. I was just typing in with a lot of quote marks. Yet another unfortunate event. It was unfortunate.
Let's go to observing immigrants. What say you?
I think the pastor needs to pray and let God give him an answer. That's it.
Okay. Let's go to Tanzan. Tanzan, what say you?
Yeah, the same old, same old. I can't say too much about it. And I think the funniest thing was back in the studio where everybody's pretending not to, say the R word and, shuffling about and, we need to learn, oh man, but we see this happening every day, but we're still shocked and like, whatever. Anyway, that's all.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
I really don't care. They should have shot him. I think that this whole thing, he was acting like a little princess. I think that he could have handled the situation differently. As I said before, I think that black people, are more afraid of detention and jail than they are of death. They are in Alabama. These guys could blow your head off and come with some reasonable justification for doing so. Why are you arguing with these dudes? If they have, you could have calmed down and not overreacted. It's not overreacted. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, they control the narrative when you're dead. And they say, well, and at the end of it, he says, and this is his words, well, I'm not a hold a grudge. I believe in forgiveness, as they all say. So what's the problem here? If he gonna forgive them anyways, what's the problem? You know what I mean? I these kinds of stories for me is laboring. They are laboring because the people them are gonna continue to act in the same manner that they've been continuing acting in for 100,000 years. They're gonna continue to do the same things. I'm a pastor. Does it matter? Doesn't matter. You want a plantation, bro? You want a plantation? A pastor is no more significant than a field hand on a plantation. It's just I don't know, man. But like I say, he can continue to do what he does. Continue to exist as he does in the space that he does in his head space. So what's the problem? What's the problem? This is another, for me, this is trauma porn that they push off on black people continuously. Put us in these ridiculous, compromised, subservient situations where they keep pushing fear into the minds of black men. Really is and truly to put us in our place. To put us in our place. This old, what do you call it? Castrated in his mind, castrated old male who going at the end of the day still fall off unto forgiveness and the love of white Jesus to forgive these white police officers of their sins. And his emotionally reacting instead of mentally responding to the situation. You know, it's just trauma porn. And I'm just through with it, man. But I'll stop there.
I feel you on that, Mr. Untouchable. Real Black Gentleman, while we have you here, I see you having some problems. What say you to this prompt and video? Unmute your mic, brother. You guys have to remember to unmute your mic, right? I shouldn't have to say that every time. All right, Real Black Gentleman isn't responding. Kevin Carre, what say you?
May Christianity and the police burn in hell.
All right, thank you for that. Azuli, you get the last comment if Real Black Gentleman isn't there.
Well, what I want to say is I didn't think he did anything wrong until he said, it's okay, I forgive you. Alabama law says you can ask me for my ID if I'm on private property. He didn't do anything wrong. So whatever, he started off right in his masculine form until this fool said, it's okay, I forgive you. After that, they should have shot him 10 times. So, and then, because I don't understand, and this is what people are talking about. The lady is the neighbor. So you didn't see, you never seen the pastor's face? You thought it was somebody else? You could have lost your life. And you see how even though, this is the sad thing, even though the lady cleared it up, they still charge them with a crime? And then he says, I'm forgiving? Man, they should have shot him. But I think the beginning, he was in his right form. Like, you can ask me for no ID. I'm on private property. So, but I just don't understand. It's like, it's typical Christianity, and that's the masculine that's supposed to protect the society. Oh, it's okay, I forgive you. Meanwhile, she called 2 cops on you. Like, she don't know the neighbor. They don't recognize you. She had to come close to see who it was. So, I mean,
yeah, that was nonsense. That whole thing with the white woman was like, oh, I didn't realize it was you. That's nonsense. You know what you're doing. You set that man up to die. You probably had a problem with him using the water out there to flower plants or some shit like that. You know what you was doing. Real Black Gentleman, are you there? Are you there now? All right, Real Black Gentleman is having issues. I can't hold it up.
I think he's meeting with his what you call the people who manage the informants.
Yeah. He's getting debriefed right now. Bobby Wright in the chat said trauma porn. The matron said he literally said to the Karen that called the police that it's okay. So he forgives her for playing with his life. Wow. Someone's cutting their toenails during the broadcast here. Let's mute your mic if you're gonna be cutting your toenails, please. Shooter Breeze, that was Shooter Breeze topic number 8, correct? Shooter Breeze topic number 9 tonight is this professor is an inspiration. This came with a link. The link takes us to a New York Post article. Jeff Bezos slams professor for wishing Queen Elizabeth an excruciating death. A university professor wished Queen Elizabeth II, an excruciating death. She was promptly slammed by Amazon founder Jeff Bezos. Quote, I heard the chief monarch of a thieving, raping, genocidal empire is finally dying, says Uju Anya, an associate professor of second language acquisition at Carnegie Mellon University, wrote in a tweet on Thursday. May her pain be excruciating. I think this is the same sister who recently used the Akata term and got slammed for it and claimed that she didn't know, that she had heard it had negative connotations, but she wasn't using it in that way. I think that's the same sister. But anyway, the world's third richest man then quoted Anya's tweet and wrote, this is someone supposedly working to make the world better? I don't think so, Bezos added. Wow. The back and forth came as the 96-year-old monarch was under medical supervision at Balmoral Castle in Scotland, and less than an hour before Buckingham Palace officially announced that Queen Elizabeth had died at 96. In follow-ups to her initial post elsewhere, the Carnegie Mellon professor defended her tweet in explicit terms. After one Twitter user wrote, "Ew, you stink," okay, Anya responded, "You mean like your pussy?" Anya also doubled down in a response to Bezos posted just minutes after Elizabeth's death was confirmed, writing, "May everyone you and your merciless greed have harmed in this world remember you as fondly as I remember my colonizers." She goes on to say, Twitter later took down Anya's initial tweet for violating its rules, which her wishing or hoping that someone experienced physical harm. All right, I'm not gonna read for keep telling y'all I'm not trying to read too much on Shoot the Breeze at 1 o'clock in the morning. But Jeff Bezos showed his ass in this exchange. This professor, in my opinion, said no wrong. Who disagrees with me? I'm going to try one more time with Real Black Gentleman. Real Black Gentleman, are you there? Unmute your mic if you are. All right, that's it for Real Black Gentleman. Thanks for coming through tonight. Right? You having too many difficulties and it's being kind of disruptive.
He's getting debriefed, Coco. He got him bored. Come on, son. You know the deal.
Azuli, while I have you here, what say you to this professor and her tweet about
Well,
Elizabeth?
It's a shame that a woman could have the testicular fortitude to say something like that. Well, our men, I don't know if you're gonna get to that prompt, said something else different. But a lot of us respect Jeff Bezos. Oh, he's such an entrepreneur. He's such this and that and the third. Oh, he's such a great thing. Look what he's saying. Not caring about what the regime of this lady had done to the continent of Africa, to the Caribbean, and to South America. They all stuck together. It don't matter. He didn't even ask her the question, why do you say that? Or maybe he could have said, yeah, I understood she did that, but she changed. No, I don't know if she changed. Maybe I know she didn't change, but you see what he said? He went on the attack. So at the end of the day, what Jeff Bezos not for us? So I don't see anything wrong with what she said because her experience. I'm guessing she's African too. Is she African?
Yeah, I think she's not Nigerian.
So if she's African, she like she said, her regime, her rule has been very painful to her people. So why would she? She's not like that pastor. She's not a pastor who I'll forgive. So I get it. You get what I'm saying? So I'm with her 100%. Jeff Bezos, of course, he got to rock with his people. So
Uzuli just alluded to this community tab post I put up earlier during the week. Make sure you guys, when you subscribe, click the bell to get all notifications of all things that go up on the channel. And, interact with the community tab sometimes. I said it on Facebook, Caribbean countries, please don't be goofy and embarrass us over this dead savage queen. And then here comes Jamaica. Jamaican government announces 12-day mourning period to mark death of Queen Elizabeth II. No celebratory activities should occur during this time. And I'm fully expecting my own hometown to be on that soon too, if it hasn't already. Maybe I missed the news. But that's what a black man, and you could see several of these African leaders. The African leader in Ghana, I want to say Nigeria, and a few other places. All had something to say about.
Don't forget Jesse Jackson.
Oh, did he? All right, he did make a comment, didn't he? So we have all these folks all over the black world, giving condolences to this queen. And by the way, I want to say this too. It's not a prompt tonight, but I talked about this in the 5-minute video I did the other day. You know, we got to easy up on the celebration of this woman dying. This woman lived till 96 years old. Untouched. She came out this thing unscathed. She lived a hell of a long life, accumulating riches. We didn't do nothing here. We didn't do nothing here. This is just how this reality is set up, and she went out on her own terms. So we got to cool down on the celebration because it's kind of weak in a sense.
I'm not celebrating. I'm not celebrating that. I just don't care.
Right. That's the better approach to take. Just don't care.
I just don't care. Like, I have shit to worry about. Like, what do I care? Just like I didn't care that her grandson got married. I didn't care.
Right.
So I agree with you. That's not a celebration. I mean, she passed. She lived a great life to 96. Full life.
Yeah.
Not one, probably taking trips, doing things that I would never thought of doing.
Eating high off the hog, drinking the best shit, could go to the best party if she wanted to go to, could get the best sex, could get the best this and that, the other. She lived well. We let her, us as African people, let her live her full life and a part of someone else's life probably too.
So I agree with you. That's not a celebration. I'm just saying that.
Now I wasn't directing this towards you. I was directing this towards
No. I'm agreeing with you with that statement. Like, yo, that lady said nothing wrong. That lady's regime affected her people and probably affected our people the same way that we had to leave our Caribbean country to come to a better place here because they keep taking all our natural resources. Jeff Bezos don't care about that. But Jeff Bezos is the greatest. What you say now? What's your answer now? So I get it. I don't see anything with what she said.
Yeah, in the chat, the matron says the elites are in a small private club. Bezos just let you know that they will protect each other. Bobby Wright agrees. He said, yeah, that's the sister who came under fire over the Akata term. Yeah, I figured I recognized that name. Tanzan disagreed in the chat. Bobby Wright says he supported everything she said in the tweet, right? So let's go to Tanzan. Tanzan, what is it that you disagree with?
Well, I disagree with the way she put her sentiments because to me, it sounded more like an FU, like a, middle finger sort of thing. But, somebody in her position should have worded it a little bit better. I wish she suffered excruciating pain, and somebody says, well, Jeff Bezos, that gives people that moral high ground to say, you see, they hate her. But I prefer the way Malema did it. He actually outlined the reasons. I mean, she did sort of in a way, but very, off the cuff sort of thing. But she could have just said that the British colonial system has, exploited and undermined many countries in the world, and we have no, regret of her passing away. When you say something as cold as that, you leave somebody with, that whole you don't care, that not caring is better than you being, suddenly happy and like you're waiting for it to happen and so on. But, like we said, we didn't do anything about it. So taking, this gleefully attitude about it, and especially when she's dying, yeah, you can dance on the grave of your enemy, but to just turn your back would be a more powerful statement. So, or an explanation of why it is a logical and well thought out explanation, not an emotional reaction to it. So for a better example of the reaction, I would point to Malema's speech when he wrote about, the excesses of, and you don't even have to go into that much detail, but you have to let not other people know. I don't care about Bezos or whoever, but you have to let other, Black people know why it is that you feel, that way. Saying that the queen is guilty of raping people, that sounds like, she's a reptilian, leatherhead, whatever, Anyway, that was my whole. I don't agree with her sentiment. I just feel that it's more of an intellectual twerking than a well thought out response.
Thank you, Tanzan. Do we have And Tanzania is from, Kenya, where, the British ran a whole eugenics program there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we don't like them hoes.
Fuck them hoes. I'm out the door. Let's go to Jay. Jay, what say you to this?
I was baffled about Jamaica. I mean, the Brits themselves have 10 days, and Jamaicans added 2 days.
Really? The Brits have 10 days?
Yeah.
And they went 2 more days than the Brits?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
That's somewhere it's typical. We have to show them more that we love them more than they love themselves. That's somewhere it sounds familiar. Maybe from my from where I come from, we have to be more Portuguese than the Portuguese themselves, etc. But I that's what I noticed. And yeah, what Tenzin said, so I was like, yeah, every day insects die, right? But I did share also something on social media to remind our people to who we're dealing with. So it's all this glamour, they got us, they got a lot of us in this glamour and this soap-ish air that they give to royal houses. So I put 1 or 2 posts out there for our people to not slip and slide into that glamorous entertainment. It's an entertainment event. No, this bitch is a devil. That's it.
I appreciate that, Jay. Yeah, there's some comments in the chat that I found interesting. Sometimes you have to use vulgar language so that the people will understand what's being said. That's the matron dropping that gem there, and it's true. Sometimes you can't go out to your car and meet a dude sitting in your car and say, "Hey, could you excuse me, please? I'll come off my car, thanks." No, you can't do it. Some guys say, "Yo, get the fuck off my car," but you know what I mean? Like that's you sometimes you have to use vulgarity. Trigger Happy 262 says symbols represent hegemony, capitalist European values, and a lot of Black countries still strongly aligned to these symbols, which shows they're aligned to European values and imagery. Bobby Wright says more than 10,000 Africans were killed during the liberation struggle in Kenya in the 1950s while she was queen. May she rot in hell. I like that, and perhaps something like that should have been stated in her tweet, just to echo what Tanzan was saying earlier. Who do I need to go to next? I need to go to Zuli is here twice for some reason. Let me go to Kevin Carre.
Yeah, I'm very much ashamed of my the government of Jamaica, man. It's insane. You're throwing a monkey wrench into the works of moving away from that damn alliance with the British. These people abused you for all these years, exploited you, and you're gonna say, "Oh, let's move for 12 days." It's like with that Malcolm X speech. We sick, massa. We sick.
Yeah, man, we sick, boss.
I'm that Negro that says, "Yo, the house is burning down. Hopefully, that wind comes through and burn it more down." But I'll pass the mic.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I just got some funny text here. Let me go to Mr. Untouchable to round it out.
Yeah. First, there was a Black man who spoke publicly in relation to the Queen's death. Unfortunately, he didn't make it to the New York Post, so he wasn't able to see it. But he did publicly make statements in regards to her death. Julius Malema, as Tanzan would have said. So there are, and also, if some public politicians were still alive, like Mugabe, I don't think he would have nice words to say on her death as well. So I mean, don't lump us all in one category, bro. As far as I would let me say this. When people say, well, the Jamaicans having a 10 days of mourning, right? I just want to remind people who look at that to know and understand that in the Caribbean, for the most part, when you see people take up leadership positions, their sentiments may not necessarily represent the sentiments of the people who they govern over. And I think that should be clearly stated. Even though the majority, so-called the majority people even elected them, many people don't vote in these countries anyways, because they really don't give a shit about the political situation in these countries. So they don't even vote. I think the voting in Jamaica, 50% or 40%. So how these people get to be leaders or heads of states wasn't really even from the consent of the majority of the people. So sometimes their views and opinions are not necessarily the sentiments of a regular common man in the street. For instance, if you go talk to a man like Muta Baruka, who was a very popular personality in Jamaica, his views of the Queen's passing may be very different from what the Prime Minister's views are. Very different. If you talk to many Jamaicans,
absolutely. You talk to Sizzler, Anthony B, Muta Baruka.
Who been bunning the Queen them from a long time. If you talk to the regular man on the street in Nassau or the Bahamas, because you think that I into the Queen dying, you think I got my 10 days of wonder because the Queen died? Come on, man, come on. So, but we get lumped into what these little house Negroes decide to do in representation of their own. Nine Jamaicans playing it. But we get lumped into a category to what these Negroes decide to do because they're in so-called positions of power in these countries. And I think that sometimes that's unfortunate because the Queen don't represent me. Nothing what the Queen stand for, her ideology and her thinking represents what I into. Not a goddamn thing. And I sure many people who exist within this idea.
Tenzin.
I sure have many people.
Oh, you got it.
I sure have many people who exist within this space called the Commonwealth. We know and understand that this personality called the Queen don't represent us. They don't represent us at all. So I think that should be 100% clear. I think that South Africa is a Commonwealth country. I am 100% sure. Do you think that she represents Julius Malema? Come on, man.
Absolutely not.
I feel your pain, Mr. Untouchable. And it's Jamaicans empower us worldwide. The
Rastafarians.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
and they've been burning the Queen for a million years. So the powers that be could do what they can do, and at the end of the day, we can have our say so in the matter through whether it's social media, in making posts and different things like that. We gonna have our say so, but usually they don't represent what we stand for. Usually that's not the case. Now you're gonna find older people who are holdouts who still believe in the crown. Seriously, who still believe in the crown and have this idea of they Anglophiles. Everything good that's come from England. They call themselves lords and all kind of shit. So you're gonna have people like that. But I was born in the so-called independent. Well, I wasn't even born yet, but many people like us was born in an independent country. We know nothing about colonial rule. Let me put it like that. Even though she was
That's a fact.
Yeah. Even though she was a symbolic head of state, the only head of state that many of us know is a person with a black face. That's the only person we really look to as far as leadership is concerned. So I think that just needs to be very, very clear. Very clear. But needless to say, the Queen is dead. So what? That's where I am with it.
Anybody else want to add something to that? Or did I miss anyone?
Yeah, you missed me.
Oh, let's go observing immigrants and then Kare.
Just a quick thing. I really believe that she represented Jeff Bezos had a problem with what was said because he's white. I mean, he's going to represent what is in his interest. As for the professor, she reminded me so much of my mother with a sharp tongue, and it reminded me of Black women, in the Caribbean that would curse your backside with the quickness. And when she said "smell like your pussy," I thought that was hilarious. And I don't agree with Tanzam in the sense of being very diplomatic in this issue. We as Black people should have the right to voice our displeasure, at least even if for the sake of our ancestors. I mean, now is not the time to be diplomatic. Europeans will try to use diplomacy as they did civilizing us and colonization to make us better. At the end of the day, it's bullshit. We need to express ourselves. The queen is dead. She had it coming. I mean, she's an old woman. I mean, and years ago, I didn't even remember her. I was having a conversation with my kids and I was like, hold on, she's still alive. And since then, I was waiting for her to die. And, every time I see her, I was like, she ain't dead yet. She ain't dead yet. And, now she finally died. I was like, okay, whatever. But, I'll break dance on her grave. Whatever,
Electric Boogaloo. Speaking of the Queen, let's talk about it real quick. We're not going to talk about it. But this was a community tab post I put up earlier of this Queen, myself, for Congress, who tweeted this out the other day. He said, movements are going to have cliques and infighting. Just do not be a part of them and focus on reparations. And here's what he says here: destroying white supremacy is not our issue. Getting what we are owed is our issue. So that tells you what these queens are as far as Black society go. The old, decrepit Elizabeth II and this other queen here. But Kevin Carr, you got the last word.
Yes, remember I sent you a statement, my statement on the Queen?
Yeah.
May I read it on if time permits?
Yeah, quickly.
All right. Never mind. I'll send it. I'll put it on if you can put it on the community tab, people can read. I don't want to get you banned.
Is that the ding dong thing?
Yeah.
I think I put it on. I thought I put it on. I know I intended.
Yeah, you did. You did because I
right
screenshotted it.
Yeah, see it here. This is our official statement as well. On the passing of the Queen, ding dong, the bitch is dead. You guys could go through that tab and create your own ditty to it, if you will. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 10. Real Black Gentleman is really trying to get on here, and his device ain't about nothing right now. Shoot the Breeze topic number 10, the final topic of the night, is what happens when the Queen of England dies. So let's check this one. I think this is an interesting one. Let's check this one out. This came with a link. This is our last topic for tonight.
Years, and she's held the Queen Elizabeth II has been alive for more than 95 years, and she's held the crown for more than half of that, making her the longest reigning monarch in the history of the world. She's lived through over a dozen British prime ministers, 14 U.S. presidents, and 20 Summer Olympics.
God bless her, she's 95. That's a long-lived life. That's a life well lived.
This is Bill Booth, and he agreed to talk about the unspeakable, the day London Bridge will fall down. No, not the actual bridge, though that's another interesting story in itself. Operation London Bridge is the not-so-secret plan for the United Kingdom when the Queen dies.
When the Queen dies, the House of Windsor and the palace will go into super overdrive.
On the day of her death, known as D-Day, the Queen's private secretary will call the Prime Minister and say the words, "London Bridge is down." The news will then go out to the 15 governments where the Queen is also the head of state. After that, the 38 other nations of the Commonwealth will know. A news flash will be sent to the UK Press Association and media all over the world. At the BBC, an alarm for national emergencies will be activated. It's so rarely used that many of their staff don't even know what it sounds like.
You've seen it? No.
All of their anchors will wear black, and their usual red logo will go black as well. At the same time, a man dressed in black will hang a sign on the gate outside Buckingham Palace. The Royals website will also sport the same message, whatever that ends up being. All the flags will be lowered to half-staff, and bells will toll. Immediately after her passing, her son Charles will unofficially become king. He'll make his first speech as head of state that evening. This is the plan if she dies in London, but no need to fret. If she passes elsewhere, they've still got it planned out to a T. The day after the Queen's death, the flags will be raised again, and at 11 a.m. sharp, Charles will officially become king. He may or may not choose to stick with the name Charles, and his wife Camilla will become queen per Elizabeth's request. He will then tour the UK to Edinburgh, Belfast, and Cardiff to attend services honoring his mother. Meanwhile, Westminster Hall will be closed for cleaning and funeral preparations.
The Queen is coming.
4 days after her death, there will be a procession from Buckingham Palace to Westminster Hall, where she will lie in state for the next 4 days. Important people will be able to visit her first, then the normal people.
The palace is expecting 500,000, I don't know, 1 million people to visit her there in her coffin. Then there'll be a funeral, and then we go on from there.
The 9th day is funeral day. At 9 a.m., the bells covered in leather pads will ring muffled tones. The coffin will be carried to Westminster Abbey. The funeral will begin at 11 a.m. Assuming the pandemic will allow it, 2,000 invited guests will attend, and the rest of the world will watch on their TVs. Everything will be shown except for the royals' faces during prayer. After the funeral, the Queen will go to Windsor Castle, where she will be buried next to her husband, Prince Philip, and her father, King George VI.
God save the Queen.
I don't think they'll be sobbing on the streets for the death of the Queen. I think that the tears will be shed and people will feel a moment and a passing, but I don't think they'll be gut punched.
Brits overwhelmingly love the Queen, and the Queen loves them. I mean, she vowed to dedicate her whole life to them.
I declare before you all that my whole life shall be devoted to your service.
They like the tradition of it. They like the steadfastness of it. They like that they come from a place, even with a monarch that had like parliaments and rule by the people for centuries. They like their history, and she is the living link to history.
Look, change is hard, and no one is looking forward to this day, no matter how inevitable it is. But one thing's for sure.
It'll just be a phenomenal 10 days of pomp and circumstance. I mean, they've designed it that way, and that is the genius of this House of Windsor and this monarchy, right? That they know how to put on a good show.
All right. That's what happens when the Queen dies. I mean, I couldn't even imagine being the Prime Minister menace in the Bahamas right now.
Queen Elizabeth II has been alive for more than
being Prime Minister and get a call that the Queen was dead, and I supposed to care about that, but that's just me, I guess. Let's start with Azuliism. Azuliism, what are your thoughts here?
I didn't know it sounds very powerful. I mean, I wish it was for a better person that I cared about, but I mean, I guess they care for their people. They rock with what she did. So yes, I mean, I could respect that. Hey, that's your people. That's how you feel. But know that I feel the opposite. So, but it's very interesting how they plan everything, and then all of that goes to all these other countries and stuff like that. So, I mean, all right, it's cool.
But it shows you how, I'm going to use a gas them up term again. It shows you how strong their juju is, right?
Yeah.
They have a system set up. We claim we got independence in 1973, for example, right? Mm-hmm. And yet you're still a part of this system, this so-called Commonwealth,
mm-hmm.
where they could call you, and the expectation is you act on that phone call too. The expectation is you lowering a flag and all this old shit.
The thing you just said that killed me, that somebody just did. England got 10 days, Jamaica got 12. Like, what the? Like, this is, and this is not, I don't even want to bring that topic back. And then like I said, this is what, like, women like Cynthia G could come and tell you some shit like that, because, so you doubled it? You was like, okay, I could outdo you, let me do 12?
I like see your 10, and I raise your 12.
Yeah, like, what? But at the end of the day, I look at it like, if those people was righteous and that's a beautiful thing. But I mean, what can I say? That's their culture. They have to do that, and they're gonna do that. And that's the difference between us. They put their culture in action, and they got to do what they got to do.
I feel you on that, Azuli. Let's go to Jay. Jay, what say you? But let's be brief. Unmute your mic, brother. Unmute your mic if you're there.
Yes, I'm there. Yeah, what can I say, man? Entertainment, one big show. a 10-day show. Yeah. And I don't know. Most probably we're gonna see it every year around this time. So now it's 10 September and never forget 11 September. Whatever, man. Showbiz. That's it.
Showbiz is correct. Observing immigrants. What are your thoughts here? What happens when the Queen of England dies?
When she dies, she's dead. But my other concern is that I feel like when I was growing up, they condemned kings and queens of other countries. Like, why do they still have that outdated system? And I noticed that the Europeans always had a problem with other countries with kings and queens, but they kept that one, and there are other European kings and queens, but they always seem to condemn other leaders who are called kings and queens. And yes, you do have them in other countries like the Middle East and stuff like that. But I don't know, the Europeans in their hypocrisy always had problems with other people. They'll tell you, oh, a monarchy is like a dictatorship, blah, 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 blah. But they kept theirs. And that's my problem with them.
Thank you for that. Actually, I remember reading, what was that? How Europe underdeveloped Africa, maybe. And Walter Rodney was saying how most of these people who you see, they call in chiefs in Africa, these people are kings, actually. They're kings who are supposed to be upheld just like this so-called monarchy. But the Europeans come and tell you, no, they're chiefs. Go ahead, Jay.
Yes, the sister had a good point in southern southern Senegal, and maybe I have a child with a Jola half Serena sister, so I that's the ethnicity that I know something of, and they have various kings and one upper king, so to speak. Yes, and the sister brought up a good point. Actually, in it's not literally, but in our culture, Cape Verdeans, you're a man of the house. That's when you earn respect. If you're not a man of your house, then you're failing, right? And it's sort of a king status. You have to manage everything. You have to satisfy your wife. Your children have to be fed. Your cattle, your land, etc. That's when you're a man of the house. And Jola have that also. And so it's sort of these people killed that. They murdered the king and queen, of course. They murdered the king and queen in the whole country, and they remain king and queen. Only they can pass wealth through blood, and us, we have a job, and when we die, somebody else gets that job, not my son. Thank you for bringing that up, sister.
All right. Who am I missing now? Tanzan, what say you to what happens when the Queen of England dies?
Well, hopefully she slides into hell, but I'm not religious. For me, I guess the only thing is that it's the continuation, and they don't die; they just continue multiplying. So we always talk about leaving our traditions behind and embracing the new things and putting aside everything that we believed or respected, and yet you see these people holding on to decades. This is something that should have died out a long time ago. People don't even technically believe in these things anymore, and yet it's still there. Whether it's symbolic or real, it's still there, and it's still in our faces in this new century. So why are we trying? And then the other thing that I got from all that is how intricate their preparations for death are. They really thought out this thing that they're going to the process and so on. So it makes you think of how not just planning out their lives, but they also want that control over death, that once death happens, now they're in control. Like, the house is now taking such procedures that they will not even allow death to overtake them, that they have already pre-controlled their reaction to death. that they already manage it. So just shows another way that they want to control everything, not just life, not just the lives of other people, but even their own death and mourning. So yes.
Thank you for that. Real Black Gentleman, are you here now? I'm giving you all the chances. Unmute your mic. Speak up if you're there. If not, that's going to be it for Real Black Gentleman tonight, because after this is it. Kevin Cartwright, did you comment to this one yet?
No, but what I really know, what really goes on is Satan gets his soul back. He gets his bargain.
Right.
I hope, though, to make things her on her way out, when the car is coming that brings her casket, that hits a bump, and the casket slides out and breaks, and her fucking ass is on the ground there for the world to see. But I'll pass.
I appreciate that. Finally, Mr. Untouchable, what say you to all of this?
Yeah, for me, I think it's a teachable moment. And I think that everyone who has issues with Pan-Africanism should study this moment very carefully, because these Pan-Europeans, the way that they organize and centralize all of their media, their city, and all of the so-called former colonial colonies of this lady, how they are notified and debriefed, how they're supposed to approach this particular matter and speak all over the Black world and the Indian world. These people are organized and centralized on around the basis of this white lady, this little white 90-something-year-old lady, you know what I mean? But it's really the system that she represents, which is a European one. It's Pan-Europeanism all over the world, and how it's organized and in action with the BBC and everything else, all coming together collectively for one particular thing. So if these people have the ability to engage in this kind of uniformity and organization, why shouldn't we? For Pan-Africanists like us, we should take this as a teachable moment in referencing how we should put our ideas and culture and ideologies into action along globally, along around the world. I find for me, it's just a teachable moment. So I will watch and see how they go about doing things in the media and how they talk and all these other things. It's instructive, and that's how I would look at this.
Mr. Untouchable, you have anything you want to shout out this week?
No, I am Koku. I'm just in support of what your brothers and sisters are doing. Shout out to everyone who's participated through the week. I think that Harsh Reality had some shows that I partook in, and it was very interesting. And the rest of the people who usually come on, I try to comment and show my support as much as possible. But that's really it.
All right, I appreciate you, Mr. Untouchable. Tanzan, you have anything you want to shout out this week?
No. I mean, there's still you can still search. I think everybody here is subscribed, but subscribe to Tanzan African Mind and have the notifications so you'll know when I put something up. Thank you again, and thank you to Mr. Untouchable. Yes, he is always showing support, and we appreciate it.
Yes, sir, we do. Thank you, Tanzan. Observing immigrants left already? Okay. Jay, you have anything you want to shout out this week?
Yeah, today is 11th September.
Yeah.
It's 21 years that the West admitted severely to the end of their era of a couple of thousand years. It's a slow process, but we should unite and help them die. 11 September. Without 11 September, they would already have been gone. Their economy would already have ended. But we should keep in mind that we should help them go down and not maintain. Export your dollars and your pounds. Export your mouths and your bodies that need, I mean, go elsewhere and buy your clothes there, go elsewhere and build your house there, or pay your rent elsewhere. Let's help these people die.
I thank you for that. Jay, hope to see you next week. I'll probably see you a couple times during the week too. Kevin Carr, you have anything you want to shout out this week?
Yeah, I want to follow up to what Jay said, man. I'm loving that before this bitch died, I'm watching Germany's economy going to the tank right now, and Putin turned off the gas to most of Europe. So first in the summer they're burning, now they're freezing. I'm loving this. All you have to do is just sit back and watch. Loving their destruction.
Right. Dorico Cooper Photography showed up just in the chat saying, "Peace, family." Amani to you, Dorico, but you showed up at the very end of the show. Yeah, so I want to thank everyone who was here. Thank you for tuning in. Make sure you check out all the other shows on KWAZ Radio. We got Pro Black Perspective at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday morning. We have the Revolutionary Matron with the Learning Curve podcast. She should be broadcasting Monday at 8 p.m., I'm pretty sure. We got Tanzan on Tuesday at, I believe it's 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You guys can tune into Tanzan's show. It might go to 8, I'm not sure. But subscribe to her channel and you'll be notified when the show goes live. We got Brother Bakari in there. I'm not too sure exact days and time, but I think he's on Sunday, tomorrow at 1 or 2 p.m. and throughout the week. Same thing for Forecast. The Harshali Podcast has a show tomorrow evening, Sunday at 8 p.m. They have their show. And then if you subscribe and click the bell for notifications on his channel, you'll know when he's doing the Harshali Podcast Presents series, where he interviews one-on-one someone. He did a great one this past week. I hope you guys saw it. There was a lot of insightful information in that talk. So yeah, that's everyone who's on KWAZ Radio. Of course, I'll be back here next week, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll shoot the breeze together, get it in, talk, build on some ideas, hopefully, and not have any run-ins while we're doing it. So I'll see you guys next week, man. You guys take care. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.
Hold on a second. Why is this not? Okay, hold on.